Chapter 98. Kang. At this moment, Feng Xinglia moved. With a sword chime, he unsheathed his sword. Not many people saw how he unsheathed his sword. Most of them only heard a sword chime and saw a white sword light flash in the air. Soon after, the crowd saw Sun Guang's dense sword chi disappear without a trace. Then, Sun Guang groaned as his body flew far away and fell on the fighting stage. What happened? Many people looked at each other. They didn't know what had happened because it happened too fast. Many people only saw Sun Guang attack, then saw a sword light flash and Sun Guang was sent flying. What? What happened? Did Sun Guang lose? On the side, Pang Shi was tongue-tied. Hua Qi was also confused. Yes, Sun Guang lost. He was defeated by Feng Xinglia's sword. Look at Sun Guang's chest, there is a wound. Lu Ming answered. Lu Ming and the people beside him quickly looked and saw a deep sword wound on Sun Guang's chest. Blood kept flowing out. Others didn't see it clearly, but Lu Ming saw it clearly. Just now, Feng Xinglia unsheathed his sword and defeated all of Sun Guang's attacks, leaving a deep wound on Sun Guang's chest. Such a fast sword, such a strong attack. Lu Ming's eyes shone with surprise. He concluded that Feng Xinglia's sword art was definitely a low profound level martial skill. On the stage, Sun Guang struggled to get up. His face was still filled with shock. He cupped his fist and said, "I lost. Thank you for showing mercy." He knew that if Feng Xinglia didn't withdraw some of his power, he would have been dead. "Thank you." Feng Xinglia cupped his fist. Sun Guang didn't say anything. He turned around and left the stage, disappearing without a trace. Since he lost, his previous records would be cancelled and he would have to start from scratch. At this moment, the middle-aged judge stepped forward and announced, "This battle, Feng Xinglia wins and enters the bronze list." Following the judge's announcement, the crowd was in an uproar. Success! Feng Xinglia has succeeded. As a new disciple in the last 2 years, he is the first to succeed in breaking into the bronze list. He is the representative of the new disciples in the last 2 years. Amazing, Feng Xinglia is too amazing. It hasn't even been 2 years since he entered the sect, and he's already on the bronze list. He really is the king of newcomers. Other than him, the others who entered the sect in the past 2 years would need at least another half a year to have a chance of entering the bronze list. Not bad. Among the previous newcomer kings, Feng Xinglia is one of the strongest. Do you think he will continue to challenge? I really hope he continues to challenge. Did you see that more than half of the geniuses ranked 30 and below on the bronze list are here? Exclamations of admiration filled the air. Beside Lu Ming, Pang Shi was also excited. One day, I will also be able to enter the bronze ranking. Hua Qi clenched his fists and said confidently. Love-struck fool, I believe you can do it. You and senior brother Lu are both fine. I don't know if I'll have a chance in this lifetime. Pang Shi said longingly. Lu Ming patted Pang Shi's shoulder and said with a smile, Big Shi, you're working so hard. I'm sure you can do it. When Pang Shi first entered the sect, he was a martial warrior 9th layer. After half a year of cultivation, he had broken through to the peak of martial master 1st layer. Although his cultivation speed was not fast, he took it one step at a time. His foundation was very solid. On the fighting stage, the middle-aged judge asked, Feng Xinglia, you're currently ranked 57 on the bronze list. You have the qualifications to challenge the geniuses on the bronze list. Do you still want to challenge? At this moment, everyone's gaze was focused on Feng Xinglia. They were all curious. Would he continue to challenge? Feng Xinglia did not answer. He seemed to be thinking. If Feng Xinglia continues to challenge, who do you think he will challenge? It's hard to say, but he will definitely challenge those ranked 45 and below because they are in the same class. That's right. If he wants to fight today, he can only challenge the geniuses on the bronze list. Look, Duanmu Hu, ranked 55, Yao Tianyu, ranked 51, Yan Su, ranked 50, and Ji Dong, ranked 48. They are all here. He is most likely to challenge them. Discussions and guesses could be heard from all around. Yao Tianyu. Lu Ming's eyes moved. He followed the crowd's gaze and saw Yao Tianyu on the east side of the stands. Yao Tianyu crossed his arms and sat there calmly, calm and composed. Beside him, there were a dozen small fries. Like He Tai and the red-robed young man, they were all familiar faces. Senior brother Yao, do you think Feng Xinglia will challenge you? A young man asked. I don't know. Yao Tianyu replied indifferently. Then, what if Feng Xinglia challenges senior brother Yao? Are you confident? The young man asked again. Feng Xinglia's returning sword is powerful, but it's not enough to challenge me. Yao Tianyu replied confidently. Of course. How can Feng Xinglia be senior brother Yao's opponent? If he overestimates himself and challenges senior brother Yao, then he is looking for trouble. The red-robed young man immediately flattered Yao Tianyu. Yao Tianyu smiled and looked down at the fighting stage. On the fighting stage, Feng Xinglia thought for a while and replied, I choose to continue the challenge. As soon as he said that, the atmosphere became heated. Everyone stared at Feng Xinglia, waiting to see who he would challenge. Feng Xinglia scanned the stands and then looked at the west side of the stands. Duanmu Hu, come down and fight me. Feng Xinglia said loudly. On the west side of the stands, a muscular young man stood up with a gloomy face and said, Feng Xinglia, are you sure you want to challenge me? Of course. Feng Xinglia arrived. Ha, good. Feng Xinglia, I will make you regret your choice. Duanmu Hu laughed angrily. Being challenged by someone who had just entered the bronze list was not something to be proud of. On the contrary, it was a shameful thing. It was simple. If you were challenged, it meant you were weak and looked down upon. Swoosh, Duanmu Hu jumped down from the spectator's stand. With a few leaps, he covered a distance of more than 100 meters and arrived at the fighting ring. His speed was not any slower than Sun Guang's. The two stood facing each other. I didn't expect Feng Xinglia to challenge Duanmu Hu. This is going to be interesting. Not far from Lu Ming, a disciple in his 20s said. Oh. How is it interesting? The others asked. Even Lu Ming, Pang Shi, and the others looked at him. This disciple felt proud of himself when he saw that he had attracted so many people. He coughed dryly and said, you guys should have seen it. Feng Xinglia's sword art is very fast, and the explosive power is extremely strong. This sword art is a low-grade profound martial skill, returning sword. This sword art is very powerful, but it has a weakness. It consumes a lot of true qi. If you can't defeat your opponent with one strike, you will be in danger. Chapter 99. The senior disciple continued to explain, however, Duanmu Hu's martial skill is the opposite of Feng Xinglia's. Duanmu Hu's martial skill is a defensive low-grade profound martial skill, Heavenly Tiger protective art. One is for defense and the other is for offense. Isn't this interesting? Everyone was enlightened. Feng Xinglia and Duanmu Hu were like a spear and a shield. In this battle, it would depend on whether Feng Xinglia's spear attack or Duanmu Hu's shield defense was stronger. Whoever was stronger would win. This situation was not limited to this area. It was happening everywhere. Many senior disciples who had been in the sect for 5 or 8 years might not have a high cultivation, but they had sharp eyes and knew a lot of information. Many people knew the martial skills that the two of them were good at, and they became more interested. Now, let the battle begin. The referee announced and stepped aside. Boom! Boom! Instantly, Feng Xinglia and Duanmu Hu exploded with powerful auras. The auras collided in the air. At this moment, Feng Xinglia moved. He unsheathed his long sword, and the sword light was like a flash of lightning, piercing through the air and stabbing towards Duanmu Hu. Returning sword. This sword was even stronger than the previous one. Because Feng Xinglie had activated his bloodline. 6 chakras, level 6 bloodline. This was the first time Lu Ming saw a level 6 bloodline warrior. This sword was incomparably breathtaking. Everyone's eyes were fixed on this sword. Boom! Duanmu Hu took a step forward, and a tiger's roar was heard. 2 tigers formed by genuine qi appeared around him. 2 ferocious tigers roared as they leaped around Duanmu Hu, surrounding him so tightly that not even a drop of water could escape. Feng Xinglie, let's see how you break my defense. Duanmu Hu roared. In an instant, Feng Xinglie's long sword stabbed Duanmu Hu. Roar! The 2 tigers roared and blocked in front of Duanmu Hu. They collided with Feng Xinglie's long sword. At the place where the long sword and the tigers collided, a dazzling light shone. However, everyone was staring at the fighting ring, not daring to look away. They were afraid that they would miss the exciting moment. This was definitely a battle that would decide the winner in one move. If Feng Xinglie could break Duanmu Hu's defense, then he would win. Otherwise, Duanmu Hu would win. Could Feng Xinglie break Duanmu Hu's defense? Boom! Suddenly, there was a loud explosion as Feng Xinglie and Duanmu Hu's bodies crossed each other. Who won? Bang! Suddenly, Duanmu Hu fell to his knees and spat out a mouthful of blood. Everyone saw that there was a deep wound on his chest, just like Sun Guang's wound. I lost. Duanmu Hu stood up and left without looking back. Duanmu Hu was defeated, and the whole place was in an uproar. Brilliant, truly brilliant. Although it's only one move, it's a battle between the peak of offense and defense. Not bad, today's trip wasn't in vain. Do you guys think Feng Xinglie will continue to challenge? That shouldn't be the case. His bloodline has already erupted, and he won't be able to recover in a short period of time. That's true. At that moment, the judge announced Feng Xinglie's victory. Feng Xinglie slowly walked down the stage under the admiring gazes of the audience. Amazing, too amazing. Senior brother Lu Ming, love-struck fool, let's go back. I must cultivate even harder and strive to enter the bronze list in the future. Pang Shi said with a resolute expression. Go back. The battle hasn't ended. Why should we go back? Lu Ming smiled faintly. The battle hasn't ended? Pang Shi and Hua Qi were not the only ones beside Lu Ming. Everyone else was stunned. Yes, it hasn't ended. Why would Lu Ming say that it hasn't ended? Feng Xinglie's battle has ended, but my battle has just begun. Lu Ming smiled. He then got up and leaped toward the fighting ring below. After a few breaths, Lu Ming stepped onto the bronze platform. What? What is senior brother Lu Ming doing? Pang Shi said in a daze. The others beside him were also stunned. It seems like Lu Ming wants to challenge the bronze platform today. At that moment, Hua Qi's eyes were extremely bright, and at the same time, they were filled with shock. What? Senior brother Lu Ming wants to challenge the bronze platform? Pang Shi was extremely shocked. The others nearby were also shocked. The disciples around the bronze platform were about to leave when they suddenly saw a figure fly onto the platform. They couldn't help but be stunned. Who is that? What is he doing on the bronze platform? Isn't that Lu Ming? This year's newcomer king, Lu Ming. So he is Lu Ming. What is he trying to do? Is he going to challenge the bronze platform? That's impossible. Even if he is the newcomer king, he is only this year's newcomer king. It's still too early for him to challenge the bronze platform. That's right. There was a burst of discussion around, but those who were about to leave sat down again. On the fighting stage, the middle-aged judge and Feng Xinglie, who had already walked to the side of the stage, stopped. Lu Ming, what are you doing on the stage? The middle-aged judge asked with a smile. Elder, Lu Ming requests to challenge the bronze platform. Lu Ming cupped his fists and said. The moment these words came out, the crowd went into an uproar. Nestle, he really wants to challenge the bronze platform. He's too arrogant and too impatient. Lu Ming is only this year's newcomer king, and he wants to challenge the bronze platform. Too impatient. He's just a child. In my opinion, he saw Feng Xinglia's consecutive victories and rushed up in envy. If he challenges now, there's almost no chance of him succeeding. That's not necessarily true. I heard that 3 months ago, when he destroyed the Star Moon Pavilion, he displayed battle strength that was not weaker than a martial master realm 9th realm martial artist. So what? What's the use of a martial master realm 9th realm martial artist on the bronze platform? Who on the bronze platform is weaker than a martial master realm 9th realm martial artist? I admit Lu Ming's talent, but he just entered the sect this year. If he had another year, I won't deny that he could be like Feng Xinglia and enter the bronze list. But now, it's almost impossible. If you want to challenge the bronze platform, you can't rely on cultivation alone. Cultivation can be improved quickly if you have some kind of treasure. However, martial skills, secret techniques, etc., require time to comprehend them. Those on the bronze list who can cultivate profound level martial skills, which one of them isn't talented and spend a lot of time to comprehend them? Maybe he just wants to win a few matches in a row. Win a few matches in a row. He's the newcomer king, not an ordinary disciple. If he only wins a few matches in a row, then he might as well not go up the stage and embarrass himself. That's true. The crowd was in an uproar, but the discussion was almost one-sided. They all thought that Lu Ming was too impulsive and should not challenge now. He should be like Feng Xinglia and wait until his battle strength reached a certain level before exploding out and shocking the world. In the southern stands, Pang Shi and the others were still in a daze. Hua Qi, you. How many matches do you think senior brother Lu Ming can win? Can he enter the bronze list? Pang Shi asked in a daze. Lu Ming, I can't see through him anymore. But he's not an impulsive person. Since he's going up, he must have some confidence. Hua Qi said. Although he said so, Hua Qi's eyes were still filled with shock. That's true, I also believe in senior brother Lu Ming. Pang Shi scratched his head. Chapter 100. Eastern Grandstand. Lu Ming, it's that bastard Lu Ming. He's really overestimating himself to challenge the bronze platform. The red-robed youth beside Yao Tianyu shouted. He's really overestimating himself. But that's good. We can send someone to kill him. Senior brother Yao, what do you think? Another youth said coldly as he looked at Yao Tianyu. Yao Tianyu looked at Lu Ming with a murderous glint in his eyes. Sure. He had been looking for a chance to kill Lu Ming. Since Lu Ming had come to the bronze platform, he would not let go of this opportunity. In the other grandstands, some of the geniuses on the bronze list were also looking at Lu Ming curiously. On the bronze platform. Lu Ming, are you really going to challenge the bronze platform? The middle-aged judge asked in surprise. That's right. Lu Ming nodded again. All right, since you've decided, I won't stop you. Let the challenge begin. The middle-aged judge announced straightforwardly. At the side of the fighting ring, Feng Xinglia looked at Lu Ming curiously. There was a glint in his eyes. He then moved and flew to the spectator stand in the north, watching with great interest. At this moment, the judge had already announced the challenge. The crowd quieted down and watched seriously. Just a moment ago, the previous newcomer king had successfully made it to the bronze list. Immediately, this year's newcomer king began his challenge. Thinking about it, it was really interesting. This had never happened in the history of the Mystic Essence Sword sect. How far could Lu Ming go? Many people were curious about this. Who's going to fight me first? Lu Ming looked around and said in a clear voice. The first 5 rounds on the bronze platform were relatively casual. Anyone could challenge them. But after the 5th round, people with similar winning streaks would have to fight each other. Otherwise, they would not be able to display their strength. those below the 9th level of the martial master realm were silent. Although they felt that Lu Ming would not be able to win many rounds, Lu Ming's strength was still there. A few months ago, he was already comparable to a 9th level martial master. "I'll fight you." A figure quickly jumped onto the fighting ring. It's Duanmu Jinming from the White Tiger Hall. It's said that his cultivation has already reached the mid-9th layer martial master. As soon as this person stepped onto the stage, cheers could be heard from all around. Duanmu Jinming was about 20 years old. His face was pale, and his eyes were sinister. He stared at Lu Ming and sneered, "Lu Ming, you really don't know how to be patient. You actually came to challenge the bronze platform. Ha, I'll make you stop in the first round." The newcomer king has challenged the bronze platform, and stopped in the first round. This matter will definitely create a new record in the Mystic Essence Sword sect, and go down in history. Duanmu Jinming's tone was filled with mockery. "As expected, your Duanmu family is the first to run up here. However, I noticed that your Duanmu family has one thing in common. You guys don't have the slightest bit of ability, but you guys are very good at boasting." Lu Ming said indifferently. The moment these words were spoken, the people from the Duanmu clan were instantly enraged. "Damn it! Damn it! He actually dares to look down on my Duanmu clan. Duanmu Jinming, be ruthless and cripple him. Let him know the power of my Duanmu clan. Cripple him." Duanmu Jinming's eyes were incomparably gloomy as he said coldly, "Lu Ming, you will pay a painful price for your words." Duanmu Jinming unsheathed his sword, and a white sword radiance shot out from his sword. It was incomparably sharp. Lu Ming waved his hand, and a huge sword that was 1.5 meters long appeared in his hand. This huge sword was left behind by Zheng Qian. There was no need to use the flame-pattern spear to deal with such a small fry. Moreover, Lu Ming also wanted to see if he could unleash the power of the flowing light sword art with such a huge sword after his physical body had improved. "Alright, I don't need to say more about the rules. Let the battle begin," the middle-aged judge announced. "Hurry up and make your move. I don't have that much time. There are still more than 10 battles." Lu Ming said indifferently. His tone was filled with disdain, as if he did not put Duanmu Jinming in his eyes at all. Moreover, he said that there were more than 10 battles later, as if he could really win 10 battles in a row. Nest, how arrogant. Isn't that so? He's too arrogant. However, the more arrogant he is, the one who will be humiliated when he is defeated later. There were discussions all around. "Damn it! See if I don't cripple you." Duanmu Jinming roared angrily. He moved his body and continued to charge toward Lu Ming. Ferocious Tiger Sword Art. Duanmu Jinming roared and slashed out with his battle sword. There was a faint shadow of a ferocious tiger on the battle sword. It was incomparably powerful as it slashed towards Lu Ming. Middle stage martial master realm. "Is that all you have?" Lu Ming curled the corner of his mouth and slashed out with his sword. This sword was very direct. It was not any sword art, but a casual slash. It was completely brute force. Clang! This sword slashed directly on Duanmu Jinming's battle sword. Then, everyone saw that Duanmu Jinming's battle sword was bent out of shape and the sword body heavily hit Duanmu Jinming's chest. Duanmu Jinming's eyes instantly popped out. Boom! With a loud boom, Duanmu Jinming's body flew back like a cannonball. He flew for more than 20 meters and then slid on the fighting stage for more than 10 meters before falling off the fighting stage. The whole place suddenly fell into a dead silence. The atmosphere seemed to have frozen at this moment. In fact, many people were still loudly criticizing Lu Ming for his arrogance. However, at this moment, their expressions froze. One sword, only one sword, an ordinary sword, directly blasted Duanmu Jinming out of the fighting stage. Isn't this too strong? Isn't the gap too big? Good, senior brother Lu Ming is mighty. Pang Shi reacted and shouted excitedly. At this moment, the others also reacted. This is too powerful, isn't it? He defeated Duanmu Jiming in one move. Indeed, it seems that I have underestimated Lu Ming. In my opinion, Lu Ming should be at the late stage of the Martial Master Realm, or even at the peak of the Martial Master Realm. With this strength, it shouldn't be a problem for him to win 5 times in a row. The newcomer king is indeed the newcomer king. We still underestimated him. Many people's faces turned grave. Those who had looked down on Lu Ming felt their faces turn red. Who else wants to fight? Lu Ming didn't even look at Duanmu Jiming, who had fallen off the fighting stage. His eyes continued to look around. Let me. Then, a young man jumped onto the fighting stage. Junior brother Lu Ming, please advise me. This young man's cultivation was at the late stage of the Martial Master Realm, but he didn't dare to look down on Lu Ming. He cupped his fists and said politely. Well said, please. Lu Ming said with a smile. Boom. This young man used an iron rod. When he waved it, it whistled and its power was extraordinary. Lu Ming was a little more polite to this young man. He used 10 moves to blast him off the fighting stage. Chapter 101. On the eastern grandstand, Yao Tianyu's face darkened. The other people's faces were also ghastly. Damn it. Lu Ming's cultivation level has improved so much in just a few months. Senior brother Yao, you have to kill him. Otherwise, he might be able to make it to the bronze list after some time. The red-robed young man said. Why don't we let Jiang Hao go? A young man suggested. Yao Tianyu nodded and ordered, Jiang Hao, go up. Don't hold back. Don't give Lu Ming a chance to admit defeat. On the side, a thin young man smiled coldly and said, Senior brother Yao, don't worry. I won't give him a chance to admit defeat. After saying that, his figure flickered a few times and appeared on the fighting ring like a ghost. Isn't that Jiang Hao? Azure Dragon Institute's Jiang Hao. Yes, it's him. Why is he here? Lu Ming is in danger. Jiang Hao had a 5-match winning streak a year ago, but for some reason, he hasn't participated in the challenge on the bronze platform. Therefore, his result was automatically cancelled, but his strength is definitely above that. Looks like Yao Tianyu is here. Lu Ming has offended Yao Tianyu before. Let's see how Lu Ming will deal with it. As soon as Jiang Hao appeared on the stage, there was a heated discussion. Yao Tianyu asked you to come up. Lu Ming looked at Jiang Hao. Just now, he saw Jiang Hao beside Yao Tianyu. Hee hee. Lu Ming, I wasn't there the last time at the Star Moon Pavilion. Otherwise, you would have been a corpse. But it's not too late now. If you want to admit defeat, do it now. I won't give you any chance later. Jiang Hao smiled coldly. That's what I want to say to you. Lu Ming said indifferently. At this moment, the referee announced the start of the challenge. Whoosh! As soon as the referee finished speaking, Jiang Hao's figure disappeared on the spot. When he reappeared, he was more than 20 meters away. Then, with another flash, he was already in front of Lu Ming. His figure was as fast as a ghost. Clang! At this moment, Jiang Hao suddenly drew his sword from his waist. This was a flexible sword that was wrapped around Jiang Hao's waist. Now that it was suddenly pulled out, it was impossible to guard against. In addition, Jiang Hao's movement technique was extremely fast. He was like an assassin walking in the dark. Even if one's cultivation was higher than his, they would still fall into his trap. Unfortunately, Lu Ming was no ordinary person. Ultimate Flowing Light. Lu Ming executed the fastest move of the Flowing Light sword art with his huge sword. In the past, he had always used a thin sword to execute the Flowing Light sword art. The whistling of the sword was sharp and dense. But now, he was using a huge sword. The speed was just as fast, but the whistling of the sword was as loud as thunder. Poochie! A head flew high into the air and then rolled down the fighting stage. Only a headless corpse was left on the fighting stage. One move, another move. Jiang Hao, who had won 5 consecutive victories, was killed on the fighting ring. This time, even some of the geniuses on the bronze list had serious expressions. What a fast swordsmanship! What a strong power! This Lu Ming's swordsmanship is actually average. But his explosive power is so strong that it increased the speed of his swordsmanship by a large margin. He killed Jiang Hao in one move. Could it be that he practiced the path of body refinement? Some of the geniuses on the bronze list whispered. Lu Ming wins. The middle-aged judge announced. Then he asked people to clean up the fighting stage and carry away Jiang Hao's body. Bang! In the eastern stands, Yao Tianyu slammed the armrest of his seat. His true qi gushed out and smashed the armrest. If I'm not wrong, this Lu Ming should have practiced the path of body refinement. He Tai said. That's right. He must have practiced the path of body refinement. Otherwise, he wouldn't have such explosive power. But he didn't practice the path of body refinement last time. In just 3 months, his body can't be that strong. He Tai, if Lu Ming wins 8 consecutive battles, you go and finish him. Yao Tianyu ordered. Okay. He Tai nodded. At this moment, Lu Ming looked at the eastern stands. Yao Tianyu, why did you send someone to die? Don't worry, it'll be your turn soon. Lu Ming said in a clear voice. Provocation. This was a naked provocation. Everyone's gaze shifted from Lu Ming to Yao Tianyu. They couldn't help but think of the grudge between Lu Ming and Yao Tianyu 3 months ago. Interesting. Many people were looking forward to it. This year's newcomer king was too strong. He dared to talk to Yao Tianyu like that. They wondered what the consequences would be. Ha ha ha. Yao Tianyu laughed out of anger. He didn't hide the killing intent in his eyes. He sneered, Lu Ming, I really hope you can win 10 consecutive battles and get on the bronze list to challenge me. At that time, I'll let you know what despair is. Yao Tianyu, you and your subordinate dog are really the same. Just now, Jiang Hao told me to admit defeat as soon as possible, or else I wouldn't have a chance. In the end, reality proved that he was just a useless person with a mouth full of bubbles. Now, you're the same. Birds of a feather flock together. Lu Ming curled his lips. Humph. Lu Ming, let's see who's the one with a mouth full of bubbles. Yao Tianyu snorted coldly. His face was gloomy and he didn't say anything else. Lu Ming smiled faintly. He then looked around and said, Now, who wants to fight me? The crowd quieted down. They looked at each other. For a moment, no one dared to go up. Lu Ming's combat strength had been revealed just now. Jiang Hao was killed in one strike. He definitely had the strength to win 7 or even 8 consecutive battles. Who would go up and look for trouble? After a while, a young man jumped onto the stage. But this young man was very polite. He cupped his fists and said, Junior brother Lu Ming is a dragon among men. I know I'm not your opponent, but I can't resist the urge to spar with junior brother Lu Ming. I hope junior brother Lu Ming will go easy on me. As the saying goes, one doesn't hit a smiling face. Since he was being polite, Lu Ming also smiled and said, You're too polite. Then let's spar. This young man was not weak. At the beginning of the battle, Lu Ming deliberately went easy on him. After a dozen moves, the young man took the initiative to admit defeat. After that, there were no obstacles. 5 consecutive victories, 6 consecutive victories, 7 consecutive victories. Finally, 8 consecutive victories. These people had no enmity with Lu Ming. They were all very polite. Therefore, Lu Ming did not erupt with too much strength. He only won by a small margin. Especially in the 8th battle, Lu Ming fought with a young expert who had 7 consecutive victories. He suppressed his cultivation and exchanged more than 30 moves with him before winning by a small margin. This made many people think that Lu Ming's combat strength should be around 8 consecutive victories. Lu Ming smiled faintly. If not, how could a big fish appear? He Tai, we have a rough idea of Lu Ming's strength. You go. Yao Tianyu ordered. Senior brother Yao, don't worry. I will break all the bones in his body. Chapter 102. He Tai has made his move. It's him. This is going to be interesting. He Tai's body is extremely strong, and his close combat ability is also very strong. Lu Ming seems to have also cultivated the way of body refining. Who do you think will win? It's hard to say. He Tai had 8 consecutive victories a few months ago. He must be stronger now. However, Lu Ming, the new king of this year, rose too quickly. It's really shocking. No one knows if he has any trump cards. Therefore, it's hard to say who will win this battle. Yeah. I didn't come in vain today. Everyone stared at the fighting ring with great interest. Lu Ming had exceeded everyone's expectations. He was just a new disciple this year, but he had already won 8 battles in a row. As long as he won 2 more battles, he would be able to enter the bronze list. This was rare even in the history of the Mystic Essence Sword sect. What everyone was concerned about was whether he could win or not. Would He Tai be able to stop him? In the fighting ring, Lu Ming and He Tai stood opposite each other. Lu Ming, last time, you were saved by Mulans. This time, let's see who can save you. He Tai revealed a cruel smile. Lu Ming touched his forehead speechlessly and said, Look, again. I just said that birds of a feather flock together. Did Yao Tianyu teach you all this? Let me teach you. Saying such words is the right of the strong. The weak do not have the right to say such words. Ha! There was a burst of laughter. Lu Ming's words were obviously mocking Yao Tianyu. It was too interesting. You'll soon understand who's the strong one. He Tai said with a gloomy face. Is that so? You're good at nothing but your body and your fists. Then I'll use my fists to fight with you. Lu Ming smiled faintly, then waved his hand and the giant sword disappeared. He faced He Tai with his bare hands. This move caused the crowd to be in an uproar again. What? Lu Ming is actually not using a weapon and wants to fight He Tai with his fists. Unwise, unwise. Lu Ming underestimated the enemy too much. Isn't this using his own weakness against the enemy's strength? He's still young after all. He's still too careless in his actions. I don't think so. Lu Ming doesn't seem like an unwise person. In the Eastern Grandstand. Ha, Lu Ming is really courting death. I didn't expect him to be so stupid to actually compete with He Tai in a fist fight. Idiot, to think that I thought he was someone important. Beside Yao Tianyu, the red-robed young man and the others laughed mockingly. Yao Tianyu's eyes flashed and he frowned slightly, but he didn't say anything. On the fighting ring, He Tai saw that Lu Ming had put away his battle sword and was overjoyed. He shouted, Lu Ming, you said it yourself. Don't go back on your words. He originally only had 60 to 70% chance of defeating Lu Ming, but now that Lu Ming had actually abandoned his battle sword, he immediately felt that he had a 100% chance of killing Lu Ming. How could he not be happy? Lu Ming was a typical example of courting death. Don't worry, Lu Ming, never go back on my words. But you better not admit defeat later. There was an inexplicable smile at the corners of Lu Ming's mouth. Don't worry, if I admit defeat today, I'll get out of here. He Tai immediately said, as if he was afraid that Lu Ming would go back on his words. However, in the grandstand, Yao Tianyu's frown deepened. He didn't know why, but when he saw Lu Ming's calm expression, he had a bad premonition in his heart. At this moment, the referee announced the start of the match. Ha, take this. He Tai roared. The muscles all over his body swelled up. There was a layer of faint black light on his skin, making his muscles look like pieces of black iron, making He Tai look like a steel monster. Bam! Bam! He Tai strode forward. Every step he took covered a distance of 10 meters. Every step he took on the fighting stage caused a loud rumbling sound to ring out. In a few breaths, He Tai rushed in front of Lu Ming. His huge fist was aimed at Lu Ming's head, with a sinister smile on his face. At this moment, Lu Ming punched out. This punch was aimed at He Tai's fist. Boom! The two men's fists collided with each other, causing a loud explosion. Everyone's hearts skipped a beat. They stared at the two, and a thought flashed through their minds. Can Lu Ming withstand it? But soon, they knew the answer. A strong figure stumbled back 5 or 6 steps before he could regain his balance. This figure was actually He Tai. And Lu Ming's figure didn't even sway. Hiss, the sound of people inhaling cold air was heard. The air seemed to have frozen at this moment. Almost everyone opened their mouths wide enough to stuff a duck egg. Their eyes were wide open, and their eyeballs almost popped out. This was unbelievable. Lu Ming abandoned his weapon and fought with his fist. How could he push He Tai back 5 or 6 steps with one punch? Could it be that Lu Ming also practiced fist techniques? Could it be that Lu Ming's physical body was stronger than He Tai's? But that was impossible. They hadn't heard that Lu Ming practiced the way of body refining before. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been in such a sorry state 3 months ago. But how could his physical body be cultivated to such a level in just 3 months? Unless he had obtained some heaven and earth treasure. Ah! Lu Ming, I'm going to kill you. He Tai was pushed back by Lu Ming's punch. Looking at the shocked eyes around him, he felt greatly insulted and hated Lu Ming to the bone. He let out an angry roar and put his hands on his waist. A pair of metal gloves appeared on his hands, and he rushed towards Lu Ming. In the process of rushing out, his bloodline erupted. The level 4 giant bear bloodline increased his strength by another 40%. Then I'll play with you. Lu Ming's mouth was still holding an indifferent smile. With a thought, his strength increased a bit and he punched towards He Tai. Bare-handed against He Tai's spirit weapon gloves. Boom! Their fists collided for the second time. A roar that was even more intense than before rang out. Then, at the place where the two people's fists collided, a burst of powerful strength chi erupted. The strength chi was like a gale, sweeping in all directions. Some of the disciples who were nearby were almost swept up by the gale. Be careful. There was a lot of noise. These disciples used their chi to resist the gale. On the fighting stage, Lu Ming and He Tai's figures swayed slightly. They were evenly matched. He blocked it. Lu Ming blocked it again. Unbelievable. Lu Ming hasn't even activated his bloodline, and he's bare-handed. He Tai has already activated his bloodline and is even wearing a pair of spirit weapon gloves. Too strong. Lu Ming is too strong. As long as he can hold on for 2 minutes, when He Tai's bloodline power is exhausted, he will win. Not bad. Come again. Lu Ming's indifferent voice rang out. Violent bare fist, go to hell. He Tai roared and punched out again. The shock in his heart was stronger than anyone else. He knew that he had to end the battle quickly. Otherwise, he would really be defeated after 2 minutes. He Tai erupted with all his strength. Boom! Lu Ming punched out again. This time, he increased his strength. Chapter 103. Now, Lu Ming's cultivation had reached the early stage of the martial master realm. Coupled with the power of the true dragon battle skill, his true chi cultivation had surpassed the peak of the martial master realm. On the other hand, Lu Ming's physical body had reached the lesser second grade while He Tai was only at the greater perfection of the first grade. Lu Ming had surpassed He Tai in both aspects. Therefore, Lu Ming could easily suppress He Tai without using his full strength. He Tai, with your strength, you have the nerve to call yourself an expert? I've said it before, there is no difference between you and Jiang Hao. Lu Ming's voice rang out, causing He Tai to roar in anger. He attacked Lu Ming with all his might. I'm done playing with you. It's about time to end this. Lu Ming said softly and then increased his strength. Boom! Boom! Lu Ming continued to use the flame dragon fists. His fists were wrapped in a ball of red true qi. Every time he punched out, there was a faint sound of a dragon's roar. He Tai could not resist at all and his body was constantly pushed back. After a dozen punches, He Tai spat out a mouthful of blood. He Tai was about to lose. The crowd was silent as they watched this scene. They knew that He Tai's defeat was certain and there was nothing he could do to reverse the situation. Bang! Bang! After a few more punches, He Tai's body kept trembling and blood kept flowing out of his body. At this moment, he really wanted to admit defeat. However, when he thought of what he had just said, he swallowed the words back. Lu Ming sneered and increased his strength. Crack! The sound of bones breaking came from He Tai's arm and his body kept retreating. Lu Ming rushed forward and punched He Tai's stomach. He Tai let out a blood-curdling scream. His sturdy body flew a dozen meters away and landed heavily on the fighting ring, causing the fighting ring to shake violently. Lu Ming took a step forward and came to He Tai's side. He looked down at He Tai and said with a faint smile, "Did you just say that you wanted to break my bones?" "No. No, there's no such thing. I admit defeat, I admit defeat." He Tai looked at Lu Ming's cold eyes and felt a chill in his heart. He was so shocked that he couldn't be any more shocked. He hurriedly shouted, "Admit defeat." He knew that if he didn't admit defeat, Lu Ming would really break his bones. "Oh. Admit defeat? Then get off the platform. You said it yourself. If you break the contract, I don't mind breaking the contract too." Lu Ming sneered. He Tai's face was extremely ugly. He had indeed said that if Yi Futian admitted defeat, he would get out of the fighting ring. But at that time, he thought that he would definitely win and never thought that he would lose. That was why he said that. Now that he had really lost, how could he do that in front of so many people? But if he didn't do it, Lu Ming could use this as an excuse to continue attacking him. "Lu Ming, don't go overboard. It's best not to go overboard." In the stands, Yao Tianyu stood up and said coldly. "Go overboard? Yao Tianyu, why didn't I see you go overboard in the past? Now that your man is lying at my feet like a dog, I stand up and say something about going overboard. What kind of bullshit logic are you talking about?" Lu Ming glanced at Yao Tianyu and scolded him loudly. Yao Tianyu's face instantly turned extremely ugly and gloomy. "Yao Tianyu, you don't have to talk nonsense. It's your turn soon." Lu Ming stopped looking at Yao Tianyu and continued to look at He Tai. "Are you going to get out or not? If not, I'll make you do it myself." Then he lifted his foot and was about to step on He Tai's body. During this process, the middle-aged judge didn't say a word. He had to uphold all the agreements made on the battle stage. Wait a minute, I'll get out. I'll get out." He Tai suddenly shouted. Compared to being broken by Lu Ming, he chose to get out in the end. Immediately, he rolled on the fighting ring in humiliation. His movements were clumsy and ridiculous. He rolled dozens of times before he fell off the fighting ring with a plop. Everyone present was dumbfounded. After a while, they burst into laughter. He Tai's face flushed red. He was too ashamed to show his face. He didn't have the face to stay any longer. He slipped out of the bronze platform. After today, He Tai would become a complete laughingstock. In the stands, Yao Tianyu's killing intent was so strong that it couldn't be dispersed. He Tai was his man. If He Tai was humiliated, he would be humiliated as well. "Lu Ming, Lu Ming, Lu Ming, I swear I'm not a man if I don't kill you." Yao Tianyu roared in his heart. His killing intent was unparalleled. At this moment, the judge announced that Lu Ming was the winner. 9 consecutive victories. Lu Ming had achieved 9 consecutive victories. He was only one step away from 10 consecutive victories. Countless people looked on with anticipation. In the history of the Mystic Essence Sword sect, there weren't many people who could make it to the bronze list in their first year. In the last 10 years, there was only one person. That person was one of the Mystic Essence Sword sect's gold-ranked disciples. He was also the #1 expert among the Mystic Essence Sword sect's disciples, one of the 6 heroes of the Blazing Sun sect, Feng Wuji. Feng Wuji was a true peerless genius. Could Lu Ming achieve that? In the next round, Lu Ming will be up against the powerhouse who has a 9-win streak. Who among you who has a 9-win streak wants to come up for a fight? The middle-aged judge announced. For a long time, no one spoke. 9 consecutive victories. Only one match away from 10 consecutive victories. Of course, they had to be cautious. Otherwise, if they lost, all their previous efforts would be in vain. Lu Ming's strength was unfathomable. Those who had 9 consecutive victories wouldn't go up if they weren't confident. After waiting for a long time, seeing that no one came up, the judge said, "All right. Since no one wants to come up, I'll draw lots. Whoever gets the lot has to come up." This was one of the rules of the bronze platform. If it wasn't for this rule, no one would dare to challenge those who were stronger than them. Wouldn't that mean they wouldn't be able to make it to the bronze list? After the judge finished speaking, someone came up to the stage and handed him a box. Inside the box were the names of all the 9 consecutive winners. The judge fumbled around casually. After a while, he took out a bamboo stick with a name written on it. "Wu Hao, go up and fight." The judge's voice resounded throughout the arena. On the western side of the stands, a young man stood up with a helpless expression on his face. Since he was drawn, he could only fight. Wu Hao leaped a few times and went up to the stage. "Junior brother Lu, please." Wu Hao cupped his fists with a solemn expression. Lu Ming could easily suppress He Tai. This made him feel a lot of pressure. "Please," Lu Ming said. After the judge announced the start of the match, the two of them began to fight. Wu Hao was able to obtain 9 consecutive victories because he had true ability. He had a movement technique and a sword skill, both of which were high-grade yellow class. Moreover, he had already cultivated them to the 6th stage. His talent was high. Unfortunately, he met Lu Ming. He was destined to lose. Lu Ming didn't use his full strength. He only used the giant sword in his hand to display the flowing light sword art. He only defeated Wu Hao after a few dozen moves. 10 consecutive victories. After defeating Wu Hao, it meant 10 consecutive victories. And 10 consecutive victories meant that one was on the bronze list. Chapter 104. The entire bronze platform was in an uproar. Lu Ming had really made it to the bronze list. Today, there were 2 newcomer kings who had made it to the bronze list. One was from the previous batch, and the other was from the current batch. This had never happened before in the history of the Mystic Essence Sword sect. Many people cheered. They had not come in vain today. They had come to see if Feng Xinglie could make it to the bronze list. In the end, Feng Xinglie did not disappoint and made it to the bronze list. He even defeated Duanmu Hu, who was ranked 55th. They had thought that was the end, but the truth was that it was not over yet. Because Lu Ming had made it to the Colosseum. At first, no one was optimistic about Lu Ming. They thought that Lu Ming had made it to the Colosseum on impulse after seeing Feng Xinglie's glory. However, the facts proved that they were wrong. Lu Ming displayed his super powerful combat ability. He defeated all his opponents and directly rushed to the bronze list. Everyone's eyes widened in shock. Many of them had previously said that Lu Ming was arrogant and overconfident, that it was impossible for him to succeed, and so on. Now, they had been slapped in the face by the facts. However, they did not care anymore. They were all agitated and releasing their inner excitement. Nest, he's too strong. He made it to the bronze list in his first year. In the past 10 years, only senior brother Feng Wuji had done it. Who is senior brother Feng Wuji? He's a peerless genius, one of the 6 heroes of the Burning Sun. I didn't expect Lu Ming to do it. Is Lu Ming a genius like senior brother Feng Wuji? Not necessarily. Some people are strong in the early stages, but their potential is not as strong as before. But Lu Ming's performance is indeed very strong. Actually, other than senior brother Feng Wuji, Duanmu Lin from the White Tiger Hall can do it too. But he awakened his bloodline too early and became a silver disciple. That's why he didn't make it to the bronze list. Oh, I've heard about that too. Lu Ming, as the newcomer king, had won 10 battles in a row. Many disciples had begun to compare him with the strongest geniuses in the past. Senior brother Lu Ming is mighty. Senior brother Lu Ming is invincible. In the southern stands, Pang Shi roared excitedly, his face flushed red with excitement. Brother, could it be that you know senior brother Lu Ming? Nearby, someone asked Pang Shi. When he addressed Lu Ming, he had already added the words senior brother. Of course. Senior apprentice brother Lu Ming and I are roommates in the same monastery. Pang Shi said proudly. He's actually senior brother Lu Ming's roommate. Junior brother Pang, if there's an opportunity in the future, you must introduce senior brother Lu Ming to us. The other disciples immediately said. If one had a backer in the Mystic Essence Sword sect, many things would be much easier. Lu Ming was a new disciple this year. The talent he had displayed was extremely shocking. It was unknown what kind of realm he would reach in the future. Many smart people were already thinking of how to get closer to Lu Ming. I can try. But I can't guarantee that senior brother Lu Ming won't have the time. Pang Shi scratched his head in a simple and honest manner. That's for sure. The others all said. Beside Pang Shi, Hua Qi's eyes were also filled with shock. At the same time, there was also deep admiration. Around the bronze platform, the geniuses on the bronze rankings all had different expressions. For example, Yan Su, who was ranked 50th, and Ji Dong, who was ranked 48th, both had grave expressions. As for Feng Xinglie, his eyes were shining. He looked at Lu Ming with shock and admiration, as well as an intense battle intent. As for Yao Tianyu, his expression was incomparably gloomy. At the same time, his eyes were filled with killing intent. As for the geniuses ranked higher on the bronze rankings, their eyes were shining. No one knew what they were thinking. Do you think Lu Ming will continue to challenge? I think so. Didn't you see? Previously, he mentioned Yao Tianyu by name. I think the person he wants to challenge is definitely Yao Tianyu. If he really challenges Yao Tianyu, then it will be interesting. Actually, I think it will be even more interesting if he challenges Feng Xinglie. Both of them are newcomer kings. Yes. Around them, the disciples of the four courtyards began to guess if Lu Ming would continue to challenge. At this time, the middle-aged judge announced, Lu Ming, you have won 10 battles in a row. According to the rules, you are ranked 58th. I will report this to the sect. Now, do you still want to challenge? The middle-aged judge looked at Lu Ming and asked. His eyes were filled with surprise. He had been in charge of the bronze platform for many years and had seen all kinds of geniuses. However, geniuses like Lu Ming were extremely rare. Everyone's gaze fell on Lu Ming. They wanted to know who Lu Ming would challenge. Would it be Yao Tianyu? As expected, Lu Ming's gaze turned to Yao Tianyu. Yao Tianyu looked coldly at Lu Ming. Yao Tianyu, 3 months ago, I said that I wanted to challenge you. However, at that time, you were high and mighty and said that I did not have the right to challenge you. Now, do I have the right? Lu Ming looked at Yao Tianyu and said word by word. Yao Tianyu said in a low voice, Lu Ming, I admit that your talent is not bad. You do have the right to challenge me. However, do you think, then why are you still talking nonsense? Get down here and fight me. Lu Ming interrupted Yao Tianyu's words and shouted in a domineering manner. Kakik, Yao Tianyu had never enjoyed such treatment. He was interrupted by Lu Ming halfway through his words and even asked him to get down and fight. He only felt a surge of anger in his chest, almost causing internal injuries. He clenched his fists tightly, making cracking sounds. Lu Ming, do you dare to fight me to the death? Yao Tianyu roared in anger. That's what I want. Get down here. Lu Ming's battle intent was arrogant and there was no trace of fear. Swoosh, Yao Tianyu's figure flickered and appeared on the fighting ring, facing Lu Ming. Do you really want to fight to the death? The middle-aged judge asked. That's right. Lu Ming said decisively. I must kill Lu Ming in a fight to the death. Yao Tianyu said coldly. All right, then let's fight to the death. The middle-aged judge announced loudly. Although one of them would definitely die in a fight to the death, it would be a great loss to the Mystic Essence Sword sect no matter who it was. However, the path of martial arts was fraught with thorns and difficulties. Every pinnacle powerhouse had been honed through life and death situations. The middle-aged referee and the higher-ups of the Mystic Essence Sword sect were well aware of this. Therefore, they wouldn't stop the disciples from fighting to the death. No matter how talented one was, as long as it was a fair fight, they would not stop it. It was worth it to give birth to a peerless expert if 10 geniuses died in a fight. As the referee's voice fell, the atmosphere in the stadium was ignited once again. It was a boiling scene. Lu Ming and Yao Tianyu were going to fight to the death. That meant that only one of them could leave the fighting ring today. Who would emerge victorious between the two of them? Yao Tianyu was also a super genius. In the newcomers trial 2 years ago, he was one of the top contenders for the title of newcomer king. Now, he was only 17 years old. It was very rare for him to reach such a cultivation level. As for Lu Ming, he was a super genius among super geniuses. He was the newcomer king this year and had made it to the bronze list in his first year. Chapter 105. Love-struck fool, do you think senior brother Lu Ming can win? In the southern stands, Pang Shi couldn't help but worry about Lu Ming. I don't know. Hua Qi shook his head and said, Yao Tianyu hasn't fought for a long time. Although he's only ranked 51st, no one knows if he has any trump cards. But I reckon that even if Yao Tianyu has a trump card, he won't be much stronger than Lu Ming. Hua Qi said. Why? Pang Shi asked. Because Yao Tianyu is afraid. Afraid? He's going to have a life and death battle with Lu Ming. Why would he be afraid? Pang Shi asked in surprise. It's because he's going to have a life and death battle that he's afraid. Lu Ming's talent is too high. Yao Tianyu knows that if he doesn't deal with Lu Ming now, he won't have a chance in the future. He's afraid of Lu Ming's talent, so he wants to deal with Lu Ming now. Hua Qi analyzed. Then wouldn't Lu Ming be in danger? Pang Shi's face changed. Not necessarily. I've seen through Lu Ming from the beginning. Hua Qi said. At this moment, several graceful figures appeared in the southern stands. It was Mulan's, Feng Wu, and the others. Obviously, they had rushed over after hearing the news of Lu Ming's challenge. Elder Mulan's, senior sister Feng Wu. Pang Shi immediately greeted them when he saw them. Mulan's, Feng Wu, and the others came to Pang Shi's side. The others hurriedly made way for them. Lu Ming really made it to the bronze list. But isn't it a little too hasty to have a life and death battle with Yao Tianyu? Feng Wu's eyes were filled with surprise and worry. Don't worry. Lu Ming is very meticulous. He is not that impulsive. Moreover, since the first day I met him, he has repeatedly exceeded my expectations. I believe that he will not disappoint me today. Mulan smiled. Her smile was incomparably charming, causing some of the hot-blooded male disciples to be dumbstruck. Some of them even started drooling. She was simply too alluring. At this moment, Mulan's and the others were not the only ones on the spectator stands. There were also a few more geniuses on the bronze ranking. Obviously, they had all rushed over after hearing the news. Boom! Boom! At this moment, on the battle stage, Lu Ming and Yao Tianyu simultaneously released their powerful auras. Their auras collided in the air, forming a strong gale that swept through the surroundings. Lu Ming, I will now show you my true strength. Yao Tianyu roared, and a saber appeared in his hand. He took a step forward and slashed at Lu Ming. A saber light shot out. The pale white saber light was more than 10 meters long. It tore through the air and space, bringing with it a terrifying might as it slashed towards Lu Ming's head. Yao Tianyu's famous martial skill, profound grade low-grade saber art, wind-breaking 8 slashes. As soon as Yao Tianyu made his move, someone exclaimed. Sure enough, he has cultivated a profound grade martial skill. Let's test its power. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. He stomped heavily on the ground and shot forward, slashing at Yao Tianyu's saber with his sword. For the time being, he did not need to use his spear art. Lu Ming's strength was incomparable. The giant sword in his hand was as light as a feather in his hand. The giant sword slashed out, shattering Yao Tianyu's saber light. The giant sword heavily struck Yao Tianyu's saber. Clang! There was an earth-shattering explosion, and sparks flew in all directions. The two of them flew back at the same time. They were evenly matched in the first move. He blocked it. Lu Ming actually blocked Yao Tianyu's profound grade saber art. Lu Ming must have cultivated the path of body tempering. He made use of his powerful physical body and combined martial arts to unleash powerful combat abilities. That was why he was able to block Yao Tianyu's black-level saber technique. Physical strength versus profound grade saber art. Who is stronger? The surrounding disciples of the 4 great academies all stared at the arena. Lu Ming, let's see how many saber strikes you can block. Yao Tianyu roared. His attacks were like a tide. Saber light flashed, breaking through the air to kill. Once again, he attacked Lu Ming. Lu Ming held his giant sword and fought with Yao Tianyu. Clang! Clang! Violent collisions occurred unceasingly. Booming sounds were unceasingly heard. Powerful sword chi and saber chi surged out, forming a powerful storm that swept out in all directions. At the same time, sword chi and saber light slashed at the arena. However, the arena was built extremely hard. There were even inscriptions carved on it. Even martial grand masters could not break it. The sword chi and saber light did not leave a single mark on it. The battle was extremely intense. In the blink of an eye, the two of them had exchanged more than 30 moves. Yao Tianyu, it seems that your profound grade saber art has only reached the 2nd level. If that's all you have, then you should die. Lu Ming roared. His true chi surged as he exerted his full strength. His true chi and physical strength were completely unleashed. Of course, Lu Ming did not use his bloodline and fire aura. Buzz! The battle sword slashed through the void, making a terrifying buzzing sound. This sword was much stronger than the previous one. Lu Ming did not use his full strength just now. Someone exclaimed. Yao Tianyu's eyes narrowed. Then, a bloody light flashed on his body. A giant praying mantis condensed. Its 5 bloody chakras were extremely dazzling. Then, the praying mantis drilled into Yao Tianyu's body. Yao Tianyu's aura surged. Bloodline eruption. Yao Tianyu's bloodline was the double saber praying mantis, which greatly enhanced his saber art. Once his bloodline eruption was activated, Yao Tianyu's saber art became sharper and more powerful. Clang! Another explosion and the two of them retreated at the same time. After Lu Ming retreated, he stomped his foot heavily and charged forward again. Yao Tianyu did the same. The two of them were like 2 cannonballs, heavily bombarding each other. Clang! Clang! In just a few breaths, the two of them had bombarded more than 10 moves. Everyone at the scene held their breath and stared at them without blinking. It was too intense and exciting. Boom! Another move. The two of them trembled and slid back more than 10 meters before they could stand firm. Yao Tianyu, is this all you have? It's really disappointing. After 2 minutes, your bloodline force will disappear. How are you going to fight with me then? Lu Ming's indifferent voice sounded. As soon as Lu Ming's voice fell, the whole place was filled with whispers. Lu Ming was right. Once Yao Tianyu's bloodline eruption was over, how could he fight with Lu Ming? How could this be? How could this Lu Ming be so strong? The young men following Yao Tianyu exclaimed in disbelief. Ha ha ha, Lu Ming, I admit that you're very strong. It's not bad that you can force me to this point. Now, I'll show you my real strength. I originally wanted to show it in the competition of the 4 academies 2 months later. It's your honor to use it on you. At this time, Yao Tianyu was not afraid. Instead, he laughed loudly. Chapter 106. Lu Ming, don't think that you're the only one who has practiced the way of body refining. Yao Tianyu roared. With a bang, Yao Tianyu's body was like a huge piece of iron, rushing toward Lu Ming. At the same time, he chopped down with his saber. The saber whistled, shaking the heaven and earth. Way of body refining. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed and he used all his strength to block with his giant sword. Boom! When the giant sword and Yao Tianyu's saber collided, Lu Ming felt an overwhelming force rushing toward him. He couldn't help but slide back more than 10 meters. He only felt a little numb. Way of body refining. Yao Tianyu has also practiced the way of body refining. It's the same kind of body refining skill as He Tai. Looking at the level of maturity, it's not weaker than He Tai's. With a strong body and a profound level saber technique, Lu Ming is doomed. He's no match for him. Yes, with a strong body and a profound level saber technique, Yao Tianyu's ranking on the bronze list is definitely not just 51st. In my opinion, he should be in the 40s. Lu Ming can't resist him at all. Lu Ming is really in danger. It's a pity that such a genius is going to die. I don't think so. Maybe Lu Ming has also practiced a profound level martial technique? Idiot, Lu Ming has also practiced a profound level martial technique? How is that possible? Do you think it's so easy to practice a profound level martial technique? How long has it been since Lu Ming entered the sect? Cultivation can be improved quickly with heavenly materials and earthly treasures, but martial techniques rely on comprehension and time. Although Lu Ming is very talented, he hasn't had enough time. I'm 100% sure that it's impossible for him to practice a profound level martial technique now. Yao Tianyu's sudden outburst shocked everyone. In the southern stands, Pang Shi was very anxious. What should we do? Yao Tianyu is so strong. What should we do? Will Senior Lu Ming be okay? This is a life and death battle. Pang Shi, calm down. Feng Wu called out, but her eyes were filled with worry as well. Hua Qi and Mulins didn't say anything, but at the same time, their eyes were filled with worry. Lu Ming, can you still create a miracle? Mulins whispered. On the east side, Yao Tianyu's lackeys were overjoyed. Ha, Senior Brother Yao is invincible. How can a mere Lu Ming fight against Senior Brother Yao? He is destined to die in the hands of Senior Brother Yao. A few lackeys shouted. On the other hand, Feng Xinglie, Yan Su, and the other geniuses on the bronze list stared at the battlefield with burning eyes. Lu Ming, this is my strongest combat power. Do you see it? This is the difference between us. I can kill you within a minute. Yao Tianyu's tone was very arrogant. At the same time, he was full of disdain and ridicule towards Lu Ming. But at this moment, to everyone's surprise, Lu Ming actually laughed. Lu Ming smiled confidently and calmly. His clear voice could be heard from afar. This huge sword is really not easy to use. I thought that I would be able to defeat you with this sword. Now, it seems that I have to change it. As soon as he finished speaking, the giant sword in Lu Ming's hand disappeared and an 8-foot-long red spear appeared in Lu Ming's hand. Long spear. Lu Ming uses a long spear. I heard that he has always used a sword. Could it be a bluff? No matter what, it depends on strength in the end. Yao Tianyu looked at the long spear in Lu Ming's hand and his eyes flashed. He sneered. What's the use of changing weapons? Die for me. Saber gleams flashed and Yao Tianyu continued to charge toward Lu Ming. Flaming Star Spear Art, Broken Armor. The long spear pierced out with a strong rotating force. This spear accurately pierced the blade of Yao Tianyu's battle saber. A strong force instantly erupted from the tip of the spear. The blade aura that Yao Tianyu condensed on the blade was instantly scattered. With a buzzing sound, the battle saber vibrated and Yao Tianyu's figure staggered back. Profound grade spear art, impossible. Yao Tianyu let out an incredulous roar. A spear strike repelled him. Lu Ming had definitely used a profound grade martial art. Moreover, it was definitely not weaker than his saber art. How was this possible? 3 months ago, Lu Ming definitely did not cultivate a profound grade spear art. Otherwise, in such a life and death situation, Lu Ming would definitely have used it. There was only one explanation. Lu Ming had not only improved his physical body and cultivation level within 3 months, but he had also mastered the black level spear technique. Thinking of this, Yao Tianyu's heart was filled with a strong sense of fear. Lu Ming was too monstrous, too abnormal. This kind of talent was too terrifying. No, I must kill him today. Otherwise, the one who will die in the future will definitely be me. Yao Tianyu roared in his heart. At this moment, everyone present was stunned. When Lu Ming repelled Yao Tianyu with a single spear strike, they were already stunned. Astral Fire Spear Art, Landslide. Lu Ming took the initiative and did not give Yao Tianyu the slightest chance. His figure leaped high and the long spear fiercely smashed down. The long spear struck the air, creating a terrifying sonic boom. Yao Tianyu did not have time to counterattack and could only use his battle saber to block. Dang! The long spear smashed onto Yao Tianyu's battle saber. This spear contained the power of a landslide. Yao Tianyu's body trembled, his legs trembled and he almost knelt down. He only felt a sweet taste in his throat and spat out a mouthful of blood. When Lu Ming used a profound grade martial art, he had already completely suppressed him. Moon Seizing. Lu Ming did not show any mercy and launched a crazy attack. The long spear was like a dragon, constantly smashing towards Yao Tianyu. Yao Tianyu spat out large mouthfuls of blood and was completely at a disadvantage. The disciples of the 4 great courtyards stared with their eyes wide open. Profound grade martial art. Lu Ming has also cultivated a profound grade martial art. This is too unbelievable. Who is that? Weren't you 100% sure that Lu Ming could not cultivate a profound grade martial art? What do you say now? The person who was asked, his face flushed red and he was completely speechless. He was not the only one. Those disciples from the 4 courtyards who were certain that Lu Ming would not be able to master the black level martial technique were also blushing. Lu Ming's words were like a slap to their faces. They did not dare to speak again. Lu Ming was simply beyond common sense. They were afraid that if they said too much, they would be ruthlessly slapped in the face again. Senior brother Lu Ming is really too powerful. Pang Shi was so excited that his whole body trembled. Mulins, Feng Wu, and Hua Qi were also ecstatic in their hearts, but the shock on their faces was difficult to suppress. Impossible? How is this possible? Yao Tianyu's several lackeys let out an incredulous roar. Bang! After more than 10 moves, Lu Ming's spear swept towards Yao Tianyu's chest. A burst of bone-breaking sound spread throughout the entire arena. Yao Tianyu's body was sent flying more than 20 meters and heavily fell on the fighting stage. His whole body was twitching non-stop and the saber in his hand was also sent flying far away. Yao Tianyu was defeated, completely defeated. He was defeated by this year's newcomer king, Lu Ming. Chapter 107. Step by step, Lu Ming walked towards Yao Tianyu. His clear and indifferent voice sounded. Yao Tianyu, a few months ago in the Dark Blood Mountain, your lackey wanted to snatch my Dark Blood Stone and was chased away by me. At that time, I was already merciful, but you thought you were so high and mighty that I had to obey you. When I returned to the sect, you ordered someone to summon me and told me to obediently hand over the dark blood stone. I didn't agree, but you instigated the Star Moon Pavilion to deliberately find trouble with the new disciples of the Vermilion Bird Institute and deliberately injured my brother Pangshur. Your goal was to provoke me so that you could openly bring the people of the disciplinary hall to arrest me. At that time, I would be at your mercy. At that time, you were so arrogant, so insufferably arrogant that I didn't even have the qualifications to challenge you. But now, your prestige, your arrogance, where did it go? Lu Ming said as he walked. When he finished, he had already reached Yao Tianyu's side, looking down at him with indifferent eyes. The surrounding disciples of the four great courtyards were enlightened after hearing this. So this was how the enmity between Lu Ming and Yao Tianyu came about. Yao Tianyu is too arrogant, he actually used such a despicable method. It's not that Yao Tianyu is arrogant, the world of martial arts has always been like this. It's just that Yao Tianyu chose the wrong person. If it was someone else, they could only submit in front of him. But he just had to meet Lu Ming, such a peerless genius, so he could only be defeated. The disciples of the four great courtyards discussed with each other. The battle of life and death ends here. Lu Ming's cold voice sounded. Wait, Lu Ming, wait, don't kill me. You're a peerless genius, but I'm not bad either. We can cooperate, no one in the Mystic Essence Sword sect will be our opponent in the future. Yao Tianyu's body frantically struggled as he shouted. He was still young, he still had a bright future ahead of him, he didn't want to die. Cooperate? Lu Ming smiled disdainfully and said, cooperate with me, you don't have the qualifications. Whoosh! Then, the long spear flashed and pierced through Yao Tianyu's chest. Yao Tianyu let out a blood-curdling screech as he gripped the spear shaft tightly with both hands. Blood continued to gush out from his mouth as his eyes were filled with unwillingness, resentment, and regret. At this moment, he finally regretted. He regretted offending Lu Ming. Whoosh! Lu Ming pulled out his long spear, and with a shake of the spear, the blood on the spear was shaken off, leaving not a single drop behind. Yao Tianyu's body slowly went limp. Finally, he stopped breathing. The genius on the bronze list, Yao Tianyu, was dead. At this moment, the crowd was in an uproar. Today, Lu Ming not only made it to the bronze list, he even killed Yao Tianyu. All of this was like a dream, so unreal. But that was the truth. Today, Lu Ming's name was destined to spread throughout the entire Mystic Essence Sword sect. On the southern stands, Pangshur laughed crazily. Mulins and the others also smiled. On the eastern stands, Yao Tianyu's henchmen were pale. Their bodies seemed to have lost all strength as they slumped in their seats. Yao Tianyu was dead. They knew that they would not have a good life in the future. Previously, they had relied on Yao Tianyu to act tyrannically and offended many people. Those people were afraid of Yao Tianyu and did not dare to do anything to them. But now that Yao Tianyu was dead, no one would care about them. Their future would be miserable. The geniuses on the bronze list were also shocked by the scene. Lu Ming's talent is better than mine. Feng Xinglia let out a long sigh, then turned around and left the stand. Lu Ming wins this battle. Lu Ming, do you want to continue? The middle-aged judge announced loudly and asked. Lu Ming shook his head and walked down the fighting stage. It was enough to kill Yao Tianyu. There was no need for another battle. It was better to leave some trump cards for himself. In this battle, he had already exposed his body-tempering Dao and his profound-level martial technique. Of course, he had only used the second level of the profound-level martial technique. In addition, he had not used his force. If he really used it, the disciples of the four courtyards would be shocked. Senior brother Lu Ming, you're amazing. Pangshur, Huaqi, Mulan, and the rest also came down from the spectator's stand and walked toward Lu Ming. Before they arrived, Pangshur shouted excitedly. Lu Ming, when did you learn the profound level martial technique? You've been hiding it from us for a long time. Feng Wu walked over and said. Lu Ming smiled and said, it's too noisy here. Let's talk while walking. There were tens of thousands of people here and it was really noisy. It was indeed inconvenient. Everyone walked out of the bronze stand and walked towards the vermilion bird courtyard. Lu Ming briefly told them about his time in the Lingnan fire territory to practice his spear technique. He did not mention that he had comprehended force. You're saying that you only cultivated in the Lingnan fire territory for a few months and your profound level martial technique has reached this level? Feng Wu and the others stared at him with wide eyes. That's right. The environment of that place is compatible with my spear technique, so it's much easier to cultivate. Lu Ming said. You're crazy. Everyone looked at Lu Ming with disdain. It was not easy to cultivate a profound level martial technique. It was easy to find a suitable environment to cultivate, but how many people could really master it? Everyone could only describe Lu Ming as crazy. Lu Ming smiled bitterly. Only he knew that he had relied on the chanting of the scriptures in the Temple of Paragon and his fearless cultivation to achieve this. They talked as they walked and soon, they arrived at the Vermilion Bird Courtyard where Lu Ming and Pang Shi were staying. Senior Sister Mullins, I haven't paid you back the 3,000 contribution points I owed you last time. After entering the courtyard, Lu Ming took out his identity jade token. Mulan's beautiful eyes flickered continuously. Her pair of limpid eyes scanned Lu Ming from head to toe. After a while, she said, last time, not only did you defeat Ning Feng, but you also made it to the bronze list and killed Yao Tianyu. You have greatly boosted the prestige of the Vermilion Bird Courtyard. I can't be stingy. Take those 3,000 contribution points as your reward. Thank you, Senior Sister Mullins. As soon as Mullins finished speaking, Lu Ming immediately thanked her. He was not embarrassed at all, as if he was afraid that Mullins would go back on her words. Mullins was speechless. Then, she looked around and said, now that you're on the bronze list, you'll be representing the Vermilion Bird Courtyard in the 4-Courtyard Tournament in 2 months. 4-Courtyard Tournament? Lu Ming was confused. Beside him, Pang Shi was also confused. Hua Qi and Feng Wu's eyes flickered. They seemed to know about the 4-Courtyard Tournament. Mullins explained, the 4-Courtyard Tournament is a competition between the 4 courtyards. It's held once a year. For the bronze-level disciples, the geniuses on the bronze list directly participate. It's meaningless for other disciples to participate. Similarly, for the silver-level disciples, the geniuses on the silver list directly participate. In the end, the sect master will give out rewards according to the results of each disciple. Chapter 108. So that's how it is. Lu Ming nodded. Now that you are on the bronze list, the Vermilion Bird Courtyard will have 10 geniuses on the bronze list. In 2 months, you will be representing the Vermilion Bird Courtyard to participate in the competition. During this period of time, you must cultivate well, and when you obtain a good ranking, not only will you be rewarded handsomely, the entire Vermilion Bird Courtyard will benefit. Mullins smiled. Lu Ming laughed, don't worry, I will do my best when the time comes. Then, he looked at Feng Wu and said, Feng Wu, what did you say a few months ago? I said that if I defeat Yao Tianyu within 4 months, you will treat me to a big meal. Hey! How do you remember it so clearly? Big Sister Mullins has already given you 3,000 contribution points as a reward, and you're still thinking about my big meal? Feng Wu rolled his eyes at Lu Ming. Lu Ming rubbed his nose and said, that's another matter. I've been thinking about your big meal for a few months. That's right, that's not the same thing. Ha, you must bring me, old Pang, along. Pang Shi jeered from the side. Hey, Big Stone, what are you doing? Feng Wu said unhappily. In the end, they couldn't argue with them. They left the Vermilion Bird Peak and arrived at the mysterious Sword City. Everyone ate and drank to their heart's content. By the time they returned, it was already late at night. That night, Lu Ming did not cultivate. Instead, he rested well for the entire night. On the second day, Lu Ming walked towards the contribution hall. He wanted to exchange the silver on him and a few martial skills for contribution points, and then exchange them for some demonic beast blood essence to cultivate. He had more than 4 million silver on him, as well as 3 martial skill manuals. They were the low-grade yellow rank sword technique, wild wave slash, the high-grade yellow rank movement technique, cloud treading steps, and the high-grade yellow rank cultivation technique, primeval chaos art. However, Lu Ming did not plan to exchange for cloud treading steps, and planned to keep it for himself. After all, his cultivation time was too short, and he couldn't be compared to the older disciples who had cultivated for a few years, or even 5, 6, or 7 to 8 years. Those older disciples, whether it was movement techniques, offensive techniques, or defensive techniques, they were all not lacking, and their attainments were not weak. However, Lu Ming had only cultivated 4 types of martial skills. Flame Dragon Fist, Dragon Snake Steps, Flowing Light Sword Art, Astral Fire Spear Art. At his current level, the Flame Dragon Fists and Dragon Snake Steps were no longer of much use. He had to cultivate a higher level martial skill. He planned to focus on practicing the Cloud Treading Steps and the Astral Fire Spear Art before the grand competition of the 4 academies. As for the other martial arts techniques, he did not have that much energy left. And this was because of the chanting in the Temple of Paragon. How long had it been since he started cultivating? It was only around 10 months. If it was anyone else, they would definitely not be able to cultivate these martial skills to such a high level in such a short period of time. After arriving at the contribution hall, Lu Ming exchanged Wild Wave Slash and Primordial Chaos Art for contribution points. He got a total of 30,000 contribution points. On top of that, he exchanged 2 million taels of silver for contribution points. He kept 2 million taels of silver for himself. In total, he had 50,000 contribution points. Adding the contribution points that Lu Ming had left, he had a total of 55,000 contribution points. Then, Lu Ming started to exchange for the blood essence of demonic beasts. A Class 9 LV2 demonic beast cost 1,600 contribution points. Lu Ming exchanged for 25 demonic beasts, which cost him 40,000 contribution points in total. On top of that, Lu Ming exchanged for an upper class LV2 soft armor, which cost him 3,000 contribution points. His 55,000 contribution points had shrunk to 12,000 contribution points in an instant. This spending speed was too terrifying. Lu Ming couldn't help but feel a little heartache, but it was worth it to increase his strength. After returning to his dormitory, Lu Ming entered the Temple of Paragon and started cultivating. Lu Ming didn't continuously devour the blood essence of demonic beasts. Instead, he devoured and refined a portion every 2 days. This way, his foundation wouldn't be unstable. Lu Ming spent most of his time on the Cloud Soaring Steps and the Flaming Star Spear Art. He also spent some time comprehending the force of fire. Every time he comprehended the force of fire, the image of a volcano would appear in his mind. The power of the volcano would fill his heart. What surprised Lu Ming was that as his understanding of the force of fire deepened, the effects of the Flaming Star Spear Art were better than usual. It was as if he was cultivating in the Lingnan fire territory all the time. Time passed, and the annual grand competition of the 4 academies was getting closer and closer. During this time, the atmosphere in the Mystic Essence Sword Sect's 4 academies was getting more and more tense. All the geniuses on the bronze list were cultivating in seclusion, hoping to take another step forward. More people were trying to challenge the bronze platform, hoping to get on the bronze list and qualify to participate in the grand competition of the 4 academies. After more than a month, the Flaming Star Spear Art made another breakthrough and reached the 4th level. When the grand competition of the 4 academies was about to begin, the Flaming Star Spear Art had reached the peak of the 4th level. However, it seemed to have hit a bottleneck. No matter how hard Lu Ming cultivated, he could not break through. The biggest improvement was the Cloud Soaring Steps. As a martial artist's martial Dao realm increased, their understanding of martial Dao would also deepen. Thus, it would be faster for them to cultivate low-level martial techniques. For example, if a martial king realm martial artist were to cultivate a yellow-level martial technique, it would take less than 2 days for him to reach the 6th level. Therefore, Lu Ming's cultivation of the cloud-soaring steps, which was of the superior yellow level, was several times faster than when he cultivated the flowing light sword art. In 2 months, Lu Ming had cultivated the cloud-soaring steps to the highest level, the 6th level of man and martial arts as one. After refining 25 Class 9 LV2 Demonic Beast Blood Essence, Lu Ming's cultivation had reached the peak of LV8 Martial Master Realm. He was only 1 step away from LV9 Martial Master Realm. At this time, the Mystic Essence Sword sect welcomed the busiest and most exciting time of the year. The grand competition of the 4 academies. At this time, almost all the disciples of the Mystic Essence Sword sect had returned to the sect. Although most of the disciples were not qualified to participate in the competition, witnessing the battle between the top geniuses of each level would be of great help to their own cultivation. Moreover, there were 4 newcomer kings on the same stage in the grand competition of the 4 academies. This was extremely rare in the history of the Mystic Essence Sword sect, so it was naturally more attractive. Lu Ming, this is for you. On the day of the grand competition of the 4 academies, Hua Qi and Pang Shi knocked on Lu Ming's door before dawn. Hua Qi stuffed a small book into his hand. This is... Lu Ming was a little puzzled. This book contains the information of all the geniuses on the bronze list. You can take a look. It might be helpful to you. Hua Qi said. What? The information of all the geniuses on the bronze list? How did you get it? Lu Ming was shocked. Senior brother Lu Ming, Hua Qi spent a lot of money to ask many senior disciples to help him collect this information. I just found out that the flower addict has nothing but money. Pang Shi said. Hey, Big Stone, how can you say that? What do you mean I have nothing but money? Let me tell you, I have everything. Hua Qi said unhappily. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. He couldn't help but feel touched. He could imagine that to collect this information, it wasn't something that could be done with a little money. It was definitely a huge number. He had a feeling that Hua Qi's identity was not simple. Thank you. Lu Ming cupped his fists and said. I just don't want you to lose so badly. After all, we're from the same dorm. If you lose so badly, I'll lose face too. Hua Qi left these words behind before turning around and leaving. Senior brother Lu Ming, let's go together. Chapter 109. Lu Ming returned to his room and opened the small book to read. It recorded the information of everyone on the bronze list, including martial skills, cultivation, weapons used, and so on. It was very detailed. Although it was impossible to be 100% accurate, the reference value was still very high. It was of great help to Lu Ming. Only by knowing oneself and knowing one's enemy could one win every battle. There were 60 people's information recorded in the book. In other words, there were already 60 people on the bronze list. Before Lu Ming rushed onto the bronze list, there were 56 people on the bronze list. Yao Tianyu was killed, but with Lu Ming and Feng Xinglie, there were 57 people, which meant that 3 more people had rushed onto the bronze list during this period of time. As expected, the Vermilion Bird Courtyard has the fewest people. There were only 11 people in the Vermilion Bird Courtyard, 12 people in the Black Tortoise Courtyard, 15 people in the Azure Dragon Courtyard, and 22 people in the White Tiger Courtyard. The Vermilion Bird Courtyard was ranked last, and the White Tiger Courtyard was the strongest. Finally, Lu Ming's gaze landed on the top 10 names. Zhang Muyun, Duan Muyunyang, Bu Xingkai, Duan Gang. These 10 names represented the top 10 of the bronze list. In the top 10, there's only one person from the Vermilion Bird Courtyard. Lu Ming frowned. Among the top 10, there was only one person from the Vermilion Bird Courtyard, and he was ranked 6th. Among them, there were 4 from the White Tiger Courtyard, 3 from the Azure Dragon Courtyard, and 2 from the Black Tortoise Courtyard. Without a doubt, the Vermilion Bird Courtyard was the worst in terms of total number of people and top geniuses. Top 10. Lu Ming's eyes flashed with a bright light, revealing a trace of fighting spirit. Very quickly, 2 hours had passed and the sky had already brightened. When Lu Ming walked out of his room, he discovered that Pang Shi and Hua Qi were already in the courtyard. Lu Ming, I heard that Hua Qi has collected information on the geniuses on the bronze list. How is it going? Feng Wu asked. I'm done. Lu Ming nodded. Yes, but I want to add a few points. Let's talk as we walk. Feng Wu said. The few of them nodded and walked out together. The geniuses on the bronze list can be roughly divided into 6 levels and 3 types. I wonder if you've heard of them? Feng Wu asked. 6 levels and 3 types. Lu Ming, Hua Qi, and Pang Shi were confused. That's right. The 6 levels are divided according to combat strength. After all, most of the geniuses on the bronze list are at the peak of the 9th level of the martial master realm. Therefore, although there are some rankings, their combat strength is actually very close. 45 to 60 are at the 6th level. 30 to 45 are at the 5th level. 20 to 30 are at the 4th level. 10 to 20 are at the 3rd level. 4 to 10 are at the 2nd level. The top 3 are the strongest and are at the 1st level. There are 3 types. The first type is people like you and Feng Xinglie. They haven't been in the martial school for long, and they are geniuses who have entered the martial school not long ago. They have great talent, but because they haven't been in the martial school for long, their battle strength isn't very strong. The second type is geniuses with great talent. They have been on the bronze list for a long time, but they have deliberately stayed at the peak of the 9th level of the martial master realm and have not broken through. Their goal is to accumulate a more solid foundation. This type of person has the most terrifying combat strength. Most of the top 10 on the bronze list are of this type. The third type is the old disciples who have been in the sect for many years. They have been stuck at the peak of the 9th level of the martial master realm and have been unable to break through. This type of person has limited potential, but because they have cultivated for many years, all sorts of martial skills, secret techniques, and so on are not weak. Feng Wu explained in detail. Lu Ming and the other 2 nodded their heads after hearing this. They didn't expect there to be so many things going on here. Lu Ming, you know that in the future, when you face your enemies later on, you just need to know what's going on. Feng Wu said. The 4 of them chatted as they walked. Soon, they arrived at the place where the 4 academies' grand competition was held. The location of the 4 academies' grand competition was not in the 4 great academies, nor was it in the middle of the 4 great academies. Instead, it was in the north of the Black Tortoise Academy, where the core of the Mystic Essence Sword sect was located. Here, it was a vast expanse of mountains. Clouds and mist curled around it, making it hazy. This was the place where the sect leader, the golden-robed elder, and the gold-ranked disciples cultivated and lived. It was said that other than these, there was also the hidden true power of the Mystic Essence Sword sect. In front of the peaks, there was a flat piece of land with a battle platform built. Around the battle platform, there was an incomparably wide grandstand. The layout was very similar to the bronze platform, but it was several times wider and more majestic. The 4 sides of the grandstand could accommodate more than 100,000 people. The disciples of the 4 great academies continued to gather here. After Lu Ming and the others arrived, they found the area of the Vermilion Bird Courtyard and sat down. As time passed, more and more people arrived. Suddenly, the sound of something tearing through the air rang out in the sky. That's the Dean of the White Tiger Courtyard and the silver-robed elder of the White Tiger Courtyard. Someone called out softly. Lu Ming and the others raised their heads and saw dozens of figures walking through the air. There were old men and middle-aged men. Each of them had an aura like a mountain, incomparably thick and suffocating. In the blink of an eye, dozens of people landed in the area of the White Tiger Courtyard. Our Vermilion Bird Courtyard's Dean and silver-robed elder are here too. Suddenly, a nearby disciple of the Vermilion Bird Courtyard shouted excitedly. There were also dozens of people in the air. There were men and women, and all of them had powerful auras. The leader was an old man with white hair. He wore a fiery red robe with a lifelike vermilion bird embroidered on it. He had a kind expression as he greeted the people of the Vermilion Bird Courtyard with a smile. This was the Dean of the Vermilion Bird Courtyard, Yen Lan. Beside the Dean of the Vermilion Bird Courtyard, Lu Ming saw a familiar face. It was actually Mulan's. Feng Wu, what is the relationship between Mulan's and the Dean? Lu Ming could not help but ask Feng Wu. Don't you know? The Dean is big sister Mulan's grandfather. Feng Wu said. Grandfather? As expected. Lu Ming could not help but recall that a few months ago, Yao Tianyu had mentioned this news, but he did not pay attention to it at that time. Mulan's identity was indeed not simple. At the side, Pang Shi and Hua Qi were also dumbstruck. A dean of a courtyard was definitely a top figure in the Mystic Essence Sword sect. His status was comparable to a golden-robed elder, and his power was even greater than a golden-robed elder. In the Mystic Essence Sword sect, he was a true overlord. At this time, the Vermilion Bird Courtyard's dean and the rest landed in the Vermilion Bird Courtyard's area. After landing, the Vermilion Bird Courtyard's dean and Mulan's actually walked towards Lu Ming and the rest. The dean is here. Pang Shi was extremely nervous and even stuttered when he spoke. Hua Qi could still be considered calm, but his eyes revealed a trace of anticipation. The others nearby were even more nervous. After all, the dean was not someone that could be easily seen. Who is the dean here to see? Could it be Lu Ming? This thought flashed through many people's minds. They did not guess wrongly. The dean of the Vermilion Bird Courtyard and Mulan's walked in front of Lu Ming. Lu Ming greets the dean, senior sister Mulan's. Chapter 110. Ha, you must be Lu Ming. I've heard this little girl Lana mention you many times, and I've wanted to meet you for a long time. Now that I've seen you, you're really not bad, you can be called a dragon among men. The principal of the Vermilion Bird Courtyard carefully sized up Lu Ming, stroked his white beard, and nodded. Principal, you flatter me. Lu Ming said modestly. However, he was still a 16-year-old youth after all. Being praised by such a big shot, he was still happy in his heart and couldn't help but reveal a smile on his face. Grandfather, don't praise him. Look at him, he's smiling so proudly. Mulan's glanced at Lu Ming and said. Lu Ming smiled slightly, and said, Senior sister Mulan's, you can't be jealous, haha. You're the one who's jealous. Kid, now that you're on the bronze list, have your guts become fat? Mulan's clenched his teeth and glared fiercely at Lu Ming. At the side, Feng Wu, Pang Shi, Hua Qi, and the rest could not help but laugh out loud. Their faces were flushed red. Senior sister Mulan's, principal praised me, so what if I'm proud of myself? This is the principal, to be able to obtain the principal's approval, shouldn't I be proud of myself? Right, principal. Lu Ming said as he looked at the principal. Ha ha ha, little fellow, I like your true nature. You should be proud of yourself, but when you face your opponent later, you can't underestimate them. The Vermilion Bird Dean laughed. Thank you for your reminder, principal. Lu Ming cupped his fists once again. Damn it. Mulan's clenched his teeth and left with the Vermilion Bird Courtyard's principal, returning to their seats. Pucci after Mulan's left, Feng Wu and the rest could no longer hold it in and laughed out loud. Lu Ming, let me tell you, big sister Mulan's is very vengeful, you have to be careful in the future. Feng Wu laughed as he said. Suddenly, she saw Mulan's looking at her fiercely from not far away. Her face immediately turned serious and her smile disappeared without a trace. The change was so fast that Lu Ming was shocked. All around, the other Vermilion Bird Courtyard disciples cast envious gazes at Lu Ming. The principal of the Vermilion Bird Courtyard had actually personally come to see him and even praised him in front of everyone. What kind of honor was this? This meant that the Vermilion Bird Courtyard's dean appreciated Lu Ming very much. This was a treatment that even Cheng Fei Wan, who was ranked in the top 10 of the Vermilion Bird Courtyard's bronze list, didn't have. Whoosh! Whoosh! At this moment, several beams of light suddenly flew out from the depths of the Mystic Essence Sword Sect's core. The dazzling light pierced through the void and arrived above the battle platform in an instant. Welcome, Sect Leader. As soon as the figures arrived, the deans of the 4 great academies, as well as the silver-robed elders, all stood up to leave. Sect Master. Lu Ming and the others were shocked. It was actually the sect leader who had arrived. They hurriedly stood up and said, "Welcome, Sect Leader." Over 50,000 disciples shouted in unison, their voices shaking the heavens and earth. "No need to be so courteous, sit down." A calm and clear voice sounded. The voice seemed to come from the sky, but it also seemed to be ringing in everyone's ears. It was very strange. Lu Ming looked up and saw a total of 7 figures in the sky. The leader looked to be in his 40s. His face was handsome, and his black hair was like a waterfall. He wore a snow-white robe and stood in the sky as if he was the center of the world. He didn't emit any aura, but in Lu Ming's eyes, he was like an endless sea, unfathomable and giving off a terrifying pressure. Is this the sect leader of the Mystic Essence Sword Sect? One of the overlords of the Burning Sun Empire, Flying Snow Divine Sword, Lin Shui. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. Behind the sect leader of the Mystic Essence Sword Sect were 2 golden-robed elders and 4 silver-robed elders. Then, the sect leader of the Mystic Essence Sword Sect and the 6 elders flew down and landed at the highest point of the northern platform. This place was specially prepared for the sect leader. Since everyone is here, let's begin. The sect leader of the Mystic Essence Sword Sect was very straightforward. He waved his hand and announced. As soon as the sect leader finished speaking, a silver-robed elder flew onto the battle platform and began to introduce the rules of the competition. The rules were very simple. There were a total of 60 people, and they would be assigned numbers according to their previous rankings. Lu Ming had killed Yao Tianyu before, so he naturally replaced him and was ranked 51st. His number was 51. The 60 people would fight in pairs and draw lots to determine their opponents. The winner would enter the top 30, and the loser would be eliminated. However, after the top 30 were determined, there would be a challenge round. The elders of the 4 great academies and the elders of the sect leaders faction would discuss and choose 10 powerful geniuses to challenge the 30 geniuses who had advanced earlier. As long as they won, they would replace their opponents and enter the top 30. This was for the sake of fairness. Some people might be very powerful, but if they were unlucky at the beginning and drew lots, they would lose unjustly. This way, they could try their best to prevent powerful geniuses from being eliminated early due to bad luck. This was related to the interests of the 4 great academies, so it naturally had to be fair. The rules were the same for the top 30 to 15. After the top 10 were selected, they would take turns to fight to determine the final ranking. There would be a lot of rewards for entering the top 10. Just the contribution points alone made Lu Ming very jealous. Alright, I think everyone is clear about the rules. Now, disciples of the bronze list come up to draw lots. The silver-robed elder announced. Lu Ming stood up and walked up to the stage. The 4 great academies' disciples walked up to the stage. In the end, there were 60 people in total. Everyone's eyes were focused on these 60 people. They were the main characters for the next few days. Look, that's Zhang Muyun, the number 1 on the Azure Dragon Institute's bronze list. He's so handsome, talented, and handsome. It would be great if I could marry him. Stop dreaming. I heard that Zhang Muyun and Zhui Rong, who is ranked 7th, are a couple. Stop dreaming. Ah. Is that so? Look, that's Lu Ming, this year's newcomer king. He rushed to the bronze list in his first year. It's amazing, and he's so handsome. He doesn't have a girlfriend, right? I've decided, I'm going to chase him. You? Why would Lu Ming like you? On the stage, the female disciples of the 4 great academies chattered excitedly. Suddenly, Some of the male disciples were unhappy. Although Lu Ming is talented, this is not his era. I don't think he can pass the first round. That's for sure. It's impossible for him to pass the first round and enter the top 30. Even if he's lucky, he will be replaced by others. Some of the male disciples said unhappily. In the White Tiger Institute's area, 2 people were staring at Lu Ming. One of them was a beautiful girl in a white dress. She was Lu Yao, who had disappeared after joining the Mystic Essence Sword sect. Beside her was her father, Lu Yunxiong. At this time, Lu Yao looked at Lu Ming's tall figure on the stage with a gloomy face. She was humiliated in the Lu clan's competition and hated Lu Ming to the core. She wanted to take revenge on Lu Ming, so she went into seclusion to cultivate after joining the Mystic Essence Sword sect. She had been cultivating for almost 9 months. Since she was the fiancée of the peerless genius, the Duanmu clan was not stingy with their resources. Chapter 111. Initially, she thought that with such a cultivation level, she would definitely be able to trample Lu Ming under her feet and humiliate him 10-fold or even 100-fold. However, she did not expect that after she came out of seclusion, Lu Yunxiong would tell her that Lu Ming had killed Yao Tianyu, made it to the bronze list and was going to participate in the tournament. When she heard the news, she was dumbfounded. She couldn't believe it and thought that she had heard wrongly. She couldn't accept it. She was full of confidence and thought that she could crush Lu Ming, but the truth was the opposite. She had spent a lot of resources, but she was still getting further and further away from Lu Ming. Lu Ming, that little bastard. How could he improve so quickly? God is so unfair to give him such a strong talent. Lu Yunxiong gritted his teeth and said in a gloomy voice. No matter how strong Lu Ming is, he's trash in front of Brother Lin. Lu Yao said in a deep voice. Miss Lu is right. How can Lu Ming, this bastard, be compared to young Master Lin? They are worlds apart. Many youths from the Duanmu family sat beside Lu Yao and one of them sneered. That's right. Lu Ming won't be able to go far in this competition. As long as he meets the geniuses of the Duanmu family, he will be crippled. Even if he is lucky enough to enter the top 30, the geniuses of the Duanmu family will challenge him immediately. Another youth said. That's good. With the talents of the Duanmu family around, I'm relieved. Lu Yunxiong said with a smile. Lu Ming was completely unaware of this. On the battle stage, looking at the tens of thousands of eyes around, some of the 60 people were so excited that their faces turned red. Some were rubbing their palms and looking at the others with hostility. There were also some who were calm and had all kinds of expressions. Lu Ming smiled and his eyes were filled with anticipation. First, the silver-robed elder would draw 30 people and then the remaining 30 would be drawn. Whoever was drawn would be the opponent of the first round. Lu Ming was one of the 30 people who were drawn first. Then, Lu Ming and the other 30 people went up to draw lots. Very soon, the drawing of lots was completed. Lu Ming drew number 46. Number 46. My luck is not bad. Lu Ming smiled and then registered with the silver-robed elder. Then, he returned to the seating area. Lu Ming, what number did you draw? Feng Wu quickly asked. Number 46. Lu Ming said with a smile. Number 46, Yun Feng of the Black Tortoise Academy. Lu Ming, your luck is not bad. Hua Qi asked in surprise. Lu Ming smiled and didn't care too much. To him, it didn't matter who he drew. Clang! A melodious bell rang, indicating that the exciting competition of the 4 academies was about to begin. Now, the grand competition of the 4 academies has officially begun. Before it begins, there is a very basic rule that you must pay attention to. You are not allowed to take lives in this competition. Everything else is up to you. Also, you are not allowed to use certain medicinal pills to increase your battle prowess, with the exception of secret techniques. Now, the first battle, number 60 against number 23. On the fighting ring, the silver-robed elder announced. Number 60. Isn't that Lu Hui from the Vermilion Bird Academy who just made it to the bronze list? Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. In the Vermilion Bird Academy area, an ordinary-looking, skinny young man walked out of the crowd and stepped onto the fighting ring. Ha, my luck is really good. I actually met the trash of the Vermilion Bird Academy. In the White Tiger Academy area, a loud laugh rang out. Then, a young man leaped a few times and appeared on the fighting ring. Number 23, Duanmu Yunchong of the Duanmu family. Lu Ming whispered. The Duanmu family has indeed produced many talents in recent years. Feng Wu said with a serious expression. On the fighting ring, Duanmu Yunchong looked at Lu Hui mockingly and said, Vermilion Bird Academy trash, hurry up and kneel down and admit defeat. Otherwise, once we start fighting, you'll suffer. Lu Hui's face was ugly as he stared at Duanmu Yunchong without saying a word. Trash, it seems like you really want to fight with me. Don't worry, I can defeat you in one move. I'll let you know clearly that you only made it to the bronze list by luck. Also, let me tell you, your Vermilion Bird Academy is destined to be swept away this time. None of you will be able to enter the top 10. Duanmu Yunchong sneered. He was incomparably arrogant. Damn it, the Duanmu family is really despicable. Want to sweep us away? Dream on. Senior sister Cheng Feilwan can definitely enter the top 10. The disciples of the Vermilion Bird Academy were enraged and cursed loudly. A bunch of nonsense. You only know how to show off. On the fighting ring, Duanmu Yunchong said with disdain. Lu Hui's face was gloomy. One of his hands tightly gripped the hilt of his sword as he stared at Duanmu Yunchong. Suddenly, Lu Hui rushed out and unsheathed his long sword. It turned into a ray of silver light and stabbed at Duanmu Yunchong. Lu Ming could tell at a glance that Lu Hui was using a low-grade profound level sword art. However, it had just reached the second level. Child's play. Duanmu Yunchong sneered. His figure moved and dodged Lu Hui's attack. Low-grade profound level movement skill. At the same time, Duanmu Yunchong struck out with his palm. The palm wind whistled like thunder. Low-grade profound level palm art, another profound level martial skill. Obviously, Duanmu Yunchong had mastered 2 profound level martial skills. With the two of them working together, he was as fast as lightning and his battle strength had increased by a large margin. Lu Hui wanted to dodge, but it was too late. He could only wave his other hand and strike out with his palm, trying his best to block Duanmu Yunchong's palm. However, Lu Hui had no choice but to strike out with his palm. How could it block Duanmu Yunchong's profound level palm energy? Bang! Lu Hui's figure was sent flying. He was pushed back more than 10 meters. His face was pale and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Damn it, you actually dared to block my palm. You asked for it. Duanmu Yunchong roared in his heart. His face was gloomy. He said he would take care of Lu Hui in one move. Now that Lu Hui had blocked his attack, he felt humiliated. Swoosh! Duanmu Yunchong's figure moved. He used his profound level movement skill and was as fast as a ghost. He arrived behind Lu Hui in an instant and struck out with his palm. Although Lu Hui was fully alert and quickly slashed his battle sword behind him, he was still too slow due to his injuries. Bang! This palm strike landed on Lu Hui's chest. Puff! Lu Hui spat out a mouthful of blood and was pushed back. Duanmu Yunchong followed closely behind. He did not give Lu Hui any chance to catch his breath and struck out with his palm again. However, this time, the palm was aimed at Lu Hui's face. Slap! The crisp sound of a slap echoed. Duanmu Yunchong's palm ruthlessly slapped Lu Hui's face. Lu Hui's body was sent flying by the slap. However, Duanmu Yunchong did not intend to let go. His figure moved and caught up with Lu Hui. Another slap landed on Lu Hui's face. Lu Hui was sent flying and fell to the ground. Trash, I told you to admit defeat. What happened now? You've been beaten up like a dog by me. Duanmu Yunchong looked down at Lu Hui and said disdainfully. Damn it, Duanmu Yunchong. Don't go overboard. A warrior prefers death to humiliation. Chapter 112. A warrior prefers death to humiliation. He's just a piece of trash. I told him to kneel down and admit defeat and he still wants to fight. He's just asking for humiliation. Duanmu Yunchong sneered as he looked at the Vermilion Bird courtyard. Damn it. Damn it, I'm so angry. The disciples of the Vermilion Bird courtyard, including Pang Shi, Hua Qi, and Feng Wu, were all furious. The sect leader of the Mystic Essence Sword sect was expressionless as if this could not affect him at all. In the White Tiger courtyard, the dean of the White Tiger courtyard stroked his beard and smiled. The dean of the Vermilion Bird courtyard frowned slightly. In the fighting ring, Duanmu Yunchong curled his lips in disdain and walked toward Lu Hui. He stepped on Lu Hui's body and looked down at him with a sneer. Now, do you still want to fight? Lu Hui, just admit defeat. Don't fight anymore. The disciples of the Vermilion Bird courtyard couldn't help but cry out. I admit defeat. Lu Hui said unwillingly and looked at Duanmu Yunchong with humiliation in his eyes. Ha, admit defeat? What were you doing earlier? What's the meaning of that look? Are you unwilling to admit defeat? Bah, what a piece of trash. After saying that, Duanmu Yunchong kicked Lu Hui and sent him flying. Duanmu Yunchong, what are you doing? Lu Hui has already admitted defeat and you still attacked him. You've violated the rules. A disciple of the Vermilion Bird courtyard shouted. Who said I attacked him? I didn't use any strength. I just asked him to move aside. He blocked my foot and I lifted my foot and he flew out. Duanmu Yunchong said indifferently. Nonsense, you did it on purpose. A disciple of the Vermilion Bird courtyard shouted angrily. In the fighting ring, the silver-robed elder frowned slightly. Duanmu Yunchong had indeed violated the rules. Alright, Yunchong, be careful when you lift your foot next time. At this moment, a vigorous voice came from the White Tiger courtyard. Yes, Dean. Duanmu Yunchong immediately said respectfully. The voice came from the Dean of the White Tiger courtyard. In the fighting ring, the silver-robed elder frowned. However, since the Dean of the White Tiger courtyard had spoken, he had to give him face. After pondering for a while, he announced, Duanmu Yunchong is the winner. Damn it, the Duanmu family. Feng Wu gritted her teeth. The other Vermilion Bird disciples did the same. A cold light flashed in Lu Ming's eyes. He suddenly said, Don't worry. This Duanmu Yunchong won't be arrogant for long. Feng Wu, Hua Qi, Pang Shi, and the others didn't know what Lu Ming meant. The disciples of the Vermilion Bird courtyard went up to support Lu Hui, and the competition continued. The battle was incomparably intense and exciting. The geniuses on the bronze list all had battle prowess that far exceeded those of the same level. All sorts of profound martial skills, secret techniques, etc. This was especially true for the geniuses ranked in the top 10. They were unimaginably powerful. No matter what kind of opponent they faced, they could defeat them with a single move. A few hours later, more than 20 matches had passed. There were only 5 or 6 matches left before the competition ended. Next match, number 51 versus number 46. The silver-robed elder announced. 51 versus 46. Why are their rankings so close? Who are they? Number 51 was Yao Tianyu, so now it's Lu Ming. Number 46 is Yun Feng from the Black Tortoise Academy. It's actually Lu Ming. With the strength that Lu Ming displayed when he killed Yao Tianyu, he might be able to defeat Yun Feng. His luck is really good. Indeed, his luck is too good. As the silver-robed elder's words fell, it caused a burst of discussion. Back then, Yao Tianyu had not only cultivated a low-grade profound martial skill to the 2nd level, but also cultivated his physical body to the peak of the 1st grade. His battle prowess had already surpassed his ranking. Some people thought that Yao Tianyu could already be ranked in the 5th level. And Lu Ming was able to kill Yao Tianyu, so his battle prowess was definitely stronger than Yao Tianyu's. Some people had speculated that with Lu Ming's battle prowess, he might be ranked around the 40th place. In this match against Yun Feng, they all thought that Lu Ming was too lucky. Lu Ming, that little bastard, how can his luck be so good? In the White Tiger courtyard area, Lu Yunxiong gritted his teeth. So what if he's lucky? Even if he's lucky enough to enter the top 30, he'll still be challenged. That's even more embarrassing. A young man from the Duanmu family sneered. Lu Ming was too lazy to pay attention to the discussions around him. He got up and stepped into the fighting ring. Senior brother Lu Ming, come on. Pang Shi shouted. But apart from Pang Shi, no one else cheered for Lu Ming. The other disciples of the Vermilion Bird Courtyard had similar thoughts. They all thought that even if Lu Ming entered the top 30, he would still be challenged by others. If they cheered for Lu Ming now, wouldn't it be even more embarrassing? Among the Black Tortoise, a burly young man stepped into the fighting ring. It was Yun Feng, who was ranked 46th. Lu Ming, although you're very strong, I'll fight with all my strength. I hope you won't hold back. Yun Feng looked at Lu Ming and said loudly. I know what I'm doing. Go all out. Lu Ming said. Yun Feng's eyes narrowed. Lu Ming's confidence made him not dare to be careless. He focused 120% and unleashed all his strength. A powerful aura burst out from Yun Feng's body. Then, a red light flashed on his body. A black rhinoceros roared. 4 chakras flashed and his bloodline burst out. Mad Rhino Slash. Yun Feng rushed forward and slashed out with the saber in his hand. A terrifying saber light seemed to be able to cut the space apart. At this moment, Yun Feng's essence, qi, and spirit were highly concentrated. At this moment, he exploded with extraordinary strength. That's the 3rd level of a low-grade profound rank martial skill. Yun Feng actually broke through. Good. In the Black Tortoise courtyard area, a silver-robed elder cheered loudly. The rest of the people present were also shocked. They didn't expect Yun Feng to surpass them when he was under pressure, causing the profound rank martial skill to break through from the 2nd level to the 3rd level. This time, Lu Ming is in danger. Many people had such a thought in their hearts. He broke through. That's even better. The corners of Lu Ming's lips curled into a smile. Then, he suddenly took a step forward and dashed toward Yun Feng. He pulled out the long spear in his hand and drew a crescent moon. Flaming Star Spear Technique, Moon Seizing. Clang! The long spear directly hit Yun Feng's saber. There was a loud bang and the entire fighting ring seemed to shake. Whoosh! Then, a figure flew out like a cannonball and slid more than 30 meters on the huge fighting ring that was more than 200 meters in length and width. Then, his body trembled and he knelt down directly, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Everybody was dumbstruck. The silhouette that had been sent flying was Yun Feng. With just one move, Yun Feng was sent flying by Lu Ming and spat out a mouthful of blood. Even a blind man could see that the gap between Yun Feng and Lu Ming was too big. How could this be? How could Lu Ming be so strong? He was so strong that it was terrifying. Was he still a newcomer this year? Yun Feng had broken through on the spot, but he was still sent flying by one move. Chapter 113. They're not on the same level at all. Lu Ming's strength is probably enough to enter the top 30. Yeah, I really didn't expect him to improve so quickly. Discussions could be heard from all around. Ha ha ha, senior brother Lu Ming, you're the best. Pang Shi shouted. Lu Ming, go for it. Lu Ming, you're the best. The other disciples of the Vermilion Bird Courtyard couldn't help but shout excitedly. With Lu Ming's current strength, they could finally cheer for Lu Ming without any worries. This kid is really good. Lon, you have good taste. The Vermilion Bird Courtyard's principal stroked his beard with a satisfied expression. Lu Ming, maybe he'll be able to enter that place in the future. Mulan sighed. The Vermilion Bird Courtyard's principal's expression changed slightly. Do you really want Lu Ming to go there? Right now, Lu Ming is still far from it. I know, Lu Ming is still too far away, but I believe that he'll be able to do it in the near future. He's given me too many surprises. Mulan's limpid eyes looked at the slender figure standing on the stage with a spear, her eyes shining with hope. Sigh. The Vermilion Bird Courtyard's principal sighed, but didn't say anything. White Tiger Courtyard. Damn it, how can this little bastard be so strong? Lu Yunxiong was furious. Lu Yao's expression was extremely cold, and her eyes were filled with madness. She stared at Lu Ming on the stage and roared in her heart, Lu Ming, damn you, Lu Ming, you're just a bastard I abandoned, a piece of trash, how can you be so strong? I won't allow it, a piece of trash that I abandoned should be a piece of trash for the rest of his life. I won't allow a piece of trash to become stronger than me, never. At this moment, everyone's eyes were filled with different kinds of light as they looked at the figure on the stage. Except for the Mystic Essence Sword sect leader, his eyes were calm and detached, as if he was unmoved by anything. But in the next moment, the Mystic Essence Sword sect master's indifferent and aloof expression disappeared, replaced by a look of astonishment. Because a voice came from the fighting ring. I admit defeat. Silence. The entire place quieted down in an instant, so quiet that even the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. No matter what kind of expression they had before, it all changed into one kind of expression, which was a look of confusion. Because the one who said, I admit defeat, was Lu Ming. It was not Yun Feng, but Lu Ming. Lu Ming admitted defeat. What happened? How could this be? Lu Yao and Lu Yunxiong were dumbfounded, and so were Pang Shi, Feng Wu, Hua Qi, and Mulan's. The other silver-robed and golden-robed elders were also dumbfounded. What is Lu Ming trying to do? Pang Shi was tongue-tied. Lu Ming clearly showed his strength and could enter the top 30. Why did he suddenly admit defeat? What the hell is he trying to do? Feng Wu frowned. Yeah, his strength is enough to enter the top 30. Hua Qi also frowned and murmured. Suddenly, he paused and his eyes lit up. He smiled and said, I know what Lu Ming is trying to do. Ha, I like it. You know. Why? Pang Shi asked in surprise. I can't tell you now. Just wait and see. Hua Qi smiled mysteriously. Pang Shi, Feng Wu, and the others all despised him. In the fighting ring, the silver-robed elder was stunned and asked after a while, Lu Ming, what did you say? You admit defeat? Yes, I admit defeat. Lu Ming nodded and said. Lu Ming, what do you mean? Are you looking down on me? In front of him, Yun Feng stood up and glared at Lu Ming. I'm not looking down on you. Don't misunderstand, I'm just admitting defeat. Lu Ming said indifferently. Yun Feng was speechless. The silver-robed elder confirmed it again and then helplessly announced that Yun Feng had won this match. Lu Ming smiled and walked back to the area of the Vermilion Bird Courtyard. Damn, Lu Ming, what are you playing at? Hurry up and say it, or I won't let you off. Feng Wu gritted his teeth as he stared at Lu Ming. You'll know in a while. Lu Ming laughed. Senior brother Lu Ming, why do you sound like a love-struck fool? I really don't understand you guys. Pang Shi scratched his head. Lu Ming and Hua Qi looked at each other and smiled. Then, the competition continued. In less than an hour, the 30 matches had all ended. Among them, the 4 newcomer kings received the most attention. One of them, Feng Xinglia, had only cultivated for a short period of time. He met an expert ranked 21st and ended in failure. As for Lu Ming, he admitted defeat himself. The other 2 were extremely powerful, so they naturally advanced with ease. The top 30 had been decided, but it was not over yet. There were still challenges. The silver-robed elders of the 4 courtyards, the silver-robed elder of the sect leader's side, and the 2 golden-robed elders discussed together to choose 10 strong challengers. This was because there were indeed some powerful geniuses who were unlucky enough to meet those ranked in the top 10 or in the top 10. Naturally, they were no match for them. Now, they had to give them a chance. Not long after, the names of the 10 challengers came out. Now, I announce that there are 3 challengers. Wu Jin, Huang Fei, Lu Ming, the silver-robed elder in charge announced. Lu Ming's name was on the list. Ha, I knew it. Senior brother Lu Ming would definitely have the chance to challenge again. The strength he displayed just now was extremely strong. Pang Shi laughed. At this moment, the names were announced. The silver-robed elder said, "All right, now, you can choose your challengers." As soon as the silver-robed elder finished speaking, a figure quickly jumped onto the fighting ring. That figure was Lu Ming. The crowd was stunned again. Lu Ming had just admitted defeat, but now he was the first one to step onto the fighting ring and issue a challenge. What was he trying to do? Lu Ming's eyes were like lightning. He turned around and looked at the White Tiger courtyard area. He pointed his spear and said coldly, "Duanmu Yunchong, get up here." His cold voice spread throughout the area, causing many people to be shocked. Then, some of them were enlightened. I know why Lu Ming admitted defeat. His goal is to obtain the right to challenge Duanmu Yunchong. Someone shouted. That's right. Before Lu Ming admitted defeat, he purposely displayed his powerful strength and defeated Yunfeng in one move. He knew that even if he admitted defeat, he would obtain the right to challenge Duanmu Yunfeng. He wanted to avenge Lu Hui from the Vermilion Bird Courtyard. I see. At this moment, everyone present understood. On the highest platform, the Mystic Essence Sword sect leader was curious. He looked at Lu Ming and whispered, "This Lu Ming is really good. It's not easy to attract the attention of the sect leader." A golden-robed elder on the side smiled. Chapter 114. Ha, so that's what senior brother Lu Ming was thinking. It's so complicated, no wonder I didn't think of it. You must have thought of it before, right? Pang Shi laughed and asked. Hua Qi smiled and nodded. When Lu Ming went up, there were only 6 or 7 matches left, and Lu Ming displayed his strength before admitting defeat. Isn't that strange? I also speculated from this point that he had full confidence that he would be selected for the challenge, so he did that. This guy is really strange and unexpected. Feng Wu curled his lips. Not far away, Lu Hui's injuries had already stabilized, and he muttered, "Lu Ming." His eyes were filled with gratitude. The eyes of the other disciples of the Vermilion Bird Courtyard also changed, looking at Lu Ming with admiration. But the disciples of the White Tiger Courtyard were different, especially the disciples of the Duanmu family, who were all furious. This Lu Ming, damn it, he's deliberately going against our Duanmu family. That's right, we haven't settled the previous debt, and he dares to provoke us again. Duanmu Yunchong, go, let him know that challenging you is a mistake. Some of the youths of the Duanmu family roared. Don't worry, he purposely admitted defeat and then challenged me to stand up for Lu Hui. I will let him know how stupid his actions are. Duanmu Yunchong's face revealed a sinister smile, then stepped out and appeared on the stage like a ghost. Lu Ming, you want to stand up for Lu Hui? Wait a moment, I will make you 10 times more miserable than Lu Hui. Duanmu Yunchong said sinisterly. Lu Ming smiled indifferently and said, I've seen a lot of trash like you, all of them were very arrogant in the beginning, just like Yao Tianyu's group, but in the end, they all became dead dogs. Yes, senior brother Lu Ming, do your best, beat him into a dead dog. Beat him up, take revenge for senior brother Lu Hui. Senior brother Lu Ming is mighty, senior brother Lu Ming, do your best. The disciples of the Vermilion Bird Courtyard shouted one after another. Previously, Duanmu Yunchong had been too despicable. He had humiliated Lu Hui so much. The Vermilion Bird Courtyard's disciples had a common enemy and naturally stood on Lu Ming's side. a bunch of trash who only know how to shout. Duanmu Yuncheng coldly snorted. His complexion was incomparably gloomy. When he looked at Lu Ming, his eyes flickered with intense killing intent. Whoosh! Suddenly, Duanmu Yun became impulsive and rushed toward Lu Ming. It was a low-grade profound level movement technique, and it was as fast as lightning. But Lu Ming stood there motionless, without the slightest intention of dodging. Just as Duanmu was about to reach Lu Ming's spear swept out. A half-moon appeared and swept across the area 3 meters in front of him. Duanmu Yuncheng was greatly alarmed. He rapidly retreated and narrowly avoided this attack. Lu Ming, do you think you can rely on your weapon length? Dream on! Duanmu Yuncheng roared. His figure flickered rapidly. In an instant, there seemed to be 3 figures of Duanmu Yuncheng on the field, rushing toward Lu Ming. This is the illusory body technique. Duanmu Yuncheng has cultivated it to the 2nd level. It is said that if he cultivates it to the 6th level, there will be 7 figures. The illusory body technique is both real and fake. Let's see how Lu Ming will break it. Some of the older disciples discussed. Insignificant skill. Lu Ming's indifferent voice resounded. His spear swept out, sweeping toward the 2 figures in front of him. At the same time, his other hand blasted toward the figure behind him. In the next moment, the 2 figures in front dissipated. Behind him, Duanmu Yuncheng's palm collided with Lu Ming's fist. Boom! With a loud boom, Duanmu Yuncheng's expression changed drastically. His figure rapidly retreated. How could this be? Duanmu Yuncheng roared. He couldn't accept this. He had already approached Lu Ming, but he was still pushed back by Lu Ming's fist. How could he fight? He cultivated movement and palm techniques. He was definitely not a match for Lu Ming from a distance. However, he was still not a match for Lu Ming in close range. He was a little confused. Duanmu Yuncheng, do you think you can be a match for me in close range? You are too naive. Lu Ming sneered. His physical body was at the 2nd grade lower realm. His cultivation had reached the peak of the 8th grade martial master realm. He was much stronger than when he fought with Yao Tianyu 2 months ago. Duanmu Yuncheng did not cultivate his body. He only relied on his profound grade palm technique. How could he be a match for Lu Ming? Buzz! The spear in Lu Ming's hand shook. The spear vibrated violently. The spear shaft vibrated the air, erupting with powerful air waves that rushed toward Duanmu Yuncheng. Bang! Bang! Duanmu Yuncheng sent out powerful palm attacks, shattering the air waves created by the spear. However, Lu Ming had already arrived. Buzz! The spear fiercely whipped toward Duanmu Yuncheng. Duanmu Yuncheng wanted to retreat, but it was too late. Block it for me! Duanmu Yuncheng roared. His bloodline erupted. His palms turned red and the sound of tigers and leopards could be faintly heard. Then, he pushed out his palms with overwhelming force toward Lu Ming's spear. Bang! A dull sound rang out. Then, the sound of bones breaking and Duanmu Yuncheng's miserable shriek rang out. Duanmu Yuncheng's figure was like a kite with a broken string, flying far away. However, Lu Ming did not stop there. His figure moved and he took several steps. As if he was riding the clouds, he quickly rushed toward Duanmu Yuncheng. Superior grade yellow grade martial skill, cloud soaring steps. Although it could not be compared to a profound grade martial skill, it was still much more powerful than the dragon snake steps. In an instant, Lu Ming caught up with Duanmu Yuncheng, who was still flying in the air. At this moment, Duanmu Yuncheng's facial features were squeezed together because of the pain. When he saw Lu Ming chasing after him, his eyes were filled with horror. He screamed, "No, he was just about to say, I admit defeat, but before he could do so, Lu Ming's spear was whipped out from below. Bang! Duanmu Yuncheng forcibly swallowed back the words, I admit defeat, which turned into a miserable shriek. His body was like a broken sack as he flew into the air. After flying for more than 10 meters, he landed heavily. Lu Ming whipped out his spear again and sent him flying again. At this moment, Duanmu Yuncheng was completely stupefied. He was muddle-headed and had completely forgotten about admitting defeat. Everyone present was also stunned. This was Lu Ming's battle prowess. It was too strong. Duanmu Yuncheng was completely beaten up. Lu Ming's profound grade spear art has already reached the peak of the 3rd level. He is about to break through to the 4th level. In addition, he has a strong body that is suspected to be a 2nd-grade martial skill. His battle prowess is extremely terrifying. Can't you see? His martial skill is superior grade yellow grade, but he has already cultivated it to the 6th level. That's right. It's really terrifying. How long has it been since he entered the sect? How did he cultivate in such a short time? Could it be that he is an exceptional genius? With his battle prowess, could it be that he has already entered the top 15? It's hard to say. Around them, some silver-grade disciples were looking at Lu Ming in shock as they discussed. Chapter 115. At the same time, the Duanmu family members in the White Tiger Institute were dumbfounded. After a long while, someone shouted, "Stop! Lu Ming, you bastard, stop! Duanmu Yuncheng has already lost, why aren't you stopping?" "That's right, if you don't stop now, you're breaking the rules." "Breaking the rules?" Lu Ming sneered, "Duanmu Yuncheng didn't die, and he didn't admit defeat. How am I breaking the rules?" The Duanmu family members were furious, but there was nothing they could do. Bang! Then, another spear strike sent Duanmu Yuncheng flying. At the same time, the 4 Institute deans had different expressions. The Black Tortoise and Azure Dragon Institute deans looked like they were watching a good show. On the other hand, the White Tiger Institute dean's face was gloomy, and a terrifying aura was exuding from his body. The happiest one was of course the Vermilion Bird Institute dean. He scratched his beard with all his might, grinning from ear to ear. Carefree, this was too carefree. Admit defeat, Duanmu Yuncheng, admit defeat. Admit defeat. The White Tiger Institute disciples shouted. But Duanmu Yuncheng was already in a daze, how could he shout? Lu Ming struck a few more times, and Duanmu Yuncheng fell heavily to the ground. His body twitched, and white foam mixed with blood came out of his mouth. His skin was lacerated, and more than a dozen bones were broken. Of course, this was the result of Lu Ming deliberately controlling his strength. Otherwise, he could have killed him with a single strike. Lu Ming stepped on Duanmu Yuncheng's body and looked down at him. Duanmu Yuncheng regained his senses after a while. When he saw Lu Ming in front of him, he was scared out of his wits. Like a defiled girl, he shrank back and screamed, "No, no, don't hit me." As he screamed, snot and tears flowed down his face. He was terrified of being hit. The pain of the spear on his body penetrated his soul. "Didn't you say you would make me 10 times worse than Lu Hui? Why, where did your arrogance go?" Lu Ming looked down at Duanmu Yuncheng and said coldly. No, I won't do it again. Just take it that I'm farting." Duanmu Yuncheng shouted. Ha! Duanmu Yuncheng's appearance caused the entire crowd to burst into laughter. The faces of the Duanmu clan's disciples were incomparably gloomy. This was truly too embarrassing. "Duanmu Yuncheng, hurry up and admit defeat." Someone from the Duanmu family roared. "Admit defeat, yes, I admit defeat, I admit defeat." Duanmu Yuncheng shouted loudly. Inevitably, it caused another round of laughter. "Lu Ming, Duanmu Yuncheng has already admitted defeat. Why haven't you removed your foot yet?" Someone from the Duanmu family shouted. "Oh. Sure." Lu Ming smiled, then moved his leg and suddenly kicked out. Duanmu Yuncheng let out a blood-curdling scream as his body was sent flying dozens of meters away. He rolled dozens of times on the stage before coming to a stop. "Lu Ming, what are you doing? Duanmu Yuncheng has already admitted defeat, yet you still attacked. You've already broken the rules. You must be arrested and punished according to the sect rules. A silver-ranked disciple of the Duanmu family roared. Foul! You must have misunderstood. Just now, Duanmu Yuncheng was blocking my foot. When I lifted my foot, he was sent flying. This is all his fault. Why did he lie beside my foot for no reason? Lu Ming said indifferently. You. Lu Ming, you. The disciples of the Duanmu family trembled with anger. They felt as if there was a lump in their chest, and they almost vomited blood. Previously, Duanmu Yuncheng had treated Lu Hui the same way. Now, Lu Ming had copied it and used it all on Duanmu Yuncheng. It was really hard for them to refute. Ha, Lu Ming, you little brat. You're not even careful when you walk. You must be more careful next time. Ahaha. The dean of the Vermilion Bird Courtyard stroked his beard and laughed heartily. The disciples of the other courtyards were speechless when they saw the dean of the Vermilion Bird Courtyard laughing heartily. Isn't your performance too obvious? This battle is won by Lu Ming. The silver-robed elder announced on the stage. Senior brother Lu is mighty. Junior brother Lu is invincible. At this moment, the disciples of the Vermilion Bird Courtyard were trembling with excitement. They couldn't hold it in any longer and shouted crazily. Awesome, too awesome. It was as if they suddenly drank a cup of cold beer during the dog days of summer. It was so cool that it reached their bones. Previously, Duanmu Yuncheng was so arrogant, but now, he was like a dead dog. It was too awesome. Especially Pang Shi, Hua Qi, and Feng Wu, their faces were flushed with excitement. At this moment, the people of the White Tiger Courtyard had already carried Duanmu Yuncheng down. Lu Ming. Just as Lu Ming was about to turn and leave, an earth-shattering roar came from the White Tiger Courtyard area. Lu Ming turned around and saw a young man in a fiery red robe looking at him coldly. Duanmu Yunyang, that's Duanmu Yunyang, the newcomer king 3 years ago. What is he doing? Someone exclaimed. Duanmu Yunyang. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat, and information about Duanmu Yunyang appeared in his mind. Duanmu Yunyang, the newcomer king 3 years ago, currently ranked second on the bronze list. Unfortunately, he was firmly suppressed by Zhang Muyun, who was in the same batch as him. It was difficult for him to rush to first place. Some people said that Zhang Muyun was the true newcomer king in that batch, and Duanmu Yunyang only relied on the Duanmu family to obtain the newcomer king title. What? Do you need something from me? Lu Ming replied indifferently. Lu Ming, you've got guts. Maybe you don't know how big of a mistake you've made. Lu Ming, you better pray that you don't meet me in the future. Otherwise, I'll make you lose miserably. Very miserably. Duanmu Yunyang said coldly, especially the word, very miserably, he especially emphasized it. The disciples of the Black Tortoise, Azure Dragon, and Vermilion Bird Courtyards all had a change in expression. Especially the disciples of the Vermilion Bird Courtyard, their expressions were even uglier. Lu Ming was targeted by Duanmu Yunyang. Although Duanmu Yunyang was suppressed by Zhang Muyun, it was undeniable that his battle strength was incomparably powerful. He was almost invincible among those of the same level. There were even rumors that Duanmu Yunyang had once defeated a first-layer martial grandmaster expert. This was crossing a large realm, not a small realm. His battle strength could be said to be terrifying. No one would think that Lu Ming was Duanmu Yunyang's opponent. Maybe after a year or two, it would be possible. But now, it was impossible. Mulins, Feng Wu, Hua Qi, and the others all revealed worried expressions. Only Pang Shi waved his arms and shouted to believe in Lu Ming. Is that so? I actually hope to meet you. I'd like to see how you're going to make me lose miserably. Don't be like Duanmu Yuncheng, who only knows how to clamor. Lu Ming's indifferent reply was incomparably powerful. Everyone was shocked. Lu Ming wanted to challenge Duanmu Yunyang. Where did he get the guts? In the Azure Dragon Courtyard area, a man and a woman stood side by side. Among them, the man was dressed in a blue robe. He had a slender figure, black hair, sword-like eyebrows, and starry eyes. Just by casually standing there, he had an extraordinary aura, as if a king was patrolling. He was the first on the bronze list, Zhang Muyun. Beside him was an extremely beautiful woman, Zhuoyirong, who was ranked 7th on the bronze list. Brother Muyun, what do you think of this Lu Ming? Zhuoyirong asked. Extremely talented, a dragon among men. But after all, he's still young and full of youthful vigor. In 2 years, he'll be a big opponent of mine. Zhang Muyun smiled. Zhuoyirong said with some surprise, there aren't many people who can be valued by Brother Muyun. But isn't it a good thing to have an opponent in life? Yirong, you know me best. Chapter 116. Lu Ming did not say much to Duanmu Yunyang as he turned and walked down the stage. Lu Ming, thank you. When Lu Ming returned to the Vermilion Bird courtyard area, Lu Hui cupped his fists and thanked Lu Ming. You don't have to thank me. I'm not just standing up for you. I just don't like the Duanmu clan. Moreover, I already have a grudge with the Duanmu clan. Lu Ming smiled. Don't like it? Lu Hui and the other Vermilion Bird courtyard disciples were stunned. Just because of this, he went up and ruthlessly beat up Duanmu Yunchong. They felt that they could not understand Lu Ming's thoughts. Next, the challenges continued. The competition was very intense. Everyone fought with all their strength. When the challenges were all over, it was already night time. Out of the 10 challengers, including Lu Ming, a total of 5 people succeeded, replacing 5 of the previous 30 challengers. At this time, the top 30 of each courtyard had been determined. Only 5 people from the Vermilion Bird courtyard entered the top 30. Just like the Vermilion Bird courtyard, the Black Tortoise courtyard only had 5 people. The Azure Dragon courtyard had 8 people. The White Tiger courtyard was the strongest with 12 people. It was worth mentioning that Feng Xinglie had already been eliminated from the top 4 newcomers, while Lu Ming was a dark horse and had made it into the top 30. As for the other 2, the newcomer Ling Kong from 2 years ago and the newcomer Duanmu Yunyang from 3 years ago, they easily entered the top 30. Feng Xinglie is still too young. He hasn't even been in the sect for 2 years. It's normal for him to be eliminated. That's right. However, if Feng Xinglie does not break through to the Martial Grandmaster realm in 1 or 2 years, then the bronze list battle will be his. This is the normal speed. But what about Lu Ming? Everyone was chatting, but they all thought of the same name at the same time. Lu Ming. Lu Ming had just entered the sect this year, but he had already entered the top 30. Lu Ming. He's abnormal. We can't calculate him according to common sense. Everyone could only use this reason to comfort themselves. That was the end of today's competition. They would continue the next day. Lu Ming, Pang Shi, and the others returned to the dormitory. The night passed uneventfully. The next morning, they returned to the location of the competition. Now, the top 30 come up and draw lots. The silver-robed elder from yesterday was still in charge. The rules were the same as yesterday. The silver-robed elder would randomly pick 15 people, and then these 15 people would pick the names of the other 15 people. This time, the number that Lu Ming drew was number 12. Number 12. Looks like I've finally met a strong opponent. Lu Ming's lips curled up in anticipation. To be honest, he had not displayed his full strength in the previous battles. After registering, Lu Ming walked to his seat. Lu Ming, what number did you draw? As soon as she came back, Mullins couldn't wait to ask. Today, Mullins did not sit with her grandfather. Instead, she sat with Feng Wu, Pang Shi, and the others. Naturally, their area was filled with the male disciples of the Vermilion Bird courtyard. Number 12. Lu Ming said with a smile. Number 12. Azure Dragon courtyard's Gu Qing. Hearing this name, the faces of Feng Wu, Hua Qi, and the others changed. Lu Ming, remember, you just have to do your best. Even if you lose, it's worth it to be able to gain something. Mulan sighed. Senior Sister Mulans, from your tone, it seems like I'm going to lose for sure. Lu Ming was speechless. What is it? Do you think you can win against Gu Qing? Mulans's beautiful eyes flashed as she stared at Lu Ming and said. Even if I can't win, can't you cheer me on? Lu Ming did not answer directly, but instead asked a question. Then, he sat down, but the corner of his mouth carried a trace of an inexplicable smile. This guy. What trump card did he leave behind? Mulan stared fiercely at Lu Ming for a while, as if she wanted to see through his secrets. The first match has officially begun. Number 19, Pu Sikhong, against number 15, Ling Kong. The silver-robed elder announced. Following the silver-robed elder's announcement, the entire audience immediately went into an uproar. Ling Kong has appeared, and he's actually going against Pu Sikhong. This match is going to be interesting. I don't think so. Ling Kong hasn't fought for half a year. No one knows how strong he is now, but there's no doubt that Ling Kong has the chance to enter the top 10 this time. It's even possible for him to enter the top 6. That's right, the rookie king from 2 years ago is about to enter his era. Two young figures stepped onto the stage under the gaze of the entire audience. Ling Kong was a bald youth, 17 or 18 years old. His muscles were bulging, and he was filled with explosive power. He carried an iron rod on his back, and his eyes revealed a beast-like light. This was Ling Kong, the rookie king from 2 years ago, a peerless genius of the White Tiger Institute. However, he wasn't from the Duanmu family. Opposite Ling Kong was a handsome youth named Pu Sikhong. He was ranked 19 on the bronze list previously, and he was definitely an expert. But at this moment, Pu Sichong's face was extremely solemn. Pu Sikhong, I advise you to admit defeat. You're not my opponent. Ling Kong said with a grin. His words were arrogant, but in reality, no one felt that he was arrogant. They only felt that Ling Kong's words were reasonable because he had the strength to back it up. Pu Sichong's eyes flashed, and he said with determination, Ling Kong, if you want me to admit defeat, we'll have to see if you have the ability to do so. Oh. Since you insist on fighting, then you should be prepared to get injured. Sometimes, even I can't control myself. Ling Kong grinned, revealing a sinister smile. Then take this. Bang! As soon as Ling Kong finished his words, his eyes flashed with a ferocious light. Like a demonic beast, he pounced towards Pu Sikhong. Chi-chi, sharp claws covered Pu Sichong's entire body. Pu Sikhong unsheathed his long sword, and his sword Chi soared to the sky, slashing towards Ling Kong. Boom! Boom! Ling Kong's claws collided with Pu Sichong's sword Chi, and both dissipated. You have some ability, but that's it. Let's end this. Ling Kong's cold voice came out, and his body was filled with a murderous aura. Like a demonic beast in human form, he pulled out the iron rod from his back and smashed it towards Pu Sikhong. This rod was earth-shattering, and its aura soared to the sky. Pu Sikhong exploded with all his strength, but it was difficult for him to block it. He was sent flying dozens of meters away, his body trembling, and he spat out blood. Defeated, he was defeated in 2 moves. In reality, he was defeated in 1 move. The difference in strength between Pu Sikhong and Ling Kong was too great. Ling Kong's strength is too strong. He definitely has no problem getting into the top 10. This time, there will definitely be a change in the top 10. In the stands, Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. This Ling Kong was indeed strong, and he couldn't see through him. This is interesting. Subsequently, Lu Ming's eyes revealed a trace of battle intent. Ling Kong wins. Next round, number 17 against number 2. Chapter 117. Wasn't number 2 Duanmu Yunyang? Duanmu Yunyang's opponent was number 17 Du He, who was even stronger than Pu Sikhong. However, the gap between him and Duanmu Yunyang was too big. Just one slash, and Du He was defeated. He was completely defeated without any chance to fight back. Duanmu Yunyang's slash was extremely terrifying, as if it could split heaven and earth. No one knew how much strength Duanmu Yunyang had used in that slash, but there was no doubt that it was extremely terrifying. Then, the competition continued. It was more intense than before. Those who could enter the top 30 were all very strong. When two people with similar strength met each other, the battle was extremely fierce. There was even a battle that lasted nearly 1,000 moves before the winner was decided. However, there were also some battles that were completely one-sided. For example, Zhang Muyun defeated his opponent with a casual slap. Bu Xingkai, who was number 3 on the bronze list, and Duan Gang, who was number 4, defeated their opponents with a single move. Lu Ming paid more attention to Bu Xingkai because he was also a spear user and was a genius of the White Tiger Hall. Although the Mystic Essence Sword Sect was known as a sword sect and most of its disciples used swords, there were also many disciples who used other weapons in the sect. Therefore, there were all kinds of number 1 disciples. For example, Zhang Muyun was known as the number 1 sword user among the bronze disciples. Duanmu Yunyang was known as the number 1 sword user. Bu Xingkai was known as the number 1 spear user. Number 51 Lu Ming versus number 12 Gu Qing. At this moment, the silver-robed elder announced. Gu Qing. Lu Ming's opponent is Gu Qing. It seems that Lu Ming will stop here. However, as a new disciple, it's already amazing that he could come this far. Lu Ming will definitely lose, but how many moves can Lu Ming take from Gu Qing? How many moves? In my opinion, 10 moves shouldn't be a problem. It's hard to say. I guess it should be within 10 moves. Lu Ming ignored the discussions around him and walked towards the fighting ring. Senior brother Lu Ming, I believe in you. You will definitely win. Pang Shi shouted. He had a kind of blind trust in Lu Ming. Lu Ming turned around and smiled at Pang Shi, saying, Big Stone, with your words, I will definitely win. After saying that, he laughed and walked forward. Where does this guy get his confidence from? Mulins curled her lips. This guy has always been overconfident. Feng Wu said. Although they said so, there was still a flash of anticipation in the depths of their eyes. They were also looking forward to Lu Ming breaking their understanding once again. When Lu Ming stepped onto the Colosseum, Gu Qing also stepped onto the Colosseum. The two stood facing each other. Lu Ming couldn't help but size up Gu Qing. Gu Qing wore a purple robe and carried a long sword on his back. His appearance was ordinary, but there was a scorching aura emitting from his body. Junior brother Lu Ming, although your ranking is low, I will not show mercy to any of my opponents. You must be careful. Gu Qing cupped his fists politely. Senior brother Gu, please go all out. If I can't resist and get injured, I can only blame myself for not being skilled enough. Lu Ming said. Well, in that case, take this, Prairie Fire. The long sword on Gu Qing's back was unsheathed. With a flick of his wrist, hundreds of sword auras erupted from the long sword. Each sword aura was fiery red in color and filled with scorching heat. It sealed the space where Lu Ming was. It's here. This is Gu Qing's famous martial skill, Prairie Fire Sword Technique. Low-grade profound rank martial skill, Prairie Fire. Sword Qi is like a prairie fire that covers an extremely large area. It's practically impossible to dodge it with a movement technique. Once you're unable to dodge it, you'll have to face wave after wave of continuous attacks without rest. It's said that Gu Qing specializes in one martial skill, and now he has cultivated it to the 4th level. Lu Ming, how many moves can he take? The spectating disciples stared at the fighting ring without blinking. The 12th ranked genius is indeed powerful. His low profound level martial skill has already reached the 4th level. Gu Qing's physical body is definitely not weak, it has at least reached the peak of the 1st rank. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to attack so quickly. Lu Ming's heart moved. His hands did not stop, and his long spear swept out. Moon seizing. The crescent-shaped spear light flashed, producing a powerful force, and smashing the surrounding sword chi. But a single spark could start a prairie fire. Once the sword chi was extinguished, more sword chi was born, and shrouded Lu Ming. Since I can't destroy it, I'll use a powerful force to break this sword technique. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. He jumped up, and pulled out his long spear. Wherever the long spear passed, the sword chi was destroyed, leaving a blank area. Landslide. Then, Lu Ming used the move landslide from top to bottom. At the same time, the genuine chi in his body crazily poured into the long spear. The long spear vibrated, full of power. Given Lu Ming's current cultivation level of peak 8th level martial master, coupled with the fact that his true chi was 3 times richer and more condensed than other true chis, coupled with his second-grade small success physical body, although Lu Ming did not unleash his full power, his strength was extremely shocking. With this shot, even if it was a small hill, it would collapse under Lu Ming's attack. Boom! The long spear smashed down, and the sword chi was swept away. The violent force blasted on Gu Qing's sword, causing his body to shake violently, and he retreated more than 10 steps. Hiss! There was a burst of gasps all around. Everyone stared at this scene with their mouths agape. Lu Ming actually broke Gu Qing's prairie fire sword technique with a single spear. His method was rude and direct, but also the most effective. Lu Ming's strength is too strong. How can he be so strong? Don't tell me Lu Ming can win. This is too incredible, isn't it? The disciples of the 4 great academies could not keep calm. At this moment, Gu Qing's face was extremely dignified, and his eyes were filled with amazement. He said, "Junior brother Lu Ming, your talent is really beyond my expectations, but it's not that easy to defeat me. I can only use that move. I originally wanted to use it to break into the top 10, but it's not a waste to use it on you." Raging Flame Cage. Gu Qing shouted softly, and his body suddenly soared into the sky. Suddenly, layers of red flames appeared on his body, as if his whole body was suddenly burning. Next, these flames engulfed Lu Ming in an overwhelming manner. Lu Ming's body flashed to avoid these flames, but as soon as these flames fell on the ground, they burned fiercely. In an instant, Lu Ming's surroundings turned into a sea of fire. "Junior brother Lu Ming, this is my secret skill, Raging Flame Cage. As long as you can break this move, I will admit defeat." Gu Qing's voice came out. "Secret skill, what a wonderful secret skill." Lu Ming's eyes flashed. Secret skills were completely different from martial skills, and there was no difference in level. However, each secret skill was very wonderful and very difficult to cultivate. It also required some special conditions to cultivate successfully. Once used, it could greatly enhance the strength of the martial artist, but there were always gains and losses. Secret skills also had various restrictions. For example, once some secret skills were used, the martial artist would fall into a weak state and be at the mercy of others. Gu Qing's secret skill was to burn his genuine chi, and with genuine chi as fuel, it burned and turned into a flame cage. Unfortunately, how can flames stop me? Chapter 118. Then, Lu Ming's spear danced rapidly. Lu Ming brandished the long spear and a strong wind blew. The fire-patterned spear in Lu Ming's hands seemed to have transformed into a fire dragon. Whoosh! Then, a shocking scene appeared. The surrounding flames moved up and down along with Lu Ming's spear. In the end, they were driven by the spear and turned into a giant fire dragon, dancing around Lu Ming. Lu Ming stood in the sea of flames. The fire dragon danced around him like a fire god. Go! Finally, Lu Ming thrust his spear into the sky. A fire dragon soared into the sky and spiraled up into the clouds. After reaching 100 meters in the air, the fire dragon slowly dissipated into energy and returned to heaven and earth. On the fighting ring, there was no longer any flame where Lu Ming stood. The raging flame cage was broken. Gu Qing was stunned. After a while, he came to his senses and said with a wry smile, "Junior brother Lu Ming is a genius. I'm not as good as him. Thank you for showing mercy just now, junior brother Lu Ming. I admit defeat. If Lu Ming had aimed the long spear at him earlier on, he would have been seriously injured, if not dead, given his weakened state after casting the secret skill. I was lucky, Lu Ming said with a smile. I hope junior brother Lu Ming can enter the top 10. Gu Qing cupped his fists and left the fighting ring. He won. Lu Ming won again. The disciples of the 4 great academies were speechless. They could only feel their lips trembling. In particular, those who repeatedly thought that Lu Ming was going to stop and was going to be defeated felt their faces burning, as if they had been slapped dozens of times. In the White Tiger Hall area, Lu Yao and Lu Yunxiong's faces were gloomy. There was even fear in their eyes. Lu Ming's talent and speed of improvement had already made them a little fearful. No, compared to Duan Mulin, he is still far from being able to compete with him. Lu Yao clenched her fists and told herself over and over again. It seemed that this was the only way she would feel better. Lu Ming wins. The silver-robed elder announced from the fighting ring. Naturally, the crowd was in an uproar again. Lu Ming smiled and walked down the fighting ring, returning to the seating area. How is it? Senior Sister Mullins, I told you that you should believe in me. I was recommended by you. If you believe in me, you believe in your own eyes. Back in the seating area, Lu Ming said to Mullins proudly. You brat, it's still too early. Wait until you enter the top 10 before you show off. Looking at Lu Ming's smug expression, Mullins was so angry that her teeth itched. Of course, admiration flashed across the depths of her eyes. Enter the top 10. What's the reward? Lu Ming asked. Reward? What kind of reward do you want? Mullins smiled charmingly and leaned forward. Her firm and full upper body was almost leaning on Lu Ming's chest. A burst of intoxicating fragrance rushed into Lu Ming's nose. Nearby, Hua Qi, Feng Wu and many other disciples of the Vermilion Bird Courtyard were stunned. Then, they revealed incomparably jealous gazes. This time, Lu Ming did not dodge. Instead, he took a deep breath and revealed an intoxicated expression. Then, he stared at Mullins's chest with all his might and said with a smile that was not a smile, Senior Sister Mullins, I can ask for any reward. Can you satisfy me? The meaning behind his words was already very obvious. Mullins did not speak, but the nearby disciples of the Vermilion Bird Courtyard had already exploded. Nest, Lu Ming, what are you trying to do? What do you mean by that lewd look in your eyes? Lu Ming, let me tell you, although your talent is extraordinary, if you want to hit Elder Mullins, I'll fight it out with you. Elder Mullins is my goddess, hurry up and move your lewd gaze away. Hua Qi shouted, Lu Ming, you beast, I'm going to fight it out with you. The crowd was in high spirits, and Lu Ming could only retreat in defeat. Lu Ming took 2 steps back and rubbed his nose with a wry smile. Mullins's charm was too strong, wasn't it? At the sight of Lu Ming retreating, Mulan puffed out her chest proudly. Instantly, her breasts surged, attracting the attention of a group of perverts nearby. Their eyes were fixed on her. Mullins was already 21 years old, and was completely different from a teenage girl. She was mature, sexy and charming, and was simply at the level of a calamity. How could these hot-blooded youths in their teens and 20s resist her? Even Lu Ming's heart fiercely jumped a few times. Mullins's sexy red lips slightly pouted, her eyes turned, and said, Lu Ming, I'll satisfy whatever conditions you want. Sure, unless you can get first place in this competition. First place? Senior Mullins, is that what you said? Lu Ming looked at Mullins with a smile that was not a smile. Seeing Lu Ming's eyes, Mullins's heart jumped. Could it be that Lu Ming can get first place? Then she shook her head. First place? Impossible, the strength of the top few was terrifying. She was very clear, Lu Ming absolutely could not get first place. Thinking of this, she relaxed, smiled charmingly, and said, okay, then it's a promise. First place. The other vermilion bird courtyards nearby did not besiege Lu Ming this time, because their thoughts were similar to Mulan's. With Lu Ming's battle strength, it was already very likely for him to enter the top 10, but it was impossible for him to get first place. The competition continued. Not long after, the remaining competitions were all over. However, the top 15 were not completely decided yet, because there were still challenges. This time, the elders would choose the strongest person they thought to be to fill in the 16th place. Then, they would choose 5 people to challenge. The winner would enter the top 16. Not long after, the names were chosen, and the challenges began. This time, no one challenged Lu Ming, because the strength that Lu Ming had displayed was too strong. When the challenges were all over, it was already evening. The top 16 had all been announced. The White Tiger Courtyard was still far ahead, occupying 7 spots. The Azure Dragon Courtyard had 4, the Vermilion Bird Courtyard had 3, and the Black Tortoise Courtyard had the worst, with only 2 people entering the top 16. As expected, the Azure Dragon Courtyard's Gu Qing returned to the top 16 through the challenges, proving his strength. The geniuses who were previously ranked in the top 10 all entered the top 16 without exception. Today's competition was over. The next morning, the competition continued. This time, it was still decided by drawing lots. After drawing lots this time, the silver-robed elder directly announced the list of duels. Among them, the most eye-catching one was Lu Ming against Ling Kong. Yes, it was a duel between the 2 newcomer kings. Some of the other powerhouses who were ranked at the top did not face each other. Naturally, the duel between Lu Ming and Ling Kong attracted a lot of attention. The whole audience was discussing the duel between Lu Ming and Ling Kong, guessing who would win. Lu Ming's performance was too amazing, and they no longer dared to say that Ling Kong would win. Under everyone's anticipation, the competition began. Duanmu Yunyang was the first to go on stage, and his opponent was actually Gu Qing. It was a one-sided battle. Gu Qing tried his best to cast the Raging Flame Cage, but it was directly split open by Duanmu Yunyang's saber. Duanmu Yunyang almost won with a crushing force. Then, Zhang Muyun, Bu Xingkai, Duan Gang, and the others went on stage one by one, and they won almost without any suspense. On the other hand, Cheng Failwan defeated his opponent after a tough battle. Chapter 119. The atmosphere in the arena was ignited. White Tiger Hall. Ling Kong, don't hold back when dealing with Lu Ming. It's best if you can cripple him. Duanmu Yunyang said coldly. Duanmu Yunyang, are you ordering me around? Let me tell you, I'm not your Duanmu clan's dog. Don't talk to me like that. Ling Kong grinned, full of arrogance and unruliness. Ling Kong, what do you mean? Lu Ming is our White Tiger Hall's enemy. Another Duanmu clan youth said with an ugly expression. He's your Duanmu clan's enemy, not mine. Ling Kong curled his lips and continued, however, I'll go all out, not because of your Duanmu clan, but because Lu Ming is a good opponent. With that, Ling Kong's figure flashed and he charged toward the fighting ring. This Ling Kong relies on a golden-robed elder for his grandfather. He's simply unruly. He's a disaster. A Duanmu clan youth said. Don't worry, he'll be obedient sooner or later. Duanmu Yunyang sneered. On the fighting ring, Lu Ming and Ling Kong stood opposite each other. Lu Ming, go for it. Senior brother Lu Ming, you're invincible. The Vermilion Bird Hall disciples cheered for Lu Ming. Ling Kong, you're invincible. Ling Kong, go for it. Senior brother Ling Kong, beat up Lu Ming. Senior brother Ling Kong will win. The White Tiger Hall disciples didn't want to be outdone and shouted as well. Then, the disciples from both sides glared at each other. The battle hadn't started yet, but the disciples from both sides were already at daggers drawn. Lu Ming, I know you're still hiding your strength. You've never used your bloodline. Show me all the strength you have. I won't show you any mercy. Ling Kong looked at Lu Ming with eyes full of wildness. That's exactly what I want. Lu Ming smiled. Good, ha. Ling Kong laughed. The two looked at each other. Boom. Boom. Suddenly, the two moved at the same time. The fighting ring let out two roars as the two figures charged toward each other. Wind Demon Staff Art, Mountain Splitter. Astral Fire Spear Art, Landslide. The iron staff in the air and Lu Ming's long spear heavily collided. Clang. It was as if two ancient demons had collided with each other. An earth-shattering boom rang out. At the place where the long spear and the iron staff collided, a red and a yellow light erupted violently, forming a huge storm that swept out in all directions. Even though the spectator stands were a few hundred meters away, they could still feel a strong gust of wind, and they were nearly blown away. Isn't this too strong? What kind of power was this? Is this still the power of a martial master? Some of the disciples were horrified. It was only a single move, but its power was truly terrifying. In the fighting ring, the two of them exchanged a blow and both of them took 7 or 8 steps back. What a strong power! Ling Kong's physical body is even stronger than mine. He has already reached rank 2 upper realm. Moreover, his Xian-level martial skill has also reached the peak of the 4th level. He is not any weaker than me. It seems that I can't win against him with only 60% of my strength. Lu Ming's mind raced. The strength of Lu Ming's genuine qi far exceeded that of an ordinary martial master at the peak of LV9 martial master. In the previous confrontation, he had only used 60% of his strength at most. Good, again. Ling Kong roared and his muscles wriggled like pieces of iron. He quickly rushed toward Lu Ming. Then 70%. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. He stepped on the tip of his foot and his body rushed out like a gust of wind. Clang! Another violent boom rang out. This time, he retreated in the air while Lu Ming merely swayed a little. Lu Ming has the upper hand. Is Lu Ming going to win? It's not that easy. Just watch. Boom! After retreating in the air, he charged toward Lu Ming like a wild beast that had gone mad. Clang! Clang! The two of them continuously bombarded each other. Every time, Ling Kong was repulsed, but the next moment, he would rush up again. In an instant, the two of them had exchanged more than 10 moves. Everyone in the audience held their breaths and watched without blinking. Some of the younger ones were even more excited. It was too exciting, too violent. The two of them directly met force with force. It was simple and crude, but it was the most shocking. In the area of the 4 great academies, some people's faces were extremely solemn. For example, Su Song, who was ranked 8th, Dong Su, and Lei Dong, who was ranked 10th. Because the strength that the two of them had revealed was already close to them. Clang! Another move. Ling Kong retreated 7 or 8 steps in the air. This time, he did not continue to attack. Ha, good, too good. Lu Ming, you're not like those sissies, holding an embroidered sword and learning some slippery movement skills. You don't look like a man at all. After this competition, I must treat you to a drink. Ling Kong laughed heartily. Okay, I'll wait for your wine. Lu Ming smiled. His eyes were bright and his fighting spirit was burning. Such a direct collision also made Lu Ming's blood boil. But Lu Ming, if this is all you've got, I'll win this round. Ling Kong licked his lips and said. Boom. Then, a bloody light flashed on Ling Kong's body and his bloodline erupted. His bloodline was at the 6th grade. In the Mystic Essence Sword sect, most of the top geniuses had level 5 bloodlines. Only an extremely small number of people had level 6 bloodlines. Like the wind, like Ling Kong. In this year's batch of newcomers, there was not a single one with level 6 bloodline. Before Lu Ming's rise, many people said that this year's batch was the weakest in recent years. Of course, all of them had shut up now. Crackle. When Ling Kong's bloodline erupted, his body actually made a sound like frying beans. Then, Ling Kong's muscles wriggled, his bones shifted, and he started to swell. In just a few breaths' time, Ling Kong's body had grown several times larger. He looked like a huge ape, and a violent and fiendish aura spread out from him. Berserk Beast Formula, Berserk Beast Formula. Ling Kong actually mastered the Berserk Beast Formula. With Ling Kong's strength and the Berserk Beast Formula, how terrifying is he? This is the strength of the top 5. There was a burst of exclamations from the stands. It's actually the Berserk Beast Formula. Lu Ming's eyes moved. This was not in the information collected by Hua Qi. The Berserk Beast Formula could increase the strength of the Berserk Beast Formula by a large margin. But the disadvantage was that it could not be maintained for long, and it put a huge burden on the body. After using it, the body would be weak for a period of time. Take this. Ling Kong roared and rushed towards Lu Ming like a giant ape. His speed was much faster than before. Bloodline Eruption and Berserk Beast Formula had more than doubled Ling Kong's combat strength. Boom! The thick iron rod smashed towards Lu Ming. The iron rod smashed through the air, making a rumbling sound. It was extremely terrifying. Since that's the case, let's use 100% of my cultivation. Lu Ming's eyes flashed, and the true energy in his body suddenly erupted. Boom! At this moment, a terrifying aura erupted from Lu Ming's body. Extremely powerful true energy wrapped around Lu Ming's body. Whoosh! 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 Chapter 120. Zhang Muyun, Duan Muyunyang, Bu Xingkai, and Duan Gang stood up at the same time, especially the 3 at the back. Boom! Lu Ming swept out his spear and clashed with Ling Kong's iron rod once again. The energy overflowed in all directions, stirring up gusts of wind. Some of the disciples at the front of the stands with weaker cultivation were directly swept up by the gusts of wind. If it weren't for the help of disciples with higher cultivation, they would have been blown away. It was too terrifying. This attack had surpassed the level of a martial master and reached the level of a martial grand master. After the loud noise, the 2 figures separated at the same time and slid back a dozen meters. This strength is really strong. Let's continue. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat as he continued to rush forward. Again. Ling Kong roared and pounced on Lu Ming again. Clang! The 2 collided again. The 2 separated immediately after the first strike and then clashed again. Clang! Clang! In the fighting ring, it was as if 2 ancient gods were attacking each other. The terrifying sound of the collision was deafening. Some of the weaker disciples had to circulate their chi to resist. It's too terrifying. Is this the strength of 2 newcomers? Only the top 5 on the bronze list have this kind of combat power. That's right. No one below the top 5 is this strong. The most terrifying one is Lu Ming. He just joined this year. It's amazing. I wonder if Lu Ming can break senior brother Feng Wuji's record. Senior brother Feng Wuji rushed to the top 5 in his first year as a newcomer. Let's see. Lu Ming's combat power shocked the disciples of the 4 courtyards. Clang! Clang! Rumbling sounds rang out continuously. After exchanging over 100 moves, their figures separated. The 2 of them pulled apart the distance between them and stood facing each other. Lu Ming, I've lost. Ling Kong sighed. Suddenly, his body trembled and he sat on the ground, gasping for breath. Whether it was the berserk chant or the bloodline eruption, they could not be maintained for too long. The time was up. Following Ling Kong's admission of defeat, the entire audience went into an uproar, especially the disciples of the Vermilion Bird Courtyard. They were loudly calling out Lu Ming's name. Lu Ming's victory basically meant that he had stepped into the top 10. This time, the Vermilion Bird Courtyard might have 2 people enter the top 10. This was already very good. They definitely wouldn't be at the bottom. One had to know that for the past 7 or 8 years, the Vermilion Bird Courtyard had always been at the bottom. Lu Ming, let's fight again in the future. Ling Kong said. All right. Lu Ming nodded. Ha! Ling Kong laughed heartily as he walked down the stage. He wanted to recover because he might still have to fight in the next round. Lu Ming stepped down from the battle platform. After that, another battle continued. It didn't take long for the competition to end. After the competition ended, it was the various elders' turn to have a headache. This time, the elders were going to choose 2 of the strongest to make up for the top 10. Then, from the remaining 6 people, 3 of them would be chosen as challengers to challenge the top 10 experts. If they won, they would replace them. After an intense discussion, the candidates were finally chosen. There was no doubt that Ling Kong's combat strength was obvious to all. He was one of the first 2 to make up for the top 10. Then, the other 3 began to challenge him. Similarly, no one challenged Lu Ming. When the challenges ended, the top 10 of the year was finally decided. This year's top 10 was not too different from the previous bronze list. The previous top 10 of the bronze list were, first place, Zhang Muyun, Azure Dragon Courtyard. Second place, Duanmu Yunyang, White Tiger Courtyard. Third place, Bu Xingkai, White Tiger Courtyard. Fourth place, Duan Gang, Black Tortoise Courtyard. Fifth place, Duanmu Chen, White Tiger Courtyard. Sixth place, Qingfeiwan, Vermilion Bird Courtyard. Seventh place, Zhuoyirong, Azure Dragon Courtyard. Eighth place, Su Song, Black Tortoise Courtyard. Ninth place, Dong Su, Azure Dragon Courtyard. 10th place, Lei Dong, White Tiger Courtyard. Among the 4 people from White Tiger Courtyard, 3 of them were in the top 5. They were extremely powerful. 3 from Azure Dragon Courtyard, 2 from Black Tortoise Courtyard, and 1 from Vermilion Bird Courtyard. This time, there was a slight change. Ling Kong and Lu Ming rushed into the top 10, while Su Song and Lei Dong, who were originally in the 8th place, were not in the top 10. In this way, White Tiger Courtyard still had 4 people, Azure Dragon Courtyard had 3 people, Black Tortoise Courtyard had the worst with only Duan Gang, and Vermilion Bird Courtyard had 2 people. The top 10 had to compete with each other. In other words, each of them had to compete with the other 9. In the end, they would be ranked according to the number of victories. Today's competition had come to an end. The battle between the top 10 would be held the next day. Lu Ming, you're already very good to be able to achieve this result. Don't feel pressured in tomorrow's competition. Just perform as usual. Mulan said. However, she was smiling so widely that her eyes were almost squinted. That won't do. I'm going to get first place. I'm still waiting for your reward, Senior Mulans. Lu Ming said half-jokingly. Okay, then you have to do your best. Mulans's face was slightly red as she glanced at Lu Ming. Hua Qi, Pang Shi, and the others who were at the side were stunned. Then, Mulans walked lightly and left the place. Lu Ming, Pang Shi, and Hua Qi also walked back together. After returning to the dormitory, Lu Ming entered the Temple of Paragon to practice the flaming astral spear art. Today's battle with Ling Kong could be said to be extremely satisfying. Other than the last move of the flaming astral spear art, he had used his bloodline eruption and the force of fire that he had not used yet. 100% of his cultivation, a second-grade initial physical body and the flaming astral spear art. Lu Ming had benefited a lot from this battle. He felt that the flaming astral spear art was not far from a breakthrough. Lu Ming was immersed in comprehending the flaming astral spear art amidst the strange chanting sound. The flaming rune spear in his hand unconsciously danced. The wind whistled as the spear pierced through the air. Time passed unknowingly just like that. When Lu Ming stopped, 3 hours had already passed. The 5th level of the flaming astral spear art, perfection. I have finally reached it. There was a flash in Lu Ming's eyes. The flaming astral spear art had been stuck at the peak of the 4th level for some time. After the battle with Ling Kong, he had finally broken through. Zhang Muyun, Duan Muyun Yang, how strong are you? Lu Ming's eyes were filled with anticipation. Then, Lu Ming sat down cross-legged and started cultivating the true dragon battle art. At this moment, in a magnificent hall of the White Tiger Hall, the dean of the White Tiger Hall sat on the throne. Below him sat Duanmu Yunyang, Bu Xingkai, and Duanmu Chen. I didn't expect Lu Ming to have reached such a terrifying level. You must be careful when you meet him tomorrow. The dean of the White Tiger Hall warned. Dean, don't worry. Lu Ming is no match for me. I will teach him an unforgettable lesson tomorrow. I will let him know who the bronze spear art is. Bu Xingkai said confidently. Although Lu Ming's strength is not bad, he is no threat to me. My goal is to defeat Zhang Muyun and take the first place. Duanmu Yunyang said with bright eyes. Good. Yunyang, if you can defeat Zhang Muyun this time, the family will reward you handsomely. Chapter 121. Somewhere in the Black Tortoise Academy, a vigorous voice came out, Duan Gang, this time, you are the only one left in the Black Tortoise Academy. This time, you must enter the top 3. Otherwise, my Black Tortoise Academy will be at the bottom. Dean, don't worry. Duan Gang will do his best. In a courtyard of the Azure Dragon Courtyard, Zhang Muyun and Zhuo Yirong stood side by side. Brother Muyun, this time, Duanmu Yunyang will definitely want to get first place. Are you confident? Zhuo Yirong asked. In another year, Lu Ming can be my opponent. Other than him, there is no one else. Zhang Muyun let out a long sigh. His sigh sounded a little lonely, but it also showed his strong confidence. This night was destined to be a sleepless night. Countless people were looking forward to tomorrow's pinnacle showdown. Originally, everyone thought that there were 2 main points to watch in this 4 academies grand competition. First, it was to see how far Ling Kong could go. Second, the battle between Duanmu Yunyang and Zhang Muyun to see who would get first place. After all, Duanmu Yunyang was that year's newcomer king, but he was suppressed by another person. He always wanted to defeat Zhang Muyun. But now, there was another point to watch. This year's newcomer king, Lu Ming, how far could he go? Therefore, it made people look forward to it even more. Amidst everyone's anticipation, the night passed. At dawn, Feng Wu and Mulins arrived at Lu Ming's dormitory. After that, everyone ate breakfast and walked towards the location of the grand competition. When they arrived, they were shocked. There was already a sea of people here. The number of people was much higher than yesterday. Some of the silver-ranked disciples who did not come yesterday put down what they were doing and rushed over. Other than that, some silver-robed elders also rushed over. The 10 people today were all true geniuses. They were not old disciples who were stuck at the peak of the 9th level of the martial master realm and could not break through. They were all young and had only suppressed their own cultivation. As long as they broke through to the great martial master realm, they would be considered geniuses among the great martial masters. They could even fight above their level. In the future, they might even be able to ascend to the silver list. Therefore, the silver-ranked disciples also placed great importance on them. Not long after, the 4 great courtyards dean and sect leader arrived. Clang! Clang! With the 9 melodious sounds of the bell, the exciting battle of the top 10 began. Alright, the battle between the top 10 has officially begun. This time, there will be a total of 9 rounds. The first round, Ling Kong against Duanmu Chen. A silver-robed elder referee announced. Everyone's spirits were suddenly roused. They did not expect that the first round would be such a highlight. Duanmu Chen, ranked 5th on the bronze list, who would win? On the stage, the 2. Duanmu Chen was a rare genius of the Duanmu family. His sword skills were unparalleled, and he was only second to Zhang Muyun on the bronze ranking. Duanmu Chen, you are not my match. Ling Kong was still confident, wild, and filled with a fiendish aura. Maybe not, Duanmu Chen said coldly. Swish! Swish! Duanmu Chen's sword qi was incomparably swift and fierce. It tore through the air and pierced through the heavens, extremely powerful. Unfortunately, he met Ling Kong. Ling Kong didn't care about the sword qi, he would just smash it with his iron rod. When Ling Kong used the berserk beast art, Duanmu Chen was no match for him. He was completely suppressed by Ling Kong's violent attacks. This match was won by Ling Kong. Ling Kong won. Duanmu Chen is not Ling Kong's match. Lu Ming, who is stronger, is definitely stronger than Duanmu Chen. True enough, Lu Ming and Ling Kong are both in the top 5. Ling Kong's victory made people think of Lu Ming. The second round, Zhang Muyun against Dong Su. The referee announced the start of the second round. There was no suspense in this round. Dong Su admitted defeat before he even made a move. It was unwise to force a move when he knew he was no match for Duanmu Chen. Today was not the first round. There were many more rounds to come. If he used too much energy, it would be disadvantageous for him in the later rounds. It was better to just admit defeat. The third round, Lu Ming against Qing Fei Wan. Qing Fei Wan. Lu Ming was surprised. Only the two of them from the Vermilion Bird Courtyard were in the top 10. He did not expect them to meet in the first round. The two of them went up the stage from the same area. Qing Fei Wan was about 17 or 18 years old. She was beautiful in a red dress. There were only 2 girls in the top 10. Qing Fei Wan and Zhuo Yirong were famous beauties from the Mystic Essence Sword sect. They were known as the top 10 beauties of the sect. Right then, Qing Fei Wan's beautiful eyes lit up. She looked at Lu Ming and said, "Junior brother Lu Ming, I didn't expect us to meet in the first round." Lu Ming smiled and said, "It is indeed a coincidence. Senior sister, please enlighten me." "You don't have to enlighten me. I'm no match for you. I admit defeat for this round." Qing Fei Wan's eyes flashed and she smiled. "Huh? You admit defeat?" Lu Ming was stunned. "That's right. Junior brother Lu Ming, you're the hope of the Vermilion Bird Courtyard. We're counting on you this time." Qing Fei Wan narrowed her eyes and smiled. She then walked down the stage. Lu Ming's first round ended easily. The disciples of the 4 courtyards were not surprised. After all, Qing Fei Wan and Lu Ming were both disciples of the Vermilion Bird Courtyard. There was no reason for them to compete. The 4th round, Duanmu Yunyang vs Zhuo Yirong. The competition continued. Duanmu Yunyang and Zhuo Yirong had no suspense. Zhuo Yirong only made a few symbolic moves. Seeing that she was no match for Duanmu Yunyang, she admitted defeat. Then came the 5th round. It was the most anticipated round in the first round. Bu Xingkai vs Duan Gang. Bu Xingkai was ranked 3rd on the bronze list. He was known as the best spear user. Duan Gang was ranked 4th on the bronze list. He was known as the best defensive user. His defensive ability was unmatched among the bronze disciples. Correspondingly, Duan Gang's close combat ability was also very strong. This was a battle between 2 strong opponents. "Duan Gang, let me pierce through your tortoise shell today." Bu Xingkai held a black spear in his hand and pointed it at Duan Gang. He was extremely domineering. "Try me if you have the ability." Duan Gang was tall and sturdy with bulging muscles. He was obviously a body-refining expert. Kill. Formation-breaking spear technique. Bu Xingkai rushed toward Duan Gang. Spear shadows appeared in the sky and attacked Duan Gang. Black tortoise protection. Duan Gang shouted. His body glowed and 5 tortoise shell-like shields condensed around him. At the same time, he wore a pair of spiritual weapon gloves and clawed at Bu Xingkai. His claws were as sharp as blades. As soon as they exchanged blows, a fierce battle broke out between them. Bu Xingkai's attacks were like a torrential downpour. However, Duan Gang's defense was impenetrable. Every time Bu Xinkai's spear hit Duan Gang, it was blocked by the tortoise-shell-like shields around him. For a moment, it was hard to tell who was stronger. The disciples of the four courtyards were watching intently. Amazing, amazing. Is this the strength of the top four on the bronze list? Pang Shi was dumbstruck as he kept muttering to himself. Senior brother Lu Ming, who do you think will win? Chapter 122. Lu Ming sorted out his thoughts and said, both of them have cultivated the path of the physical body. Among them, Duan Gang's physical body should have already reached the shocking perfected second grade, while Bu Xingkai is a second grade phenomenal success. However, Duan Gang focuses on defense. Although he has cultivated an offensive profound level martial skill, he has only cultivated it to the third level. Bu Xinkai's spear art has already reached the fifth level. As time passes, Bu Xingkai will definitely win. Or, if Bu Xingkai has a killer move, he will win very soon. Mulans looked at Lu Ming in surprise and said, Lu Ming, you have a good eye. Look, Bu Xingkai is about to use his ultimate move. At this moment, Bu Xingkai jumped up from the fighting ring. His body was more than 20 meters high. Then, he pointed his spear down and stabbed at Duan Gang. Toxic Dragon Drill. Bu Xingkai shouted. As he was moving down, the spears started to spin rapidly with the tip of the spear as the center. Vaguely, a black, evil dragon could be seen emerging. Its power was astonishing. Black Tortoise Protection, invincible. Duan Gang roared and activated his divine body protection technique. A total of 5 tortoise-shell-shaped shields covered his body completely. Boom! There was an earth-shattering explosion. The black and yellow light almost drowned the fighting ring. After a while, a figure slid out quickly and coughed out a mouthful of blood. It was Duan Gang. Bu Xingkai stood proudly with his spear in his hand. Other than his heavy breathing, he was completely fine. Bu Xingkai won. Everyone sighed, especially the disciples of the Xuanwu Academy. Duan Gang was defeated by Bu Xingkai. It seemed that it was impossible for him to enter the top 3. Bu Xingkai wins this round. Well, the first round is over. You guys can take a rest. Those of you who have activated your bloodline just now will be given a blood coagulation pill to recover your bloodline power as soon as possible. Then, we will proceed to the second round. The referee announced. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. The Xianyuan sword sect was really generous for this grand competition. They even took out a blood coagulation pill. The blood coagulation pill could restore the power of one's bloodline within a short period of time, allowing one's bloodline to erupt again. It was extremely precious. Even the lowest ranked ones that could restore the bloodline of a martial master were frighteningly expensive. Furthermore, they were extremely difficult to refine. Naturally, they were extremely rare. About half an hour later, the second round began. First round, Cheng Feilwan vs Shuirong. The referee announced. Everyone's spirits were lifted. Among the top 10, there were only 2 women. Who would have thought that they would meet each other now? 2 graceful silhouettes floated up onto the battle platform. Both of them were extremely beautiful. They were known as the top 10 beauties of the Mystic Essence Sword sect. Standing on the same stage, they were like a beautiful scenery. Senior Sister Zhua, please. Junior Sister Cheng, please. The 2 of them clasped their fists at each other and began to fight. Cheng Feilwan's weapon was a sword, and her bloodline was a fire spiritual bird, so her swordsmanship was of the fire property. Her sword breath was scorching hot. Zhua Yirong was using a 3-meter-long soft whip. In addition, her bloodline was the 1000-chance vine of the plant element, which complemented each other perfectly. The soft whip in her hand was ever-changing and dazzling. The 2 of them shuttled back and forth on the battle platform like 2 dancing butterflies. It was pleasing to the eye. In the blink of an eye, the 2 of them had exchanged dozens of blows. In the end, Zhua Yirong was defeated by Cheng Feilwan's flames. There was not much difference from the previous ranking on the bronze list. The previous ranking on the bronze list was inferred by the elders of the Mystic Essence Sword sect based on the battle records of the participants, their combat strength, and the martial skills they were good at. One had to admit that the inference was very accurate. Second round, Duanmuchen vs Dong Su. There was no suspense in this round. Dong Su stubbornly resisted for more than 10 blows before he was defeated. Third round, Zhang Muyun vs Bu Xingkai. This was the highlight of the competition. Zhang Muyun, who was ranked first, versus Bu Xingkai, who was ranked third. Zhang Muyun was dressed in a white robe. He had a gentle smile on his face, which was as gentle as jade. However, when he attacked, his sword chi was shocking. His sword radiance illuminated the 90 prefectures. He was like a sword immortal. Although Bu Xingkai was powerful, he did not manage to last more than 10 blows. 8 blows. He was defeated in just 8 blows. Moreover, Zhang Muyun did not activate his bloodline. He was too powerful. Zhang Muyun was almost invincible. Now, everyone was looking forward to the battle between Duanmu Yunyang and Zhang Muyun. Perhaps only Duanmu Yunyang could compete with Zhang Muyun. Fourth round, Duanmu Yunyang vs Ling Kong. It was another highlight of the competition. The atmosphere became even more heated. This was because this was another battle between two newcomer kings, and both of them were from the White Tiger Hall. Ling Kong, do you still want to fight with me? You should know that you are no match for me. Duanmu Yunyang hugged his battle saber and said indifferently. Ha ha ha, Duanmu Yunyang, when have you seen me, Ling Kong, surrender without a fight? Cut the crap. Let's fight. Ling Kong laughed. Then, he used the Berserk Beast formula and charged toward Duanmu Yunyang with his strongest combat strength. I'll fulfill your wish. Duanmu Yunyang said coldly. As soon as he finished speaking, he unsheathed his battle saber. As the battle saber was unsheathed, a surging saber aura appeared. Buzz! A saber aura that was more than 10 meters long slashed toward Ling Kong. He roared in the air like a wild beast. Then, he raised his iron staff and smashed it toward the saber light with a loud rumbling sound. With a loud bang, the fighting ring shook. Ling Kong's body swayed slightly and his attack was blocked. However, Duanmu Yunyang's attacks were like water that had been opened from a dam. They surged and surged in an unending stream towards the sky. The overbearing saber aura came one after another as if there was no end to it. 8 blows. Just like Zhang Muyun's victory over Bu Xingkai, Ling Kong was defeated in just 8 blows and was sent flying out of the fighting ring. Too powerful. Among the top 10, Duanmu Yunyang and Zhang Muyun are far ahead. The others can't compete with them. It's up to the two of them now. Perhaps they will have a shocking battle. The disciples of the four halls discussed excitedly. Fifth round, Lu Ming vs Duan Gang. At this moment, the referee announced the 5th round of the competition. Here it comes. The battle between Lu Ming and Duan Gang will determine the top 5. If Lu Ming can defeat Duan Gang, he will definitely make it to the top 5 and compete with Bu Xingkai for the 3rd place. Then, they will decide who is the bronze first spear. That's right. But in my opinion, if Lu Ming only has the combat strength that he had in the battle with Ling Kong, it will be difficult for him to break through Duan Gang's defense, unless he has another trump card. It's hard to say. Didn't you see that Lu Ming didn't use his bloodline? It's true. I almost forgot. Amid the discussion, Lu Ming stepped into the fighting ring. Duan Gang stood in front of Lu Ming like an iron tower. At this moment, Duan Gang's face was somewhat grave. Chapter 123. Junior brother Lu, please. Please. The two of them cupped their fists. Boom. Then, Duan Gang stomped heavily on the ground. His tall body was like a war chariot as he charged towards Lu Ming. Duan Gang was a close combat expert, so he had to close the distance. Astral Fire Spear Art, Broken Armor. Lu Ming used the broken armor as soon as he made his move. The penetrating power of this move was extremely strong, second only to the last move, explosion. Black Tortoise Protection. Duan Gang did not hesitate and used a defensive martial skill. 5 tortoise shell-shaped shields appeared. Clang! The long spear pierced one of the shields and the sound of metal clashing was heard. Lu Ming felt that the long spear had pierced an iron mountain. The long spear was bent into a bow shape. Lu Ming used the long spear's rebound force to retreat. What a strong defense! Lu Ming praised in his heart. However, he did not know that Duan Gang was more shocked than him. He felt that his defense was almost pierced by Lu Ming's long spear. Is this Lu Ming's ultimate move? If not, then it is too strong. It is even stronger than Bushinkai's attack. Duan Gang thought in his heart, but his body did not stop. He continued to charge towards Lu Ming. His hands were like eagle claws as he clawed out more than 10 sharp claws. Fire dance. Lu Ming's long spear shook. Flowers of flame appeared and defeated Duan Gang's claws. Then, more than 10 flowers of flame fell on Duan Gang's protective shield, causing ripples. Landslide. Lu Ming used the momentum to jump up and smashed his long spear towards Duan Gang. Boom! The long spear hit Duan Gang's protective shield and caused a strong vibration. Duan Gang's face changed. He retreated 5 or 6 steps before he could stabilize himself. He retreated. Duan Gang retreated. He is so strong. I feel that Lu Ming's attack is stronger than when he fought with Ling Kong yesterday. Yes. Did he hide his strength yesterday? Unbelievable. On the viewing platform, Ling Kong's eyes revealed a beastly glint as he muttered, "This guy, his martial technique was clearly at the 4th level yesterday, but today he's already at the 5th level. Could it be that he broke through last night? That's impossible, right?" Moon seizing. As soon as Duan Gang retreated, Lu Ming used his greatest AoE attack, moon seizing. A crescent moon was formed and slammed heavily onto Duan Gang's protective shield. Bang! Duan Gang retreated again. Chasing thunder. Then, he became one with his spear, and as fast as lightning, he arrived in the blink of an eye. This spear once again caused Duan Gang's protective shield to tremble. Ah! Duan Gang roared and threw out a few punches in succession. He rushed towards Lu Ming and shouted, "Lu Ming, if you have a trump card, use it as soon as possible. You won't be able to break my defense like this." At the beginning of the battle, he was suppressed by Lu Ming, which was really frustrating. In this way, he couldn't get close to Lu Ming at all. It was impossible for him to win. If he was going to lose, he might as well lose decisively. Okay, as you wish. Explode. Lu Ming's true chi surged out of his body and rushed towards the long spear, gathering at the tip of the spear. Whoosh! The long spear was like a bolt of lightning, streaking across the sky and piercing Duan Gang's protective shield once again. Boom! In an instant, the true chi at the tip of the spear was like a volcano that had been accumulating for thousands of years. It suddenly erupted with a powerful and shocking destructive power. Crack! Duan Gang's protective shield cracked open and then exploded with a bang. Then, Duan Gang screamed and his body flew far away, covered in blood. Phew! As Duan Gang flew out, all the disciples of the 4 courtyards heaved a long sigh of relief. Lu Ming won. He's in the top 5. I wonder who's stronger between him and Bushinkai. It seems like it's Lu Ming. In the White Tiger courtyard area, everyone from the Duanmu family looked terrible. Needless to say, Lu Yao and Lu Yunxiong were gritting their teeth so hard that they were about to break. On the other hand, in the Vermilion Bird courtyard area, loud cheers could be heard. This was because after Lu Ming defeated Duan Gang, the Vermilion Bird courtyard wouldn't be at the bottom of the grand competition. In the fighting ring, Duan Gang got up and smiled bitterly. Junior Lu Ming is indeed powerful. I admit defeat wholeheartedly. Duan Gang's physical body was extremely strong, so he wasn't seriously injured and could recover quickly. Senior Duan, you're too polite. Lu Ming smiled. Lu Ming wins this round. The second round is over. The third round will begin soon. The judge announced. Soon, the third round began. In this round, Lu Ming's opponent was Duan Muchen. There was no suspense between Lu Ming and Duan Muchen. Lu Ming completely suppressed Duan Muchen and won in a dozen moves. As for the others, they admitted defeat directly when they encountered Zhang Muyun and Duan Muyunyang. There was no need to fight, so they might as well save their strength for the later rounds. In the fourth round, Lu Ming won easily against Dong Su. In this round, Ling Kong faced Bu Xingkai. The two of them fought fiercely. After hundreds of moves, Bu Xingkai won and defeated Ling Kong. In the fifth round, Lu Ming faced Bu Xingkai. This round caused an uproar in the crowd. Because this battle could be said to be the battle for the third place. If Lu Ming won, it would not be a problem for him to come in third place. If Bu Xingkai won, then he would be the third place. Moreover, both of them used spears, so it was more meaningful. In the fighting ring, the two of them stood opposite each other with a spear in their hands. Lu Ming, let's decide the winner with one move. What do you think? Bu Xingkai said in a low voice. Okay, that's what I want. Lu Ming smiled. Decide the winner with one move. Everyone in the arena was stunned, then they became more excited. Deciding the winner with one move was more dangerous, but also more exciting. Boom! Boom! A powerful aura burst out from the two of them. As their auras collided, they rushed out at the same time. Toxic Dragon Drill. Explode! The two of them used their unique skills almost at the same time. Two spear shadows instantly pierced through the void and collided with each other. It was like two stars colliding. In the fighting ring, two colors emerged from the intersection of their spears. One was fiery red, and the other was black. The two colors were clearly separated and did not give way to each other. However, the stalemate only lasted for a moment. Suddenly, the fiery red side erupted like a volcano. A powerful force gushed out and suppressed the black side. Bang! A figure flew far away and fell heavily on the ground. It was undoubtedly Bu Xingkai. Bu Xingkai was defeated, and his injuries were more serious than before. Bang! The Dean of White Tiger Hall slammed the seat with a gloomy face. The Dean of Vermilion Bird Hall laughed. Lu Ming wins. The judge announced. Lu Ming is the third place. There's no doubt about it. Gosh, Lu Ming broke senior brother Feng Wuji's record. That's terrifying. If that's the case, our Mystic Essence Sword sect will have a genius who's more powerful than senior brother Feng Wuji. That's hard to say. He's strong now, but it doesn't mean he'll be strong in the future. There are many challenges in the future. In history, many people were outstanding in their youth, but their achievements were mediocre when they grew up. Chapter 124. I really can't see through this guy. Does he really want to fight for the first place? Mulan's face was completely replaced by a smile. On the other hand, Pang Shi and Hua Qi were so excited that their bodies were trembling, and they were already speechless. Then, the competition continued. After the fifth round, it was the sixth round. In the sixth round, Lu Ming vs. Ling Kong. Lu Ming and Ling Kong had already fought yesterday, so there was no need to fight again. Ling Kong simply admitted defeat. In the 6 rounds of the competition, there were only 3 people who maintained a perfect record. Zhang Muyun, Duan Muyunyang, and Lu Ming. At this time, the situation gradually became clear. First and second, Zhang Muyun and Duan Muyunyang. Third, Lu Ming. Fourth, should be Bu Xingkai. Fifth and sixth should be between Ling Kong and Duan Gang. As for the rest, Dong Su was almost in the 10th place. There was no longer any suspense, and the difference should not be too big. There were 3 rounds left. Everyone's focus was on Zhang Muyun and Duan Muyunyang. They wanted to know who would win the first place. Of course, there was also Lu Ming. Could Lu Ming fight with the first two people? How many moves could he resist? Everyone's attention was on these few points. In everyone's expectation, the 7th round began. The first round of the 7th round, Ling Kong vs Duan Gang. This battle could be said to be the longest and fiercest battle in the competition. Both of them were violent fighters. They bombarded the Colosseum as if they were two demons fighting. After hundreds of moves, Duan Gang won because the time of Ling Kong's beast frenzy formula was up. The second round, Lu Ming vs Zhuo Yirong. Zhuo Yirong admitted defeat without hesitation. The third round finally ushered in the most important battle. It was also the battle that everyone was most concerned about. Zhang Muyun vs Duan Muyunyang. The battle between the two of them took place in advance. They met in the 7th round. Two figures, one from the east and one from the west, walked onto the fighting ring. In an instant, the whole place was boiling. One was the first sword, and the other was the first saber. They were ranked first and second on the bronze list. The battle between the two ignited the blood of the young warriors present. Many of them were thirsty, and their eyes were wide open as they stared at the two on the battle platform. Zhang Muyun, a year ago, I was defeated by you. That was my humiliation. Now, I will take back the glory that belongs to me and trample you under my feet. Duan Muyunyang's gaze was like that of a tiger, incomparably overbearing. Even when facing Zhang Muyun, he was still arrogant and overbearing. This was his innate personality. He could be considered a tyrant. However, Zhang Muyun was more like a king. He had the bearing of a dragon and a tiger. His eyes were like the stars, and he had a gentle smile on his face. He said, Duan Muyunyang, you lost to me last year. This year, you have even less of a chance. You won't have a chance in the future either. The gap between us will only widen. Zhang Muyun's voice was calm and gentle, but it was filled with unparalleled confidence. If an ordinary person dared to say this, everyone would think that he was arrogant, conceited, and condescending. However, when these words came out of Zhang Muyun's mouth, no one felt that he was arrogant or condescending. Instead, they felt that he was speaking the truth. Because he had the right to say so. I told you to take back your words. Take this. Duan Muyunyang said coldly. Boom. A powerful aura erupted from Duan Muyunyang's body. His body didn't move, but a several-meter-long saber that was completely condensed out of Jin Qi appeared above his head. It slashed through the air and charged towards Zhang Muyun. Clang! With a sword hum, a huge sword also formed above Zhang Muyun's head and slashed forward. Boom! When the saber and the sword met, countless sword qi and saber light shot out in all directions. Puff puff puff, saber and sword beams struck the ground. If it were not for the large number of inscriptions carved into the ground would have been riddled with holes. It was just a test, but it had already reached such a terrifying level. Saber art of annihilation, spirit extermination. Duan Muyunyang unsheathed his battle saber. It was as if a demon had broken free from its shackles and returned to the world. The terrifying saber radiance seemed to be able to split the void as it slashed toward Zhang Muyun. Clang! The sound of a sword rang out. Zhang Muyun did not move, but his long sword was unsheathed. The moment the sword was unsheathed, a sharp and merciless aura filled the air. The entire world seemed to be enveloped by his sword aura. Screech! A soft sound of breaking through the air was heard. If one did not listen carefully, they would not be able to hear it. A sword light flashed and shot out before the sound could be heard. Boom! This sword aura was not as overbearing as Duan Muyunyang's saber radiance. However, it was able to defeat Duan Muyunyang's saber radiance with one strike. Annihilation saber art, annihilation of heaven. Duan Muyunyang shouted. When this saber slashed out, Duan Muyunyang fell into a dead silence. He had lost all emotions. Humans were emotionless, but sabers were even more emotionless. There was only endless sharpness that could destroy everything in the world. Four seasons swordplay, overflowing spring. Break for me. Zhang Muyun said indifferently as he thrust out his sword. In an instant, hundreds of sword auras appeared in the sky. The sword auras were fine and dense like the spring rain, enveloping Duanmu Yunyang's saber art. If Duanmu Yunyang's saber art represented annihilation, then Zhang Muyun's sword art represented life and hope. The sword auras were like droplets of spring rain. Although each droplet was not very powerful, when they gathered together, their power was boundless. The saber radiance and sword auras dissipated in the air. Brilliant, this is too brilliant. Zhang Muyun and Duanmu Yunyang's low-grade profound martial skill have already been cultivated to the highest level, the man and martial skill as one. It is definitely the man and martial skill as one realm. It is far beyond the others. Moreover, both of their physical bodies are at the perfect second grade. It is really amazing. Both of their bloodlines are at the 6th grade. This kind of combat strength has already surpassed the martial master realm. It would not be a problem for them to kill an ordinary first-grade martial master. Are these the top 2 geniuses on the bronze list? It is really amazing. Lu Ming's eyes were bright as he sighed in his heart. Mullins, who was beside him, glanced at Lu Ming and said, "How is it? This is the strength of Zhang Muyun and Duanmu Yunyang. Seeing their combat strength, do you still have the confidence to get first place?" "Why not?" Lu Ming said, revealing a meaningful smile. "This guy. Is he pretending to be profound?" Mullins felt that she could not see through Lu Ming. She did not know whether he was telling the truth or not. Saber technique of obliteration, world annihilation. Duanmu Yunyang roared and slashed out 18 times in an instant. Each of the 18 saber radiances was extremely terrifying. The key was that the trajectory of each slash was erratic, like a wild horse that was out of control. It was unfathomable. 4 seasons swordsmanship, scorching summer. The sound of a sword rang out. A sword radiance appeared in the air, emitting a dazzling light like a sun. Chi, this sun was actually shooting out densely packed sword auras. No matter how unpredictable Duanmu Yunyang's saber radiances were, they all collapsed under the sword auras. Autumn wind rustling. Then, Zhang Muyun unleashed his next move. The fighting ring suddenly fell into a dead silence. Everything was dead and the autumn wind rustled. A lonely sword radiance flashed across the sky and slashed toward Duanmu Yunyang. Boom! Chapter 125. Duanmu Yunyang retreated while Zhang Muyun advanced. Winter thunder tremor. Zhang Muyun instantly slashed out 9 times. 9 thunderous swords blasted towards Duanmu Yunyang. World annihilation. Duanmu Yunyang roared. A pale white sword light soared into the sky as he resisted with all his might. When the light dissipated, Duanmu Yunyang quickly retreated. A deep wound appeared on his shoulder. "Duanmu Yunyang, I have said that you are no match for me." Zhang Muyun's clothes were as white as snow as he stepped forward step by step. With every step he took, the aura on his body became stronger. With their cultivation, as long as they are willing, they can break through to the martial Grand Master realm in the blink of an eye. Moreover, there will be no bottlenecks in the martial Grand Master realm and they can continue to break through. After all, their accumulation is too strong. A powerful silver-ranked disciple sighed. "Ha ha ha, Zhang Muyun, do you think you have one? Take my final move. Blood annihilation chop." Duanmu Yunyang laughed loudly. Blood spurted out from his wound and gathered in the air to form a blood saber. Chop! Duanmu Yunyang waved his hand. The blood saber turned into a ray of blood light and slashed towards Zhang Muyun. Zhang Muyun's gaze flickered. A sword light whizzed out and hit the blood saber. However, at this moment, the blood saber suddenly dissipated and turned into wisps of blood mist. Subsequently, the blood mist condensed and turned into blood leopards that charged towards Zhang Muyun. Whoosh! Whoosh! Zhang Muyun swung his sword. Sword chi flew out and dispersed the blood leopards. However, after the blood leopards were dispersed, they turned into blood mist again and condensed into blood leopards again. It was as though there was no end to them. What a strange secret technique. Is this Duanmu Yunyang's trump card? I have never heard of Duanmu Yunyang knowing this secret technique. It seems like he has had a fortuitous encounter during this period. Is Zhang Muyun going to lose? Ha ha ha. Zhang Muyun, this blood annihilation chop is specially used to deal with you. Today, you will definitely lose. Duanmu Yunyang laughed maniacally. Duanmu Yunyang, I thought you had some skills. This secret technique is just a small trick. In the future, when your cultivation is high, this secret technique will be useless. Let me show you what is the Great Tao. Break. As soon as Zhang Muyun finished speaking, an extremely powerful aura suddenly rose from his body. An incomparably sharp, all-conquering force suddenly erupted. That's right, it was force. Whoosh! Whoosh! At this moment, the major figures of the 4 great courtyards, such as the 4 great courtyards' deans, the various silver-gowned elders, and the golden-gowned elders, all of them suddenly stood up from their seats. Apart from the sect master's eyes were also shining brightly. Force, it's the force of metal. Zhang Muyun has actually comprehended force. A genius, a genius. He actually comprehended force at the martial master realm. Unbelievable. Ha, our mystic essence sword sect has gained yet another true genius. The silver-robed elders shouted excitedly. Hearing the silver-robed elders' words, the disciples who didn't know what was going on were shocked. Most of the bronze-ranked disciples, including the majority of the silver-ranked disciples, had not comprehended force, but they had more or less heard of it and knew the power of force. How could they not be shocked? Chi, the force of metal was all-conquering and incomparably sharp. Once the force of metal was unleashed, there was nothing it couldn't destroy. In an instant, the blood leopards surrounding Zhang Muyun were all shattered and could no longer condense. Duanmu Yunyang let out a blood-curdling scream as he retreated a dozen steps. He spat out a mouthful of blood and his face turned pale. Ha ha ha, Zhang Muyun, I didn't expect you to comprehend force. I lost, and I deserved it. Duanmu Yunyang let out a bitter laugh as his face revealed a dispirited expression. The overbearing aura from before had disappeared without a trace. What Zhang Muyun said was right. The secret technique was only a small path. The force was the true path. The earlier one comprehended force, the more beneficial it would be to one's future. Zhang Muyun was able to comprehend force at the martial master realm, which meant that his talent was far above his. Perhaps, he would never be able to catch up with Zhang Muyun in his lifetime. At this moment, he had lost all his fighting spirit. Yunyang, what are you doing? A martial artist is going against the heavens. Only when one has the will to fight and become more courageous can one reach the peak of martial arts. Wake up! The dean of the White Tiger Institute suddenly yelled. The yell was like thunder, exploding in Duanmu Yunyang's ears. Duanmu Yunyang shuddered as he suddenly came to his senses and broke out in a cold sweat. He was in a dangerous situation just then. If he didn't wake up in time, his state of mind would be shattered and he would be lost in the path of martial arts. It would be difficult for him to progress further. This was the so-called inner demon. Thank you, Dean. Duanmu Yunyang bowed toward the dean of the White Tiger Institute. He then looked toward Zhang Muyun with a domineering look in his eyes as he said, Zhang Muyun, I will catch up with you sooner or later. I will definitely take back the glory that belongs to me. After saying this, he turned around and left the fighting ring. Zhang Muyun wins this round. Let's move on to the next round. The judge announced. The competition continued. However, after the intense battle, the following rounds were no longer able to arouse the crowd's interest. In the eyes of the majority of the crowd, the result of this round was already out. Zhang Muyun would surely be the first, and Duanmu Yunyang would be the second. Although there were still 2 rounds left, there was no suspense. Soon after, the 7th round ended. After a short break, the 8th round began. There were not many changes in the first 4 rounds because the outcome was already within everyone's expectations. The 5th round, Lu Ming vs. Duanmu Yunyang. The judge announced the participants of the 5th round. The crowd's spirits were slightly lifted. Finally, it was Lu Ming and Duanmu Yunyang's turn to fight. Previously, Lu Ming had repeatedly slapped the Duanmu family in the face. Duanmu Yunyang had said that he would make Lu Ming lose miserably. Lu Ming also responded strongly. The 2 of them had not fought yet, but sparks had already flown in all directions. Now that they had finally met, what would the result be? How many moves could Lu Ming block? Wouldn't he be tortured miserably? The 2 of them walked onto the fighting ring and stood facing each other. Lu Ming, it's finally our turn. My previous words still count. If you don't admit defeat quickly, you will lose miserably. Duanmu Yunyang's voice was cold and domineering. Lose miserably? Are you talking about yourself? You did lose miserably before. It was quite indecent. Your martial heart almost collapsed. Lu Ming smiled faintly. He was referring to the previous fight between Duanmu Yunyang and Zhang Muyun. Lu Ming, you shouldn't have mentioned this. Since you have mentioned it, it won't be settled by losing miserably. Duanmu Yunyang's face became as cold as the North Pole. His eyes flashed with undisguised killing intent. Duanmu Yunyang wants to kill. This time, Lu Ming is in trouble. Lu Ming is being a bit impulsive. He shouldn't have provoked Duanmu Yunyang at this time. Yes. On the fighting ring, except for the prohibition of killing, there are no other restrictions. If Lu Ming doesn't admit defeat, even the sect leader can't intervene. The consequences for Lu Ming are worrying. Chapter 126. However, Lu Ming's face was still calm, and the corner of his mouth revealed a trace of ridicule. He said, "You lost to Zhang Muyun, and your martial heart almost collapsed. I wonder what will happen after you lose to me." Lose to you? Ha ha ha, impossible. How can I, Duanmu Yunyang, lose to a newcomer? This is the biggest joke in the world. Lu Ming, don't think you can use this method to disturb my state of mind. Ridiculous. Your road ends here. Annihilation Saber Art, Spirit Destruction. Duanmu Yunyang's saber was unsheathed amidst his laughter. The overbearing saber light slashed toward Lu Ming. The moment he slashed, he had already activated his bloodline. Broken armor. In an instant, Lu Ming operated the true dragon battle art to the extreme. The majestic dragon-shaped genuine chi surged in his strong body and poured into the long spear. Along the long spear, a powerful rotating cutting force erupted. Ding! The long spear accurately pierced the blade. With a roar, Duanmu Yunyang's body did not move, but Lu Ming's body shook slightly and took a step back. He blocked it. Senior brother Lu Ming blocked Duanmu Yunyang's attack. Pang Shi shouted excitedly. Beside him, Mulins, Feng Wu, Hua Qi, and the other disciples of the Vermilion Bird Courtyard, and even the dean of the Vermilion Bird Courtyard, revealed a joyful expression as they stared at the field without blinking. Although Lu Ming was at a disadvantage, it was only a slight disadvantage. At this point, they did not want Lu Ming to win. That would be a lie. Although they knew that the possibility was not great, they still had a glimmer of hope that Lu Ming could create a miracle. At this time, seeing Lu Ming block Duanmu Yunyang's move, of course, they were overjoyed. This Duanmu Yunyang is really powerful. Lu Ming felt a little numb in his palm as he thought in his heart. Duanmu Yunyang's physical body had reached complete second grade, which was 2 levels higher than Lu Ming's. Moreover, his lower-grade profound martial skill had been cultivated to the 6th level, the unity of man and martial arts realm. Moreover, he had a level 6 bloodline. Combined together, the power that erupted was incomparably terrifying. Lu Ming's physical body and martial techniques were both at a disadvantage. The only thing he could rely on was the rich and condensed true chi of the true dragon battle art. But it was still not enough. To be able to block my saber strike with 80% of my power, you have some skills. But that's all. Destroy the heavens. Kill. When Duanmu Yunyang saw that he had only gained a slight upper hand, the killing intent in his eyes blazed even more fiercely. He unleashed all of his strength and operated his real chi to the extreme. His aura instantly became a bit stronger. A saber light, even stronger than the previous one, slashed towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming, you have to block it. Mulans, Feng Wu, and the rest clenched their fists tightly. Their palms were covered in cold sweat as they stared fixedly at the arena. Landslide. Lu Ming's long spear swept out and once again clashed with the war blade. Boom. This time, Lu Ming retreated 7 or 8 steps, his blood and chi surging. Lu Ming is no match for him in the end. From the looks of it, Lu Ming will definitely lose within 10 moves. Lu Ming doesn't seem to have activated his bloodline yet. Indeed, it's strange. But in such a situation, even if he activates his bloodline, it's still hard to escape defeat. Don't forget that Duanmu Yunyang still has a secret technique that he hasn't used yet. That's right. Seeing this situation, sighs came from all around. Should I use force? Lu Ming's eyes flashed. Then, he rejected it. If he used the force of fire, Lu Ming had full confidence that he could defeat Duanmu Yunyang. But this wasn't the result he wanted. He had an idea, a crazy idea. He wanted to use Duanmu Yunyang's pressure to break through his cultivation. Otherwise, with his current cultivation, even if he defeated Duanmu Yunyang, it would be very difficult for him to defeat Zhang Muyun, who had also comprehended force. Only with strong pressure could he break through his limits. Only with a breakthrough in his cultivation could he fight with Zhang Muyun. Let's see how you can take my third saber move, Armageddon. Duanmu Yunyang roared, and his saber slashed out 18 saber radiances. Each of the 18 saber radiances was ever-changing and unpredictable. Each of them was extremely powerful, as if they could kill everything. It was called Armageddon. Although it was exaggerated, its power could still be seen. It seems that I can only activate my bloodline. Lu Ming's eyes flashed, and he activated his bloodline without hesitation. With a flash of blood, Lu Ming's aura surged. A devouring power covered his body, and Lu Ming's strength increased by 40%. He directly rushed toward the 18 saber radiances. Boom! Boom! In an instant, Lu Ming was drowned by the 18 saber radiances. In the fighting ring, there were only the pale saber radiances and the fiery red spear radiances, as well as the sounds of explosions. Can Lu Ming block it? Everyone present stared at the fighting ring, afraid that they would miss an important scene. After 18 consecutive explosions, a figure rushed out. His long spear turned into a half-moon and swept toward Duanmu Yunyang. It was Lu Ming. He was not injured at all. Although Duanmu Yunyang's saber radiances were powerful, 50% of the attack was devoured by Lu Ming's spirit-devouring bloodline. The remaining attack could hardly hurt Lu Ming. Seeing that Lu Ming was not injured and was even attacking him with a stronger attack, Duanmu Yunyang's expression changed. Slash! In a hurry, he slashed out with his saber. Clang! Duanmu Yunyang's body shook violently, and he involuntarily slid back more than 10 meters. Unfortunately, Lu Ming's aura was greatly reduced. His bloodline could only last for 5 breaths, which was too short. Lu Ming, damn it! Go to hell. Blood extermination cut. After being pushed back by Lu Ming's spear, Duanmu Yunyang was furious. He slashed his saber on his arm, and a wisp of blood spurted out. It formed a blood-red saber in the air and slashed toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed, and he quickly retreated. However, the blood-red saber chased after Lu Ming as if it had a mind of its own. Chasing thunder. He thrust his spear and pierced the blood-colored battle saber. The blood-colored battle saber was crushed by the spear and turned into wisps of blood mist. Subsequently, it condensed into blood leopards that pounced on Lu Ming. In a flash, Lu Ming was enveloped by the blood leopards. Lu Ming, enjoy it. You forced me to use this move. It's not bad, but that's all. Ha! Duanmu Yunyang laughed wildly. Stop, quickly stop. Duanmu Yunyang, you win this battle. Quickly withdraw your secret technique. Mulans shouted with an unsightly expression. Stop. Mulans, Lu Ming hasn't admitted defeat. The battle is still in progress. How can I stop? Duanmu Yunyang sneered. Mulans's expression turned ugly as she shouted, Lu Ming, this battle ends here. Admit defeat. However, Lu Ming turned a deaf ear to her and fought with all his strength against the blood leopards pouncing from all directions. Lu Ming's essence, qi, and spirit were highly concentrated. He circulated the true dragon battle art to the extreme and fought with the blood leopards pouncing from all directions. The long spear swept out and the blood leopards were defeated. However, they immediately condensed again and continued to pounce endlessly. Lu Ming fought with all his might, raising his potential to the extreme. Martial Master 9th Layer, break for me. In the battle, Lu Ming stimulated his potential. He fought while breaking through. After countless attempts, the barrier of the Martial Master 9th Layer finally loosened. Boom! Finally, with a loud bang, the barrier was broken. The spiritual qi of heaven and earth frantically gathered towards Lu Ming. Hoo! Lu Ming's body seemed to be breathing. The true qi in his body was constantly growing stronger and thicker. Breakthrough, Lu Ming is breaking through. Chapter 127. Heavens, he's really breaking through. He broke through in the middle of a great battle. This is too crazy. The entire audience was in an uproar. Lu Ming had actually broken through in the middle of an intense battle. How strong was his willpower and firm mind? Ordinary people couldn't do it. Breakthrough? No, that's not right. So Lu Ming didn't reach the 9th level martial master before. Many disciples looked at each other. At this moment, they realized that Lu Ming had not reached the 9th level martial master. Previously, Lu Ming's performance was too strong and his true qi was dense. Most of the disciples of the four courtyards naturally believed that Lu Ming's cultivation should be at the 9th level martial master. Other than a few silver-robed elders who had already seen through it, most of the disciples thought so. Now, they suddenly realized that Lu Ming's cultivation was only at the peak of the 8th level martial master. This was too inconceivable. One by one, their mouths were agape as they stood there in a daze. Hoo! The spiritual energy between heaven and earth constantly gathered towards Lu Ming. The aura on Lu Ming's body rapidly soared. Boom! Lu Ming's aura was like a rainbow as he officially stepped into the 9th level martial master. Lu Ming, even if your cultivation has broken through, what's the use? You are destined to lose today. After a brief moment of shock, Duanmu Yunyang roared. Is that so? Moon seizing. After stepping into the 9th level martial master, Lu Ming's true qi had doubled. The long spear swept out, rumbling like thunder. Bang! Bang! As the long spear swept out, the blood leopards exploded in the air and continued to condense. However, their speed was much slower than before. Duanmu Yunyang's move was not unbreakable. As long as one's strength reached a certain level, it would still collapse. Just like when Zhang Muyun had used force, he had defeated this move with a single move. Lu Ming, you forced me. Blood destruction slash. Duanmu Yunyang roared and spat out a mouthful of blood. There was even a drop of blood essence in the blood. Duanmu Yunyang was going all out. He absolutely couldn't accept being defeated by Lu Ming. He had even forced out a drop of his blood essence. One had to know that a human body only had 9 drops of essence blood. If one used a drop, it would be extremely difficult to recover. This was a matter of great harm to one's vitality. The fresh blood condensed in the air and transformed into blood leopards that pounced on Lu Ming. These blood leopards were more solid and more powerful than the previous ones. Ha ha ha, Lu Ming, let's see how you're going to break this. Go to hell. Duanmu Yunyang laughed crazily. The killing intent in his eyes was incomparably cold. Lu Ming was not afraid in the slightest. Holding the long spear in his hand, he stood quietly on the fighting ring and looked indifferently at the blood leopard that was pouncing on him. He whispered, Duanmu Yunyang, my cultivation has already broken through. This farce should end now. What? Duanmu Yunyang was stunned. The 4 deans were stunned, the silver-robed elders were stunned, and the disciples of the 4 great academies were also stunned. A farce? What do you mean? But in the next moment, they knew what it meant. Boom! A terrifying aura suddenly erupted from Lu Ming's body. This aura was tyrannical and powerful. Everyone seemed to have seen a volcano erupting. Hot magma spewed out and wreaked havoc in the world. Force, the force of fire. All the disciples of the 4 great academies, all the silver-robed elders, including the 4 deans, widened their eyes and opened their mouths. They looked at the tall figure on the fighting ring in disbelief. The air seemed to have frozen at this moment. The whole place was silent. Lu Ming had actually comprehended force. This was too shocking. Zhang Muyun had comprehended force, which was already shocking enough. After all, he had entered the sect for more than 3 years. But what about Lu Ming? He had entered the sect this year. Break! At this moment, an indifferent voice resounded. Lu Ming thrust out his spear. The surging force, combined with his martial skill, turned into a spear light that blasted out. Boom! The blood leopards that pounced on Lu Ming instantly collapsed and dissipated between heaven and earth. The spear light did not stop, bombarding Duanmu Yunyang's body. Duanmu Yunyang screamed and flew far away. Duanmu Yunyang lost. It was unknown who shouted, but it ignited the whole place in an instant. The whole place fell into an uproar. Lu Ming. Zhang Muyun whispered and stood up from his seat. His eyes revealed a strong desire to fight. The 4 deans and the sect leader also stood up from their seats. Their eyes flickered and their expressions were different. Impossible. It was impossible. How is this possible? Lu Yunxiong and Lu Yao kept shaking their heads. They simply could not accept this. Ah! Why? Why? In the fighting ring, Duanmu Yunyang struggled to get up. His hair was disheveled and he hysterically shouted. He could not bear all this. Lu Ming looked at Duanmu Yunyang indifferently and said, Duanmu Yunyang, weren't you very confident before? You said that you would never lose to me. You said that losing to me was the biggest joke in the world. What about now? After saying this, Lu Ming took a step forward and looked at Duanmu Yunyang intently. Duanmu Yunyang, you are arrogant and conceited. You always say that you want to take back the glory that belongs to you. What glory do you have? Besides relying on your family, what do you count for? Without the Duanmu family, you are nothing. Lu Ming's every word was like a sharp knife that stabbed into Duanmu Yunyang's heart. No, it's not like this. You are talking nonsense. How can this be? Duanmu Yunyang's hair was disheveled as he shouted wildly, as if he had gone crazy. Previously, he was incomparably overbearing and confident. He did not put Lu Ming in his eyes at all and thought that he would never lose. However, the reality was that he had suffered a crushing defeat in front of everyone. For a proud person like him, the blow was too big. Lu Ming, shut up. The White Tiger Institute's dean roared like a thunderclap. Yunyang, wake up now. The White Tiger Institute's dean wanted to use the same trick to wake Duanmu Yunyang up. Unfortunately, Duanmu Yunyang did not regain consciousness like before. Lu Ming's lips curled into a sneer. He ignored the dean of the White Tiger sect and shouted, Duanmu Yunyang, you have been defeated today. You will never be my match. Furthermore, you are not worthy of being my opponent. You are not worthy to be my opponent. These words directly blasted into the depths of Duanmu Yunyang's heart. No, it can't be. I am invincible. Duanmu Yunyang shouted. His eyes were red. Then, he spat out a mouthful of blood and fainted on the ground. Damn it, you little bastard. I will kill you. The dean of the White Tiger sect was enraged. An aura as deep as the sea surged from his body. It was extremely powerful and suppressed Lu Ming. Puff! In an instant, Lu Ming felt as if a mountain was pressing down on him. He was unmatched. He spat out a mouthful of blood and retreated dozens of meters. Duanmu Pejuan, what are you doing? The Vermilion Bird Institute's dean was furious. He also released a powerful aura and blocked the White Tiger Institute's aura. What am I doing? Lu Ming, you little bastard, deliberately destroyed Yunyang's state of mind and ruined his martial path. You should kill him. Chapter 128. What a joke. Lu Ming was fearless in the face of an overlord like the White Tiger Institute's dean. He wiped the blood off the corner of his mouth and said, What do you mean by that? I'm just telling the truth. If Duanmu Yunyang can't even take this blow, then what's the point of practicing martial arts? How audacious. That was the thought that popped up in everyone's mind. Lu Ming was too audacious. He dared to talk back to the dean of the White Tiger Institute, the dean of the institute. How dare you? The dean of the White Tiger Institute was furious. As he roared, the wind and clouds in the sky changed color. 100-meter-long saber was formed. The terrifying saber aura covered the sky and covered the entire place. Everyone felt as if a mountain was pressing down on them. Boom! Boom! The deans of the Azure Dragon Institute and the Black Tortoise Institute released two powerful forces. The mighty force spread out and covered the disciples of the two institutes, blocking the powerful pressure. Duanmu Pejuan, do you have any shame? Do you want to attack a junior? The dean of the Vermilion Bird Institute said coldly. In the sky, 100-meter-long giant sword appeared. An aura that was no weaker than the dean of the White Tiger Institute erupted. The saber and the sword faced each other. In the sky, there was a continuous roar. The disciples of the four institutes looked at the sky in horror. Was this the strength of the deans of the four institutes? In an instant, the wind and clouds changed color. This kind of power was beyond the scope of mortals. It was too terrifying. The Mystic Origin Sect Master frowned slightly. He waved his hand and a gentle force surged out. However, this force seemed gentle, but it was incredibly powerful. The saber and sword formed by the deans of the White Tiger Institute and the Vermilion Bird Institute were instantly destroyed. They turned into energy and dissipated in the sky. You two are deans of the institutes. How can you make such a big fuss in front of the disciples? Let's drop this matter. Injuries are inevitable on the fighting stage. Hurry up and get someone to bring Duanmu Yunyang down for treatment. A cold voice came from the Mystic Origin Sword Sect Master. And Lu Ming. The Sect Master looked at Lu Ming and said, Dean Duanmu is the dean of the institute after all. He is your senior. In the future, when you speak, you must respect your senior. Don't be impulsive just because you are young. Do you understand? Understood, sect leader. Lu Ming cupped his fists, knowing when to stop. The dean of the White Tiger Institute frowned. It was obvious that the patriarch was trying to protect Lu Ming, as he had directly pushed the blame onto Lu Ming's young age. It was hard for him to say anything. Duanmu Yunyang had already lost enough face today. If he continued to pursue the matter, he would inevitably end up with the reputation of bullying the weak, which would be even more humiliating. Lu Ming. A murderous look flashed across the White Tiger Institute's dean's eyes. He then waved his sleeves and said, Take Yunyang back for treatment. Immediately, White Tiger Hall's disciples carried Duanmu Yunyang away. Lu Ming smiled faintly. Duanmu Yunyang's mental state was already broken. If he could not walk out of it, then his martial Dao path would end here. It would be very difficult for him to continue moving forward. Lu Ming wins this battle, the referee announced. With the announcement of the referee, the attention of the disciples of the four great schools returned to the grand competition. There's still one more round. Zhang Muyun and Lu Ming are going to face each other in this round. Which one of them will win? It's hard to say now. After all, both of them have comprehended force. I didn't expect this. After the battle between Duan Muyunyang and Zhang Muyun, I thought there was no suspense. I didn't expect Lu Ming to be so strong. It's beyond my imagination. This is the pinnacle battle. This is the true pinnacle battle. The collision of two forces. This year's bronze-level grand competition is really exciting. It was rare for two bronze-level disciples to comprehend force at the same time. If there was one, there would be another one every few years. However, for two to appear at the same time, there might not even be one in a few decades. This was a rare situation. Everyone was looking forward to it. Before this, no one thought that Lu Ming would be a match for Zhang Muyun. However, after Lu Ming unleashed his force, he could definitely fight Zhang Muyun. The 9th round begins. After half an hour of rest, the referee announced the start of the 9th round. It was unknown whether the referee did it intentionally or coincidentally, but the battle between Zhang Muyun and Lu Ming was put last. The first 4 rounds passed quickly. Duan Muyunyang didn't participate in any of them. Finally, it was the last round. The 5th round, Lu Ming vs Zhang Muyun. Following the referee's announcement, the atmosphere in the audience was ignited. Countless people began to shout. Lu Ming, go for it. Lu Ming, senior brother Lu Ming is invincible. Lu Ming is so handsome. I want to bear your children. Nest, will Lu Ming take a fancy to you? Shameless, get lost. Lu Ming definitely likes me. You're the shameless one. Why don't you take a look in the mirror? You think you can beat me? The disciples of the Vermilion Bird Courtyard cheered for Lu Ming crazily. There were even many young female disciples who shouted with infatuation. There were even female disciples who were jealous and started fighting. Lu Ming was young, but his cultivation base was extremely high. His talent was even more impressive. Moreover, he was handsome. It was normal for girls to be attracted to him. Go for it, senior brother Zhang Muyun. Senior brother Zhang Muyun will win. The disciples of the Azure Dragon Courtyard cheered as well. Zhang Muyun was also extremely popular. However, he and Zhuo Yirong were already a couple, which broke the hearts of many girls. The two of them went up to the fighting ring amidst the cheers. After half an hour, Lu Ming was slightly injured by the aura of the Dean of the White Tiger Courtyard. He was no longer in a serious condition. Junior brother Lu Ming, I didn't expect that the final battle would be with you. Zhang Muyun smiled. His smile was very gentle and made people feel comfortable. It wasn't an act. He was born this way. In fact, Zhang Muyun was very popular in the Mystic Essence Sword sect. Not only was he talented, but he was also gentle and sincere. He wouldn't act high and mighty just because he was talented. Therefore, Zhang Muyun's friends were all over the Mystic Essence Sword sect. Lu Ming also had a good impression of Zhang Muyun. He cupped his fists and said, Senior brother Zhang, it's my honor to be able to fight with you. Ha ha ha, that's what I wanted to say. However, although junior brother Lu's talent is far above mine, it won't be that easy for you to defeat me today. Zhang Muyun smiled. I'll do my best. Alright, do your best. The two of them looked at each other and a powerful aura exploded from their bodies. One was extremely sharp and indestructible. The other was scorching and violent. Boom! Before they even moved, their force had already started to clash and collide with each other. With a loud boom, the fighting ring was instantly replaced by a sharp and scorching aura. The aura of sharpness and scorching heat spread out in all directions. Lu Ming's disciples immediately felt a scorching heat enveloping them. It was as if they were placed in a furnace. It was extremely uncomfortable. On Zhang Muyun's side, everyone felt a piercing pain on their skin. It was as if their skin was being cut by a sharp sword aura. If the elders in silver robes hadn't intervened in time, many of the weaker disciples would have been severely injured. Level 4 Sword Technique, Scorching Summer. Astral Fire Spear Technique, Landslide. Chapter 129. The two figures instantly crossed a distance of 50 meters and collided. Clang! A strong gust of wind blew as the two figures flew back, but in the next moment, they continued to fight. The combination of Zhang Muyun's swordsmanship and the force of metal had become incomparably sharp. There was nothing it could not break. On the other hand, Lu Ming's spear skills were combined with the power of fire. It was tyrannical and domineering, destroying everything. Both of them were the representatives of offense and possessed extremely strong offensive power. Naturally, when they fought, there was nothing fancy about it. Their attacks were bold and unrestrained like a violent storm. The disciples of the four academies, as well as the elders, stared unblinkingly at the two figures fighting fiercely on the Colosseum. Those who were not strong enough could only see the two figures fighting fiercely on the stage. They could not see the details of the battle at all. Clang! 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 In a few breaths, the two had exchanged dozens of blows. Hot sparks flew everywhere. The thrilling battle made everyone forget to breathe as their faces turned red. The rumbling sounds became more and more intense as the two fought faster and faster. Exciting, this is really exciting. Can you see the details of their fight? It's exciting because I can't see it clearly. The experts looked at the technique while the laymen just watched the show. Some of the disciples with lower cultivation were watching with great interest, while some of the disciples with higher cultivation were watching with solemn faces. Sect Master, who do you think will win? A golden-robed elder asked the Mystic Essence Sword Sect Master. A smile appeared on the Mystic Essence Sword Sect's face as he said, both of them have just comprehended their force and are only at the entry level. It's hard to tell who is better. Zhang Muyun's physical body and martial arts techniques are stronger than Lu Ming's. However, Lu Ming's cultivation technique is not to be underestimated. His vital energy is rich and condensed and is stronger than Zhang Muyun's. But from what I know, Zhang Muyun has more than one profound level martial technique, but Lu Ming's bloodline has not been activated yet. However, Lu Ming's bloodline is very special. It seems like it can only be activated for a few breaths, so it's hard to tell who will win this battle. Both of them are people with great fortune. Each of them has their own opportunities. A golden-robed elder sighed. After so many battles, the unique characteristics of Lu Ming's Zhen-Qi and bloodline could not escape the eyes of experts like the Mystic Essence Sword Sect leader and the golden-robed elder. However, in the world of martial arts, everyone had their own opportunities. This was very normal. With their status, they naturally wouldn't covet the opportunities of a few juniors. They were even happier that their disciples had fortuitous encounters. This way, the sect would become even more powerful in the future. He can't win. Lu Ming can't win. Lu Yao and Lu Yunxiong's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. They kept screaming in their hearts, hoping that Zhang Muyun would win. In the blink of an eye, Lu Ming and Zhang Muyun had exchanged over 100 moves. More than a minute has passed. There's less than a minute left before Zhang Muyun's bloodline erupts. Lu Ming's mind raced. Two-handed sword Dao. At this moment, a long sword suddenly appeared in Zhang Muyun's other hand. With a long sword in each hand, he attacked Lu Ming. Two-handed sword. Lu Ming was shocked. Not only him, but everyone present was also shocked. Two-handed sword wasn't something that anyone could cultivate. It could be said that only those with extraordinary talent could cultivate it. Two-handed sword was even more powerful when the two swords cooperated with each other. Swoosh swoosh, the sky was filled with sword shadows that shrouded Lu Ming. Since there's such a move, let's decide the winner. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. Then, there was a flash of blood as his bloodline erupted. Explode. Taking advantage of the bloodline eruption, Lu Ming performed his strongest move. The Jin Qi in his body surged crazily toward the long spear and gathered at the tip of the spear. Then, it suddenly exploded. Boom! Clang! Clang! There was a violent explosion, followed by the sound of metal clashing. Swoosh! A figure rushed out. It was Zhang Muyun. He was panting heavily, and a part of his sleeve was missing. Lu Ming stood at the same spot, panting. He had used up a lot of his true qi to cast extermination. However, he was unscathed. How is it? Everyone present stared at the fighting ring with their hearts in their mouths. I've lost. Suddenly, Zhang Muyun let out a long sigh. What? Zhang Muyun admitted defeat. Could it be that the winner has already been decided? I don't think both of them are injured. Are you blind? Didn't you see that Zhang Muyun's sleeve was destroyed? For geniuses like them, they don't need to be injured to determine the winner. One move, or even half a move, would be enough to determine the winner. I see. Oh my god, then the winner this time is Lu Ming. Yeah, he's a dark horse, but he's too dark. He's a dark horse all the way. Before the start of the grand competition, no one had expected that Lu Ming would win first place. Most people thought that it was already amazing that Lu Ming could enter the top 30. No one would think that Lu Ming would be the champion. Even in their dreams, they would not dream of it. Almost everyone felt that the champion would be either Zhang Muyun or Duan Muyunyang. But the truth made everyone's jaws drop. Impossible, impossible. Lu Yao and Lu Yunxiong were stunned. This can't go on. I can't let Lu Ming continue to grow. If this goes on, there won't be a place for me in the future. I must find a way to kill him. After the shock, Lu Yunxiong's eyes flashed with killing intent. Thank you for letting me win. In the fighting ring, Lu Ming cupped his fists. Lu Ming wins this battle. The referee announced loudly. Boom! The scene instantly boiled over, especially the disciples of the Vermilion Bird Courtyard, who shouted crazily. Lu Ming is invincible. Long live Lu Ming. Lu Ming, I love you. The disciples of the Vermilion Bird Courtyard, regardless of gender, all shouted crazily. It was no wonder they were so crazy. All these years, the Vermilion Bird Courtyard had always been at the bottom of the 4 courtyards and had been ridiculed by the other courtyards. It was impossible to say that they weren't sullen. But now, a new disciple of the Vermilion Bird Hall had actually obtained first place in the Bronze Large competition. This was the glory of the entire Vermilion Bird Hall. They shared both honor and disgrace, and they felt as if they had won. They felt elated, and naturally, they went crazy. Among them, Pang Shi, Feng Wu, and the others shouted the loudest. Lu Ming walked down the fighting ring with a smile. Naturally, he was surrounded by a group of Vermilion Bird Courtyard disciples, especially some female disciples, who desperately squeezed onto Lu Ming. Although Lu Ming wasn't a gentleman, it still made him feel extremely awkward. It took him a lot of effort to squeeze to Mulan's side. Hey, you guys are too unloyal. Why didn't you come and help me? Lu Ming was sweating profusely. It was even more tiring than fighting a big battle. Lu Ming, you are now the most popular person in the Vermilion Bird Courtyard. How is it? Feel good. Chapter 130. Senior Sister Mulan's, now that I've obtained first place, the reward is up to me. Lu Ming's eyes scanned Mulan's body. The smile on Mulan's face instantly disappeared, and she became somewhat flustered. Her face was slightly red, and she shouted, Lu Ming, you. What are you looking at? You're still young, yet you're still thinking of shameless deeds. Shameless deeds? Senior Sister Mulan's, are you mistaken? I'm just thinking about what reward I should ask for. Could it be that you've thought of that, Lu Ming pretended not to know and said in surprise, especially the last sentence, which was very long. Lu Ming. You, Mullins could not take it anymore. Her face was flushed red from the question, making it even more tempting. Some of the male disciples at the side were dumbstruck and drooled. Cluck cluck cluck. Feng Wu chuckled, she had also eaten Lu Ming's move before. Then tell me now, what reward do you want? Mullins forced herself to calm down and asked. About that, I haven't thought about it yet. I'll tell you when I've thought about it. Lu Ming smiled. Cunning. At the side, Feng Wu and the rest gave Lu Ming a look of disdain. At this moment, the referee began to announce the rankings. Without a doubt, Lu Ming was ranked first with his complete victory. Zhang Muyun had 8 wins and 1 loss, and was ranked second. As for Duan Muyunyang, although he was absent from the battle, his battle strength was obvious to all. After the elders' discussion, he was ranked third. Bu Xingkai was fourth, Duan Gang was fifth, Ling Kong was sixth, Duan Muqian was seventh, Qing Feilwan was eighth, and Zhuo Yirong was ninth. Dong Su was the most miserable. With a complete defeat, he was ranked 10th. Among the top 10, there were 4 people from the White Tiger Courtyard, and they were all ranked very high, so they were ranked first. There were 2 people from the Vermilion Bird Courtyard, but because Lu Ming was ranked first, his total points jumped to second place. The 3 from the Azure Dragon Courtyard were ranked third. Only Duan Gang was ranked fourth in the Xuanwu Courtyard. When the rankings of the 4 courtyards came out, the disciples, principal and elders of the Vermilion Bird Courtyard were all ecstatic. They were originally at the bottom, but now they had suddenly rushed to second place. In the next year, the sect's resources would definitely lean towards the Vermilion Bird Courtyard. Moreover, the New Year's disciple recruitment would begin in 3 months. By then, given Lu Ming's reputation, he would definitely attract many young talents to join the Vermilion Bird Courtyard. This would be a virtuous cycle. A few years later, the Vermilion Bird Courtyard would definitely become really powerful and shake off the fate of being at the bottom. After announcing the rankings, it was time to announce the rewards. Lu Ming was ranked first and the rewards were very generous. You can go to the Compendium Hall and choose 2 low-grade profound martial skills. On top of that, you'll be rewarded with 100,000 contribution points. The reward was extremely generous. For the second and third place, they could choose a mystic rank low-grade martial skill and 80,000 and 50,000 contribution points respectively. There was the 10-10 contribution points. Now, follow me to receive your rewards. Come, to the 4. The disciples of the 4 courtyards slowly dispersed. Lu Ming followed the referee to the library. Zhang Muyun was with him. Duan Muyunyang was unconscious now, so he could only receive the reward later. At this time, Lu Ming's identity jade token had an extra 100,000 contribution points. Soon, they arrived at the entrance of the library. Lu Ming, according to the rules, you can choose 2 low-grade profound martial skills, but you can also combine them into one. You can choose 1 high-grade profound martial skill. The referee said to Lu Ming. I can choose a high-grade profound martial skill. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Lu Ming, I advise you to choose 2 mystic class inferior grade martial arts techniques. Seeing Lu Ming's expression, the referee warned him. Oh. Why? Lu Ming asked. Because the reward is only for you to learn and cultivate. You can't teach it to others or sell it. Although a high-grade profound martial skill is more valuable than 2 low-grade profound martial skills, it's too difficult for you to cultivate a high-grade profound martial skill with your current cultivation. If you choose a low-grade profound martial skill, you can cultivate it with your talent. That's the best choice. The referee explained seriously. Lu Ming thought for a while and said, Thank you for your advice, elder, but Lu Ming can make his own decision. Lu Ming still wanted to choose a high-grade profound martial skill. After all, the Temple of Paragon had a magical chanting sound that could help him comprehend martial skills. Others couldn't cultivate it, but he could. Seeing that Lu Ming had made up his mind, the referee didn't try to persuade him. He greeted the elder guarding the door, and Lu Ming and Zhang Muyun walked into the library. The library was divided into 7 floors. The first level stored some unorthodox cultivation methods and martial skills. The second floor was filled with low-grade yellow martial skills. The third floor was filled with high-grade yellow martial skills. And so on and so forth. The 7th floor would be a high-grade earth-level martial skill. High-grade earth martial skills were the highest grade in the Mystic Essence Sword sect. They were extremely rare and precious. Zhang Muyun went to the 4th floor, while Lu Ming went to the 5th floor. The 5th floor was filled with high-grade profound martial skills. The 5th floor wasn't big. There were only 9 shelves. Lu Ming glanced at them and saw that there were only about 50 martial skills. Since the establishment of the Mystic Essence Sword sect thousands of years ago, there were only 50 or so black-class upper-grade cultivation techniques and martial skills. It could be seen that black-class upper-grade cultivation techniques and martial skills were rare. Lu Ming looked through them one by one. Lu Ming simply ignored those related to cultivation techniques. Lu Ming had the True Dragon Battle Manual, so he didn't care about other martial skills. Lu Ming ignored swordsmanship martial techniques, saber martial techniques, and so on. After a while, Lu Ming finally saw a spear martial skill. Meteor Spear Art. The spear was like a meteor, and its power was shocking. After hesitating for a while, Lu Ming shook his head. He had the Flaming Astral Spear Art. He hadn't cultivated the Flaming Astral Spear Art to the highest level yet, but it was enough for a short period of time. Even if he chose a high-grade profound martial spear art, it wouldn't increase his battle strength by much in a short period of time. He continued to read. After a while, Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Hovering steps. Lu Ming saw a movement martial skill. Hovering steps. When cultivated to a high level, one could walk in the air and cross the void. Hovering in the air. This made Lu Ming very excited. Who didn't want to be like a bird, soaring in the sky and overlooking the mountains and rivers? But only when a martial artist reached the martial ancestor realm could they truly break free from the shackles of the earth and soar in the sky. But the hovering steps could do it. Although there was a note at the end that it was only a short period of walking in the air and couldn't really cross the void like a martial ancestor realm expert, it was still very attractive. Lu Ming chose hovering steps without hesitation. He came to the entrance of the book collection hall and handed the secret manual to the book collection hall elder. You must return it within 2 months. The book collection hall elder recorded it and warned.